Do it live. Okay.
All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Team Jacked podcast. I am your host, Raymond McNeil. Joining me, as always, is the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello.
And the robust Kaiser Shonen.
Hey, there we go. I mean, that's a mostly positive one as long as you're not calling me fat. Because, especially not with this model.
One moment. Why are your guys not animating? That's...
What?
Oh.
Well, Twi is. Kaiser's not.
Huh.
What?
That's odd.
MangaKamen isn't. What the hell?
I'm not?
Yeah, okay, 1 minute. Let me invite just properties.
I had no time
Yeah,
to change
yeah.
out my Digimon this week.
Huh.
Scuff. Glorious. Scuff.
Hey,
How's everybody doing? I can't see chat right now because I'm sending out a message on my community post. But I hope y'all are
Billy
doing
Donuts
good.
is here.
Billy
Billy
Donuts!
Donuts!
And for the record, I am not the reason we are late today. It was not Scuff.
No.
It was buying suitcases.
You say it's not
Yeah.
Scuff, and yet half my head's missing.
Okay, no, this is Scuff. But you know what? I would have figured that out had someone else been on time.
I'm sorry, okay?
Look, you give me a rib all the time about being late to my own show. I'm allowed to rib back.
No,
All right.
no, Raymond.
No,
Raymond,
that is
Raymond.
completely fair.
No, Raymond, you gotta understand, okay?
You do
As-
realize
as
you haven't
Twi
introduced
stated-
me yet, right?
Wait, what?
We haven't introduced Kamen yet.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry because like Kamen is currently frozen in. Oh no, he's fixed now.
I'm moving.
Yeah, you're moving
That's
now.
good.
You were frozen in time. I'm sorry. I was trying to unstick you in the space-time
Well,
continuum.
yeah, I wasn't talking. I only move when I talk.
No, you were talking and not moving. I fixed it. You are now talking and moving. You're welcome. By the way, MangaKamen.
Only in the
He's
Team
with
Jack
us.
podcast.
I can walk and talk at the same time.
Debatable.
Yeah, YouTuber can do two things.
Oh, especially debatable. We're about to cover a YouTuber who proves that and brings that question into full focus.
myth busting YouTube.
Now, to be fair, he has watched our last coverage of it. And we did have a bit of a discussion. Well, I did at least, afterwards about what we had covered so far in his video.
Any interesting tidbits?
I think he did actually agree that it would have probably been a lot more productive to his video to take out the really unnecessary history of Mary Sue's from before the term actually became a thing and actually gave a proper example of what, in his definition, definitively is a Mary Sue, because that would have helped ground his arguments a bit better.
Right.
Okay. Great Bar says, "Yay, it's Wednesday again, so time to finish the Anthony video. Also, spoilers for She-Hulk and Peter and Wendy show. I don't remember what else. Good thing I don't care about any of those. In fact,
Yeah.
I have an active hate boner for the She-Hulk series, so...
I jumped ship after the first episode.
Oh
I
no,
could
I
not
need
stay
to clarify. I did not touch that because the minute I saw the trailers, it was radioactive to me. But after learning about the absolute nightmare of legal bullshit they tried to invent for that show, it pisses me off. And like I might cover it at some point. I don't know. I don't know if I want to suffer through that.
What were you
Make
saying?
it a Patreon goal. Make it a Patreon goal.
No, because then it might actually happen.
Take my advice. Just said to be like, pay me $1,000 a month, and maybe I'll do it. No one will get that much, and if they do, that's only $1,000 in your pocket.
Yeah, it's a win-win.
Sure, you might lose your liver from all the drinking to get through She-Hulk, but that's a win in my book.
So you have experience with that show, MangaKamen?
Yeah, I think he covered a video for it.
Yeah, I
Oh.
did. I basically It was something about the last how Marvel forgot how to do heroes at the time.
Mm.
Yeah, I remember that. I've seen that
And
one.
people got pissed off at me because how dare you bring Tokusatsu into this? And it's like,
Cowards.
Okay,
and
look, I recently, like within the last half year or so, watched Kamen Rider Black Sun, and that series ends with a very, very questionable moral message about the nature of like necessary violence.
you can
And
watch Amazons.
and
Yeah.
whether or wait, is that is the one I'm thinking I'm talking
That's
about?
actually the mature one.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Cool.
Raymond, you're confused. You're thinking of Black Sun because it's on Amazon. There is an actual Kamen Rider called Kamen Rider Amazons.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's a different thing.
Okay, you're right. I was confused. But yes, to the very end of it was very much like, yeah, child soldiers, not a bad thing. It's like, excuse me? What? So, wait, I got one episode in the Black Sun and knew it was trash? Are you kidding? Episode 1 was
the
phenomenal.
first episode was great.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I actually really like Black Sun. You know, questionable, very questionable moral messaging at the very end aside, I actually found it a very, very good show.
Yeah, but at least that's at like the very end instead of the beginning. Like,
yeah, it's like it's the conclusion to a whole series of events, and I can understand the characters reaching that point. I don't agree with them. It kind of ends where like neither side I actually really like because they're all filled with assholes. Like the actual likable characters who are like the moral bedrocks all end up dead to some degree.
You're a nice guy, you die. That's the moral lesson to take from that.
If you try to be a nice guy, you die. It's basically the version of Riku, who ultimately learns his lesson about being a curmudgeon and all that such. Yeah, dead.
Yeah. Actually, the real lesson of the story, in order to make it actually good, would be just to hire Canadians for your war.
Well, you say that, but they actually, I don't remember if he was American or Canadian, but it was a black dude. It was like an actual foreigner black guy. And it was always really weird because he talked fluent Japanese, and it's like, I'm not used to seeing a black man speak Japanese. It's kind of unsettling.
There are black people that live in Japan and can speak fluent Japanese. They usually do use them as like the people who they can count on in order to speak English words, but usually those people have lived in Japan for so long that they've kind of forgotten how to speak English.
Oh yeah,
I was about to say that it's not even the first time black people have been featuring Kamen Rider. I mean, there's Fies, where one of the major villains of like, I guess the Organization 13 equivalent is a black guy who's just really, really powerful. He has a pet dog that he cares about. It's really nice.
But yeah, so I think it's completely fair to bring in comparisons from Toku. Because like they're both
100%.
like, honestly, it's trappings that people I think struggle with the most, because Toku is much more camp, and I personally am not a big fan of camp. I in terms of like, I don't know, I am a big fan of camp in places. It's like when I'm going for a serious action story, I don't like too much camp. I like a nice measured amount, and I have to take it super serious. So like, there's a lot of Kamen Rider shows I won't be able to watch just because it gets so wacky.
Well, that's the thing, because it is actually geared towards like younger audiences and also housewives.
Yeah, especially after Kuga, because that was the birth of the Odagiri effect, which drew in a lot of older female viewers, just because the main character is a pretty boy.
But yeah, no, I was gonna say the first episode of Black Sun. I mean, dude, when you get to the point where you have two monster people fighting, and one of them rips out the other guy's intestines and uses it as a lasso to hold him in place, I'm sorry, that was metal as fuck.
Yeah,
you're not getting away from that.
I think I saw
absolutely
that. Was it you that showed that to me, or was it?
I
More than
may have.
likely.
I'm not sure. I don't know if I would have or not.
I think it was Liubi who showed me.
Oh yeah, it was almost. If it wasn't me, it would have been Liubi. Because he's the one that showed it to us. Izanagi says,
yeah.
I love the absurdity of Toku, and I feel the fact they play the absurdity straight and commit to it is nice. I like them being serious and absurd. There is a level to that I do appreciate, and I can get into it, but like I think at a level, characters should be reacting to insanity a little more like, what the fuck? Like, I think there's a level of reaction that I would prefer.
Well, there's actually a good series I would recommend for that, at least for the Kamen Rider series. Like, you could always check out the Mystery Noir one of Kamen Rider W.
That one is pretty silly in a lot of places though, but it does do a decent job a lot of the time.
I mean, it does really good with the drama and such, but it also has like, it also has a straight man for like, you know, the actual thing right there as the main protagonist, you know?
Yeah. MangaKamen, is your little guy, is he not animating properly? Because like you're speaking, but he's not. He's like still just hovering there. He's actually like,
hold on, let me try something.
It's possible you have the wrong mic installed.
No, I have the right mic installed. It's just that I think I need to adjust the sound volume on it. Let me try some.
Okay. Also, Isa for $5 said, "Been enjoying Gav and loved Geets and Gaim. Kamen Rider shows are very fun with some darker themes." Like, dude, if you think that moment, that is true. If you think that moment from Black Sun is metal, just read the original Kamen Rider manga. That shit gets really brutal.
For some reason my my program is not catching onto my microphone, and I just put on the right one right there, so I don't know what's going on.
Oh dang!
It could be because I have like my headphones in right here, so that way it doesn't pick up on the audio from you guys. Let me try that and see if that fixes it.
Okay.
Okay.
And we'll just have to live with the feedback.
Well, I guess. Well,
right, okay, there we go. Yeah, it was it was my headphones that did that. Apparently, I think.
Damn, your and Raymond's headphones do a lot of fuck shit.
Okay, now it not defense, like the opposite of defense, like it's special detriment. It's almost like half the time it's that I have the setting on mine that switches between two different channels. One for chat, one for gameplay, and you can set different programs to different channels. I always, for whatever reason, I try to keep it in the middle. But like when I set it down or I'm like fiddling with something, I might push it in one direction or another. And yes, I should have probably made it earlier, but we've been talking about Scuff and Kamen Rider now, and whether or not it's fair to compare modern heroes to Toku. But yes, Sketchy Huntsman auditions are open. You can find the video. It's the most recent video on my channel. Go there and submit to Casting Call Club. Okay. We have a page up. Yeah, please check that out. Please submit. If you cannot submit, some people are finding Casting Call Club to be persnickety with their email addresses and sending confirmation codes. If you've struggled to do that, you can always email at sketchyhuntsman, or essentially sketchyhuntsman@gmail.com. I almost did the Twitter link. And we'll try and get you squared away, but please at least try to make Casting Call Club work first.
Right.
But yes.
As for the main event.
On to the main event.
Yeah, main event time.
For those of you who were here 2 weeks ago, we decided to cover Anthony Gramuglia, Anthony Gargamel's video on Mary Sue.
Guantanamo Bay.
Anthony Guantanamo Bay. And we got about halfway through it before we had to end because we spend a long time talking, like a long time fucking talking. Yeah, we were not impressed. A lot of it we thought was inaccurate in many places. There were small bits that were okay, but overall not great. But we only got halfway through, and we're going to cover hopefully the remaining half. We're actually down a co-host because Pete can't join us today. But you know what? That'll probably speed us up, if all honesty, because more people, the slower we'll talk.
I mean, you've been doing most of the talking so far.
Yeah, but you know.
Oh, someone had to offer
I talk
the
a lot.
sacrificial lamb.
Yep.
Sky Slasher says, I've become a Jin one trick in Tekken. It's magic.
Oh, tragic.
Oh, tragic. Congratulations.
Have you hit platinum yet? That's how that goes, right? Is that how the ranking is in Tekken? I don't know.
I'm sorry, are you mixing up with League? Oh, let's talk about Arcane. No,
Apparently, I got a question now. MangaKamen,
Oh.
who do you think is worse, Lily Orchard or Verlisify?
Who's Verlisify?
I have not heard of Verlisify.
He is a very notorious character in the Pokemon fandom. He often likes to tout himself as the greatest PokeTuber of all time, even though he's at best a mild annoyance.
I'm sorry, JWITS exists, right? He's still around, isn't he?
I mean, does he? When was the last time he made a video for Pokemon?
That's a good question, actually. JWITS.
Does he even count as a PokeTuber anymore? You're looking him up.
7 months. What happened to him?
I think he actually became a commentator for the Pokemon League.
I mean, okay, look, if you have gotten so successful as a Pokemon YouTuber that you get brought on officially as a Pokemon League commentator, I would say that's pretty successful.
Yeah, but that wasn't the question. The thing was he still a PokeTuber?
I guess that's fair. But, like, the greatest ever, I was going to say, that's a hard record to beat for such a bold proclamation of the guy.
Anyway, to answer your question, they're both horrible in their own special ways. Let's just leave it at that.
Really? He's that bad?
I was going to say, has he committed crimes?
Not so much crimes, but he has actually reported people for modding games in Animal Crossing.
Okay, I want to have an overwrought reaction to that and be like, oh my god, he's so evil. I'm sorry, the accusations against Lily stand, and it's like, I have to default to Lily. She has actually resulted in physical bodily harm.
Look, I'm not saying Verlisify committed crime. I'm just saying they're both annoying in their own special, unique ways.
That's fair.
Well, the question was who's worse? Lily. The answer is Lily. Lily is worse.
Easily. Like, the whole Animal Crossing thing, I'm sorry, that is not as bad as silencing people who criticize you publicly.
Well, I mean, that's not even, again, that's
accusing champions of Pokemon champions of cheating and such multiple times.
Again, not focusing on the right thing here. We're talking about her sister. we're talking about
Actually, we're supposed
her
to be
kind
talking
of
about something else. We're supposed to be talking about this video, not this.
Well, I'm sorry. Lily Orchard considers herself a Mary Sue, and that's not a bad thing according to her. So
apparently that's fine. Apparently being a Mary Sue is badass.
All right. Well, we were halfway through, and basically we just got finished talking about basically a kind of a whataboutism with Ray, but it's it's a kind of a nitpicking upon a nitpick is how MangaKamen described it. With Ray fixing the compressor bypass thing in the Falcon and how that doesn't make her a Mary Sue. But then we were like, okay, if we give you that one, can you give us that all the Force bullshit is bullshit? Yeah, is bullshit. Like, that's can we have an agreement there? And that's where we kind of left off. And then he was going to introduce a random person that I've never heard of. So we'll see where this goes. Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Ray and Mary Sue accusations, they started with a tweet by Max Landis. Yeah, that Max Landis, son of the director John Landis. When The Force Awakens came out, he went to Twitter to call Ray the worst Star Wars character ever made. He used a few different words in that, but...
Okay, let's see. Sora Hart says, Twilight, you hear the news about Digimon Story Game.
I've heard that there was going to be an announcement. Unfortunately, I was busy running around town instead of watching. So I'm probably gonna make a short react or something to that later.
Mary Sue Sky Slash says Mary Sue's. I thought this was a fighting game anonymous. Leo Medusa has the correct answer. No, this is Patrick. So let's read this out. In a series of tweets following the film's release in December of 2015, Landis offered up his take on Rey, calling her a Mary Sue, and the worst fucking Star Wars main character to date. The internet didn't take kindly to his opinion, with many leveling accusations of sexism at the Chronicle screenwriter. The debate was reignited to a degree a few months back when he appeared on Screen Junkie's Millennial Falcon's web series and revealed that he would like to see what he would like to see from the future of Star Wars films. For what it's worth, his pitch for a Logan-style Old Man Jar Jar Binks film could be the strokes of insanity that the universe needs.
So
What?
why are we bringing this up?
To do with?
Why? Yeah, like unless you're...
Who the fuck is this guy? I never heard of this guy before.
Apparently he's the Chronicle screenwriter.
Yeah, so like the reason why he's bringing this guy up is because he's the first person who has apparently called Rey a Mary Sue. So I guess
is that even true?
I don't know.
Maybe it's the most easily publicly available one, but I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, like following a series of tweets following the film's release December 2015. It's very possible he was first. I mean, at the very least, he seems to be one of the first. We can at least level on that.
Well, no, not really, because this is just an article. It doesn't even say that it is. And I do not like how he's actually bringing this up, because it kind of seems like he's saying, oh, because this guy said it, therefore everyone else who repeats it is probably as bad as he is. It's like the whole thing of Hitler drinking water.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Like, I think that it is very disingenuous if you're going to say that just because one guy saying it is a bad person, that means that everyone else is exactly the same as them. It's very kind of scummy behavior.
Well, I was gonna say,
even if he's trying not to say that, like, oh, they're all the same like this guy, I think there's also the implication that, like, okay, the conversation is inherently poisoned because it's propelled by this supposedly, bigoted or untrustworthy person.
I was going to say, like, I was just saying, like, I can give you, this may be the earliest, or it is at the very least one of the earliest instances of this, Rey as a Mary Sue argument being uttered. That I'm not saying, though, this is a good thing to bring up, because, like, okay, if you're saying, unless you're going to go into this has poisoned all conversation about Rey being a Mary Sue because this guy's awful, take us down that argument. We don't agree with it, I don't think, but, like, take us down it. But if you're not going to, and you're only bringing this up, you're kind of poisoning the well on the whole topic. You're not actually analyzing whether, like, the assertion has been made, is she a Mary Sue? Present the criteria of Mary Sue, and then analyze it against the actions taken in the film. That's all you have to do. You don't need to bring anyone else into it. And I find this kind of annoying, because it's like, it's a weird appeal to authority, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Or, like, I guess guilt by association in, like, the reverse. So that's why I'm confused by this edition, but we'll see where he takes this.
I'm simplifying it now. And at the time, he was called out by general audiences for sexism because, that's what he was doing. Now, increasingly on...
Okay, wait. You left an entire blank space there. Evidence?
Evidence. Yeah, I would need to see some of this. Like, apparently this does check out. CBF in chat said... Max was a successful screenwriter and was friends with Red Letter Media before he was outed as a horrible abuser or something.
But that's not relevant at all to the arguments being made here. Like again, his entire thing was, he was called out by everyone as being sexist. Well, give us evidence of that, and can you give us, like, a sample size? Like, were there people agreeing with him? Are you
I was gonna say, because
them?
Again, I have never heard of this motherfucker before then. I have seen many videos of people ranting about The Force Awakens and calling Rey a Mary Sue, like, at the time of release, before I even heard this guy's name.
Like, what is it? Like, I freaking go to any association with EFAP. Anyone there, I don't know if they've ever heard of Max Landis before they made their critiques. So I don't know. This is again, so what about
ER? Ask ER if he knew who Max Landis is, I guess.
Online critics focus on fantasy and sci-fi stories, especially superhero stories, in order to go...
Mary Sue's gotten even worse. There's been a growing trend.
Wait.
Online critics focus on fantasy and sci-fi stories, especially superhero stories, in order to go,
Mary Sue's gotten even worse. There's been a growing trend where no woman could be saved by a man in modern movies or TV shows. They're always hyper competent, and no matter what they do or how evil they are, they can and will be redeemed. Or at the very least be the second most evil in comparison to someone else.
you know,
Okay, now fantasy, and I want to address the first thing. Online critics gravitate towards fantasy and sci-fi. Or is it maybe that blockbusters gravitate towards fantasy and sci-fi, and that's just naturally the highest profile shit?
Yeah, like like these are the genres that Hollywood pushes the most. This is what they advertise the most. This is what they sell the most merch on. Now, of course, people are going to talk about it more often.
People, I going back to EFAP, they did a very complimentary review of The Menu. They very much loved that film. And what do you see in it? A female main character that actually manages to figure out how to get herself out of a very harrowing situation without anyone else's help. And it's a very interesting psychological film. They had their issues with it here and there, but like they analyzed it. And I don't know if it would qualify as fantasy because it's it's like a realistic fiction, I guess. Because the only thing
it really all depends. I guess it all depends on how far you want to push the definition of fantasy, really. Because frankly speaking, you could say it's a murder fantasy or torture fantasy in some degree.
A cooking fantasy.
Also, Raymond has put $2.
That burger was delicious looking. I'm not gonna lie. I would totally break my diet for that burger.
I had to put $2 in a jar. What jar?
Yeah, because you're referencing EFAP.
But that was not an established rule. I'm sorry. I haven't mentioned White Rose, and I'm using it in this context.
Yes, did.
That doesn't count because I am talking about the jar. Which, for the record, has started gathering cobwebs. I want to make that record clear.
The jar.
I'm making a new jar because
in this context, you gotta be careful what you say jar because we do have just.
Oh my god! Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say I don't know if it would be really correct to use just a robot anymore, considering the fact that he doesn't really. He doesn't really make content anymore, considering what's been going on with him.
Happened, but I guess he was probably making this video before all that stuff came.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Well, no, because that's been happening for quite a few months now.
But here's my issue with using jar as an example, and I really wish I could have brought this up more in the last time I was here because I used to work with Jar and I have a bit more of experience with him. I'm going to be honest, Jar really just likes regurgitating the quote-unquote safe opinions when he gets a chance.
Yes.
And, I'm not even trying to say, he, plagiarized me, because, when I made one of my first Mary Sue videos a few years ago, just a few weeks later, or maybe even a month later, he actually made his own Mary Sue video with a few examples that were kind of a little bit similar to what I made. Like I said, I'm not saying it's plagiarism because, I'm not that kind of dick, because I don't know for sure. But at the same time...
Really suspicious, you're saying.
It's also the fact that I did pick some popular examples, too. But at the same time, it's just, Jar is not really a good example. Again, this is bottom of the barrel. It's like using Lily Orchard or Verlisify as an example and using that to make it...
Yeah.
You could probably say since Jar uses the safe opinion, that's a good thing. But I would argue that no, not really, because Jar, he really waters down his opinions to even the basest of levels.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was about to say he kind of hammers home a lot of the Mary Sue stuff a whole bunch of times, even when he's technically correct, which is one of the reasons why I referenced one of his videos in my Mary Sue video. I can understand people being wary of him even before all the other shit came out because he really milked that cow a whole lot and was very hyperbolic. I will say that.
Insert that Markiplier meme here.
Anyway, the only reason why I was making a joke about putting money in a jar was because, I think that it would probably be better to diversify the amount of creators that we talk about, and not just talk about one singular creator the entire time as our examples to the contrary, because I know that there's probably more out there, and there's probably others that we watch.
Well, yeah, true,
Oh,
man.
yeah.
Like the reason why I'm more comfortable saying EFAP because it's consistent of multiple other creators, including their guest hosts that swap in and out regularly. Like, there's a lot of people that go on there, and like I could name off a couple of them, but I'm not.
No need.
No need. I was gonna say not really the time. First, Ugok says, "OMG, man, did the sexism," and secondly, I have an issue with you using jar. Sorry, I'm talking to Anthony this one. I have an issue with Anthony using jar because you're making a bigger point about the Mary Sue and that no one on the internet knows what a Mary Sue is, but you're going for bottom of the barrel target. Like your example is someone who is not actually putting in the work to be on the opposite side. It's someone who's, to my understanding here, because I've never really watched jar, doesn't do all that much level of like it's not a very complicated way of thinking and way of presenting his stuff.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong, especially with how he goes about his video making and how he basically gets his video done and then he starts to do his research to change it up a little bit.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, if you want to go after somebody who utilizes the Mary Sue, but actually has a much more, I guess, robust principle position about it, you can always come to me. Psych, I'm joking. You could talk about ER.
Well, no, you could talk about
why?
ER. I'll reference EFAP one last time, and I'll try and drop it. Just basically, at any point during this, if Jar is making a stupid point, presume that EFAP has a much better point to be made in equivalence.
I mean, if I could glaze myself for a second, I actually had like a video came out in 2023 called Breaking Down Mary Sue's. Now, it has almost 200k views on it, has a very good like to dislike ratio, and I like to think that in that I actually was being pretty fair because I actually defended Korra, yes, Korra, that one, from being labeled a Mary Sue. And it's like, if you really want an example of someone who is basically trying to, understand the Mary Sue or break it down in more things, you don't go with someone like Jar who's just basically using it to, just basically use the term.
Yeah, preach to the choir.
Yeah,
exactly. Actually, I think I have that video in the playlist I made full of, creators that have talked about the Mary Sue all across YouTube. So yeah, this isn't just like I'll probably reference other people on this list actually.
Hey, if we talking about ER, we have to talk about the operating room, right? Or are we talking about two doctors that are sleeping being with each other? What? Okay, the first one I get the reference to, definitely, but what is that what they call two doctors who are sleeping with each other? ER?
I have no idea. I think that this is way too deep. This is too deep for us. Let's keep going.
Great Bar says, "Oh, speaking of Mary Sue videos, is there a chance to do the one by Tall Lady? As I think that one was very good."
Oh, yeah, that was the one that Great Bar had posted into the general chat in the Tundra, and then we had that big long discussion about Fruits Basket and Toru.
Oh, right.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Do we
I did watch. No, we didn't have it on the list, but I did watch Tall Lady's video, and I think that it was very poorly done because she does basically equate Mary Sue's and self-inserts as being effectively the same thing.
Is it Tall Sword Lady?
Yeah, Tall Sword Lady.
Okay, I know this one. Yeah, we can probably talk about that one at some point.
Yeah.
Okay, well, back to Anthony.
I mean, look, it's a convention of the genre. People have powers, fantasy characters, they can use a sword. Sci-fi gunslingers can use guns. If you're a cyberpunk hacker, you can hack into a computer system. These are conventions.
Okay, but counterpoint, Anthony.
Yeah, sure.
If someone doesn't have any cybernetic implants and they take a plug and stick it in the back of their head and say, "Oh, my brain is just so powerful I can hack anything." That's going to raise a lot of fucking questions that need answered, because suddenly a character is able to do something they shouldn't be able to do because we have not been informed in any way, shape, or form of their ability to do it.
There's also
and it's
fact,
like not. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say, if we want to go with like the weapon thing right here, like, and going back to like Rei, she's only seen to be using like a staff, never like a sword, and they do require different levels of training because
Absolutely.
I don't know if you. Also, how would she even know what a lightsaber even looks like or how it even operates, too? You know?
Oh my god! One of the coolest, funniest, and darkest ways you could have easily fixed part of the Mary Sue problem.
She cuts her fingers off.
Yeah, she cuts off like a hand or something. Which honestly, we need more of. I think is it do we have any dismembered hands in the sequel trilogy? Okay, we have Snoke. Snoke loses his hands.
I mean, if you want to also consider, like, I don't know, Luke as well, because he lost his hands and he's in there.
Well, no. Okay, so basically in every Star Wars movie, there's like a soft tradition of someone loses a hand. And so like it's the action of losing the hand. Because I think, what is it? Just going down the list. No, sorry.
I have the high ground, Anakin.
Darth Maul in the in episode 1. You've got Anakin in episode 2. You've got basically you've got Anakin again in episode 3, but also Mace Windu. Actually, Mace Windu. I mean, a lot of people lose hands in episode 3 now that I think about it, because you got Dooku.
But you're right. I don't think anyone lost a limb in the sequel trilogy, unless I'm forgetting someone.
Well, yeah, again, Snoke got cut in half, but I don't know.
Yeah,
that was.
Well, there was also like there was also Han Solo who lost his heart.
Well, that's impalement. That doesn't count. We're talking. We got to see the but yeah, no. So that would have been a fun way. It's like immediately cut your hand off and like you've learned a valuable lesson. It's like, oh, great. And people are like, why would you hold it like that? I don't know what it is. I'm from the desert. Yeah, but no, she picks up a pistol and is immediately a sharpshooter with it. That's great.
Yeah.
And take it as someone who I recently got a toy revolver as a fidget toy. It has these fake bullets in it that are really fun to just unload and reload, and I do it. Reloading a revolver takes 10 seconds if you're not really well trained in it. So, yeah, no, some characters, if they're a civilian, they're not going to know how to use a gun, no matter what their fucking setting is in. It's going to take time to learn. So it's like, you got to give us, like, the story needs to actually give us something, Anthony. It can't just be presumed through genre convention. It's not like characters yelling out attack names in a shonen anime. And even then, I get annoyed by that. I'm
You gotta get used to it. I guess I gotta talk about professional Cinebear simp, Just a Robot now, don't I? He has a lot of videos on Mary Sue's, and I guess it reflects the general trends I've seen in certain spaces about discussion with Mary Sue's. Though when watching his video, despite Just a Robot having a playlist of 8 videos on Mary Sue's, with a couple of them being unlisted that were not in the playlist, that were then stitched to the end of videos he would later upload, which I think is interesting, to expand the runtime, to play the YouTube algorithm. He would just Frankenstein Mary Sue videos together.
Anyways, stay tuned till...
Okay, but why do we need to know this?
I
guess.
It's just like it's sure, if you're calling out him for bad practices, sure, but that's not what this video is about.
Yeah, but does he really represent the majority? I mean, well,
that too.
I guess in some ways, like, he can in certain ways. Like I said, I think at least, even if you try to say he's kind of clout chasing with all those videos, he did say some things in there, or at least in one of the videos at least, that were mostly pretty accurate about what a Mary Sue is or how it should be used.
Yeah.
But even then, there's better people that you can fetch out. Like, I had the playlist, Anthony. You knew I had this. You could have used it if you wanted to.
Broken clock is right twice a day, you know? That's sort of that thing right here.
Yeah. Like, I can understand him using Jar if he's meant to be sort of a poster child for how not to do media criticism when it came to Mary Sue's, but I'm not sure that that's what Ant is trying to do here. I think that he's trying to just... He might be trying to just say this is how Mary Sue discourse is in general, which I think is a little bit disingenuous.
Yeah, I was going to say, if he's trying to color the entire discourse this way, because, like, otherwise, make a whole video about Jar in specific. Like, this was kind of like a problem. It's like,
it's not hard to
keep
criticize
trying to blanket statement a lot of these arguments and cases, instead of just going into the logic, or B, the actual arguments people are specifically making, and instead you go to like the periphery and just use like one or two people to color an entire group. This is like one of the biggest issues. It's actually it's actually the kind of like I hazard to say it, kind of a bigoted thought process, honestly, for using well, think about it. You're using one or two people to color an entire group. Like that's all you're doing. I find that very bizarre.
You know, I'm going to make a little offer to Anthony. If he ever wants to do a video basically talking about JAR and stuff like that, or do a podcast about it, I'll gladly help him out with it.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, like you're one of the most knowledgeable people on him.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I guess I would say, yeah. I guess that's an unfortunate thing because I used to really love Jar, man. I used to been with that guy since the old power scaling days when he tried to see like fucking Ben 10 characters can beat Goku or not. Like that used to be my jam back in the day.
Yeah.
Seems
and
so
then you
cool
find out
then.
that the only person that wins those fights is Sailor Moon.
Shut the fuck.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah, Olive Ranch here. Anthony, if you ever do decide to actually cover Just a Robot, you're more than welcome to hit me up. I'll tell you whatever I know, and I'll even tell you some videos that might be good for you to, like, you know, really dive into if you want to actually tackle JAR as an actual critic or analyst in that regard.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
After the credits for some bonus content about how to do Mary Sue's the right way, and if Bella Swan from Twilight is or isn't a Mary Sue. Guys, those videos cost a lot of money to make. I will keep on listing them and upload a new Mary Sue video with them in it until I break even.
This playlist has...
Okay, first of all, what do you mean they were really expensive to make?
Well,
yeah, I was about to say, what?
Oh, I can actually answer that myself, really. Because Jar typically doesn't edit his own videos. He actually has editors who do it. And I share an editor with him, so there's that. Or I used to share, because now Jar's no longer around, so there's that. But Jar really likes to go for, like, some really high-end editors and such like that. So he basically has a reliance on other people. That's why when he's talking about stuff like, oh, it costs so much, and... Look, I get it. Sometimes videos can cost like about $200, depending on how much line you want to go for. And frankly speaking, there's nothing wrong with making like compilation videos when you have like a topic that you talk about multiple times. Like if he actually made like a full-on compilation video of Mary Sue's, that wouldn't be an issue right here.
How did he get started if he had to pay for an editor? Did he just start paying them, or did he actually do editing work before that?
He did editing work beforehand, and it was like probably the cheapest editing you can probably do, which, hey, we're all guilty of that when we start off.
Oh,
so
yeah,
I don't
absolutely.
think that's not a stone to throw. But once he started to get like over 200K subscribers and the money started really pouring in for him, that's when he decided, okay, I want to get people editing for me. And don't get me wrong, I'm kind of guilty of that too. I have a couple editors myself, but... I'm still trying to do my own editing for a few videos. And
like the entire intent for a content creator to get a second editor is to speed up production of content so you can focus on other content. Like that's typically the goal.
Yeah.
Like
you put out stuff much quicker, generally speaking.
Film Theory has a whole freaking team, and that's how there are 4 different theory channels managed to release videos like sometimes bi-weekly. I don't even understand sometimes.
Careful there, Celtic. You're really treading on some thin ice right there with Film Theory.
Oh yeah, I remember you used to make those videos.
Wait, what? You have a history of Film Theory? I don't know.
It's Game Theory and MapPad. I had like a whole... One of my first breakout videos is basically me refuting, is Sans Ness? And that was
yeah.
Oh, that was you're the first one to clown, or one of the early ones to clown on him for that. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that was at least one of the biggest ones. And then it was, is Mario mental? And I made, like, I'm going to be honest. Yeah, I did milk MapPad for quite a few years, but I stopped that, like, I want to say, like, maybe 7 years ago, I think.
Dude, when he retired, you should have done one last one. That would have been hilarious.
I did like a couple before he did retire. Like I remember him doing like one on like Persona, and then there was one on Has Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss, which was like really stupid.
Yeah,
like,
I was gonna say like the I just watch him as entertainment. I don't take a lot of what he says seriously. 'Cause I think he's just the series. They typically take
don't
things
get me
for their
wrong.
meat touch.
Oh, no, I agree with you on that. But there are people who did take him seriously back in the day.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I remember, like,
Especially,
I really hated his Phoenix Wright video. It's like, Phoenix Wright is a criminal.
Yeah,
and it's like,
covered that one
motherfucker,
too.
in the game, you only played one of the games, so you don't know what happens in game 4 related to this very fucking topic.
No, he didn't even play the first game fully because
he didn't play Rise from the Ashes, yeah, which has the rules of evidence.
Also,
Fun fact.
Yeah, go ahead.
I almost lost a friendship over criticizing one of his videos. I ended up yes, I got sent by a friend of mine who later I ended things on because he got mad when I didn't take into his consideration his criticisms of my art after I had just sustained an injury to my arms, so I couldn't draw without exceptional pain. And I have been in art school for many years at that point, and he'd only just started drawing like 4 months ago. And he was trying to say that my anatomy was so bad. And I'm like, no, you're wrong. And then we ended our friendship. But before that, he sent me a video that MatPat had done on like how Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time has like millions of timelines because it takes into account like every single time that you die. And I said that how much that was stupid, and he got so offended that I would say that.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the part where you should sue MatPat for your arm injury. Okay, Twilight.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Okay,
no.
Actually, one more thing about MatPat, and then I'm glad to move on from it. He actually on live called me a hater once.
Oh
yeah, I remember that. I think
that's a shame.
And I got harassed for it.
Oh, that's a shame. I always thought he was kind of a classy guy, but I could always see he could. I know the temptation is always there to call people
like when he did my video, when he covered my video, he was like, "No, not the haters." And I took
that was like a meme back then.
Oh, it was a joke. It was him making a crack.
Yeah, but his fans took it seriously.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's fair.
Especially,
yeah.
If I recall, it was just like my top 7 worst game theory videos back in the day.
If it makes any sense, people, we don't hate any. Well, there are a few people we probably hate that we cover, but we always preface: do not harass anyone that we cover, ever. No, don't approach them. Don't do anything with them. Ignore them, please.
If anything, just so that you don't get a disease by going near them.
Yeah, like Lily Orchard.
Yeah, I was about to, yeah, exactly. I mean, like, listen. Just let Synthetic Man into your hearts. I'm kidding.
But I was going to just finish this out because like people were asking, is Anthony an enemy now? Look, we are antagonistic to his video, but he is a friend. We understand that. We are scrutinizing him because we think he's doing shoddy work, but that's okay because at the end of the day, it's not like we're going to go out fighting each other. Like we're okay. We're all good. He actually asked us to be critical.
Yes.
Yeah, he has to swing first. As long as he doesn't swing first.
It's a collective of over 1 million views.
Let's start with She-Hulk.
He has a lot of criticism about She-Hulk being a Mary Sue. So, She-Hulk, it's got super strength. That's something we've never seen before in a superhero story. Super strength, you imagine?
Okay, but is that Jar's point?
Yeah.
And even then, I know enough about the show to know that... I was about to say,
there are other...
Okay, we can... I'm... Anthony,
right,
there is a lot more going on with that. I'm like thinking back to what I know about She-Hulk and the scenes that I've seen. It's like, no, there's a lot more going on there that is very fucking angry. That you're
other
ignoring.
People criticize She-Hulk as well, like Shady Do-Rags. I mean, I don't think he explicitly called her a Mary Sue, but a lot of the issues that I remember Jar bringing up about Jennifer. Yeah, Jennifer Walters. That is just this broadly the same shit that a lot of other people like Shady and other creators have brought up. I'm pretty sure you can probably say that he took a lot of pages from the videos, Manga Maid's book, what's his name? the Lil Platoon for another example. Just a bunch of different people talking about this.
Did someone else have another thought about She-Hulk that they wanted to bring in? I thought it was like,
oh no, we're about to get into that, so I'm saving my thoughts for that. Although
Okay.
I will say I do blame Anthony for making me watch She-Hulk for a refresher for this.
oh god,
Oh God!
all right. Well, let us know when you're ready.
Because
to
there was a
rant.
point. Because there was a point that I wanted to make when he gets to like the fourth wall breaking part. Because I just wanted to double check things,
Okay.
No, that's fair.
Imagine that. Really strong. Yeah. Never seen that before in Marvel, especially. I mean, yeah, there's a couple exceptions to that. I mean, there's Hulk, there's Thor,
Oh my fucking God.
Captain Marvel, Captain America, The Thing, Spider-Man, Venom, Carnage, Iron Man, the Green Goblin, Red Hulk, Abomination, Thanos, Drax, Destroyer, Valkyrie, Ant-Man, Adam Warlock, Groot, Ultron, Surtur, Odin, Hercules, Zeus, Jane Foster's Thor, Black Panther, Shuri.
Okay, wait a minute.
Padding,
All right.
padding,
Yeah.
padding,
Well, I just wanted to
padding.
go through this
Or
because
Marvel, especially. I mean, yeah, there's a couple exceptions to that. I mean, there's Hulk,
it's explained.
there's Thor,
He's a god.
Captain Marvel,
Bullshit.
Explained terribly.
America,
I mean, that
Super Soldier
The
Serum.
Things.
Gamma rays, not in the MCU yet.
cosmic radiation.
Yeah. Then not in the MCU until much later. And
Spider-Man,
explained.
Venom, Carnage.
Venom and these
Iron
are
Man,
not in the
Fired by
MCU.
aliens.
They're aliens. You got Iron Man who doesn't have super strength. It's his suit. It's a mechanic. It's
He
a
made
machine.
the suit.
Green Goblin
And
is a
he
super
made it.
soldier serum that made him
Red Hulk.
crazy. Red Hulk is just Hulk again.
Abomination.
Abomination is just Hulk
Thanos
again. Thanos is an alien.
Thanos
Drax
is
is an
an
alien.
alien.
Valkyrie is
He's
an
an
alien.
alien.
Giant Man literally became giant. It's not inherent strength. It's a result of his size.
Ant-Man.
Not even his power. He actually stole. The suit was actually made by someone else.
Yeah. Alien,
Him.
bioengineered alien.
Warlock, Groot, Ultron,
Alien. Robots.
Surtur,
a fucking demon
God.
deity,
Oh, like, what
another god, another god. That bullshit.
Jane Foster's Thor, Black Panther,
Magic fruit.
Magic fruit and
Makes
a super suit.
Shuri, Black
A magic fruit and
Yeah.
a super
Same thing.
suit.
Ego,
God?
An eldritch
living
abomination.
Yeah.
The Living Planet, Dormammu,
An extra dimensional entity. Wait, does Dormammu even have super strength? Does that qualify? Does he have a corporeal? Does he have a corporeal form in which that has super strength? He's a smoke
No.
cloud.
At least not in that version.
Ronan, alien.
I get.
Ocean man, take me to the land where you understand.
By the hand, listen to the sound.
more, World by Night, Man
It's a werewolf. It's
Who the
explained.
fuck is that?
Thing.
Who the fuck is
Wait,
that?
Swamp Thing.
Who is that?
Was that
That's not
Valkyrie,
even. That's not
Ant-Man,
even
Adam
Marvel.
Warlock,
That's
Groot,
DC.
Ultron,
No, not
Surtur.
Swamp Thing. The guy before.
Werewolf by Night?
Yeah, what the-
it,
wait,
it was
what?
it was like a one-off horror film or horror TV special that they
Really, I
made.
thought it was my cousin Richard.
People actually
Oh my-
But yeah, people actually thought it was okay. I remember that. Oh, it's Man Thing?
Odin, Hercules, Zeus, Jane Foster's Thor, Black
Oh,
Panther,
yeah,
Shuri,
they
Black
do
Panther,
have their
Ego,
own
The Living Planet,
equivalent.
Dormammu, Ronan, the Accuser, Namor, Werewolf by Night, Man Thing. I can keep going.
Yeah, and you know what? They all have explanations as to why, and they are all comprehensible, typically speaking, in comparison to one another. Also, you're using characters in there that also have similar complaints. Like a good example, Captain Marvel,
Captain Marvel.
who is, to our knowledge, unkillable. Like, she is
Yeah.
so strong that there is not a single thing that can harm her.
And yet she just gets patted away to the side by Thanos because people were complaining.
Yeah.
Oh, no. He had to use an infinity fucking stone to hurt her.
Yeah, he has to use the Power Stone to
It's
push
like-
her back.
Yeah, it's like that is how powerful she is. And she got it because an engine exploded.
Yeah.
It's
Oh
it's-
my god, Cursed Knight for $5. Who's Lily Orchard? I have no idea, but there's a new channel called CD Call. You might be
Oh
interested
god.
in. Oh god, guys.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Let's not get started.
No. I'm doing auras with no, so no.
She's dead in the what if. Man, that's the best what if.
Oh,
Oh.
but she breaks the fourth wall to rewrite reality and as a joke.
Okay, no, Anthony. All right. Okay, we can get to the fourth wall because you have a point about fourth wall. I want to make a point about the strength because it wasn't just that she was strong. She got infected by her cousin's blood, and as a result of that, she gained full control over her Hulk form, no matter what. Like
with zero drawback.
With zero drawback, unlike him, who had to go through years of work to do that, and then off screen and in game, that's a problem in itself. But then she rubs it in his fucking face that being a woman is so hard. Like, it's pointedly what the conversation is about. It's so hard to be a woman, and she proves his point that she can't control her temper and was turning into She-Hulk uncontrollably. And there's no acknowledgement that she is a fucking hypocrite about it. The show treats her as if she is constantly right about everything she says about herself and about the Mark Ruffalo Hulk, who is, by the way, a really good fucking guy and is taking care of her and trying to help her through an incredibly traumatic situation. And in the original comics, saved her life.
All of this Jar most definitely brought up in his video, by the way. So he cut that out.
Oh, lovely.
It's like there are several levels. Like I could probably go on from what little I know. I would need to refresh myself, but there's several other levels to that. But do we want to get a little bit further so you can go to
yes, let's actually talk about the fourth wall break that he talks about here, because I remember that one specifically I wanted for.
Okay.
In a joke scene to satisfy her character arc, which is very interesting.
That's right. When she doesn't like the lemons she's been given, she just breaks the fourth wall and just changes everything to suit her needs. So as powerful as Wanda is, someone who took out an alternate version of Captain Marvel and a ton of other powerful superheroes, She-Hulk is still leaps and bounds above her when it comes to power, because she can literally rewrite reality.
And that's never happened before either. No Marvel character has ever rewritten reality. Except, when Doctor Strange did it at the end of his movie with the Time Stone.
Okay, now I'm going to talk.
Did it in WandaVision.
Now I'm going to go into him.
Because right before, just want to get this last super chat in, and I'm going to have to get a drink.
Go ahead.
Legacy says, here's the problem Ant could use to understand the frustration with Karen. Read the original Savage She-Hulk run, just like Carol with OG Marvel. Okay.
Okay.
I guess I can give like meta context.
Well, no. I think that's good enough for now. MangaKamen, please take it away. I'll be right back.
All right. Okay, so I'll take over for right now. Okay, so the problem with, talking about like rewarping out realities and stuff like that is that you need to establish that the character can actually do that. Now, with like the example with Doctor Strange, we know that there's a MacGuffin because, we've seen him use the Time Stone in this very movie where he rewrites history and stuff like that multiple times and traps Dormammu in a time loop, right? We've actually had that established. Yes. But with She-Hulk, the only time we've seen her actually break the fourth wall was her talking to the camera throughout the entire series. And I'm talking about the live-action series, which this is focused on, not the comic books, which, if you want to make a point about, the comics did it, that's fine, but that's a different continuity. We know that's a different continuity, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And the point is, like, if you really wanted She-Hulk to actually, express these fourth wall breaking abilities, you'd have to do more than just having her talk to the camera and to the audience. That's just basically just her acknowledging the audience, but it's not her being like, I can just go to the real world and have the writers just, do what I want them to.
Yes. It would be like, oh God.
No, go ahead.
It would be like, as an equivalent, it would be like if you established that a character, fiddles a little bit with a gun, like, and take a gun apart and knows how to like construct it relatively quickly. And at the very end of the story, you show him as like a master marksman, even though there's like no demonstration that he's been working that hard or diligently at shooting a gun. It's ridiculous because you have barely any sort of reference for how capable that can be. She-Hulk is the same thing. Beforehand, her talking to the camera can be interpreted as sort of like a story trope thing because, it's a comedy.
Or even a narrative device, too. Like, she's actually the narrator.
Yes.
Did someone mention Marvel's Katie? The hit character from hit film Shang-Chi?
Oh my god.
Because that's your example, like, Kaiser. Katie is literally a fucking valet from San Francisco, gets dragged along an entire adventure, and at the very end, she's handed a fucking bow, trained in it for like a couple of hours, and then it's like the fucking marksman that gets the killing blow.
Okay, I did not think of this. I did not know this because I have not watched Shang-Chi because it looked boring as shit.
It is. Great Bar says, so defend the She-Hulk point. She can't control her form because Mary Sue-ness. She can, because she doesn't have a second personality like every other Hulk. Unlike Hulk, she asks her the first transformation. Yeah, that's another point. Is like Hulk and Banner are effectively different characters. They are supposed to be different entities in the same. It's a Jekyll and Hyde situation.
What somebody told me, I think it was Zero who said this, but it's effectively he already had DID, and getting the radiation just turned his DID into an actual other personality, like actually.
Yeah, it basically made a latent condition into something far more terrible.
I suppose, but the question would have to be like, okay, then what about the Abomination then? Like, he didn't seem to have any mental problems beforehand. Before
the thing is, I think that could be explained by like super roid rage. Like, I could see that being an explanation, especially like how we see him honestly throughout most of She-Hulk. He's actually kind of a chill dude, and then he's like terrible at the end. It's like, and they just have him go back to prison. It's like, what? No, what? He was like rehabilitated. That's actually kind of a neat idea.
Oh yeah, that. Yeah, that was kind of weird. Like, even if you want to say that, like, okay, because of lacking in the mental problems that that Jennifer had prior to gaining the She-Hulk thing, and that's why she's more in control. I can believe that. What's a little bit harder to swallow is how much more like stronger she is just on the outset in comparison to the Hulk.
Yeah,
I guess.
And that's also part of it.
She has so much control to me, because normally you would think like someone who has like super strength, like the normal trope is like, oh, they're breaking things, like picking up their glasses, they accidentally squeeze too hard, and great, there's $200 down the drain.
But like, she's not stronger. She is. Like, that was a whole scene in the like with the training together. Is that like he throws a rock a huge distance. She tries to match him and outthrows him effortlessly. And then he gets into a jealous rage and chucks a rock into the sky using his full strength, as opposed to like a practice throw, like they were supposed to be doing. Like, it wasn't like she was using her full strength and effort like he was to do that. It's like, and then doesn't she beat the Hulk? I'm trying to remember. Don't they have a fight?
There's a clapping scene.
Oh, right. Yeah, her clap is even bigger than his. Or, right?
Has more shock.
Didn't they show that in the video?
Yep. Oh, yeah, he did. Yes.
Yeah.
So it's like there are several different layers to the Jen fucking sandwich of She-Hulk. And it's a really, like, okay, you're Anthony.
She's not the master of unlocking.
Yeah, fair. The Jen Hoagie. How's that? The Jen Hoagie. Different layers. We're picking at different meatballs in the Jen Hoagie.
Before we move on, I just want to say, my friend from Egypt, before he passed out, he just sent me the trailer for the new Digimon story game, so I'm very excited.
Yay!
Nice,
exciting. But yeah, no. This is what so far. Anthony has brought up She-Hulk and has only mocked that there is a criticism. He has not actually tackled the criticism in it of itself. He hasn't looked at any of the arguments, just the surface statements of She-Hulk has super strength. No, she has too much strength. Different argument. You've mischaracterized it. And she breaks the fourth wall, and and she's always done that. No, she has manipulated events through the fourth wall. She has never done that before either. These are different arguments, and you're not listening to them.
Where he's with, like, Dr. Wanda, that's, like, higher stages of their powers by the stories.
So, from my understanding, I didn't think that a Hulk character would have the power to, like, break the fourth wall in the same way that characters like Doctor Strange, Deadpool's more like comedy, but
well, that's what She-Hulk initially was. She was mostly supposed to be more like a commentary, like comic book and stuff like that.
Yeah. So, like, to give an explanation. To give a brief explanation, Deadpool can break the fourth wall because he literally has a mental disorder. It's literally, he's insane. So him breaking the fourth wall is, in universe, he is just fucking crazy. That's literally, and everyone's like baffled by him, that sort of thing. As opposed to She-Hulk, who, I mean, honestly, it's just her, like, I would take it as like her aside. It's like not really her breaking the fourth wall so much as like it's her internal thoughts, and she's like, if I were in a sitcom right now, I could make a comment to the audience. That sort of thing.
Yeah, at least in the comics, right?
Yeah. But then in the end of the show, she literally crawls her way out of the Disney Plus icon, runs to Disney headquarters, and like encounters the Kevin robot that runs all of Marvel, which is, you know, basically Kevin Feige. It's actually a really fun design because it has a little hat on him. There's some creativity there, but it's so annoying because she's like, okay, I want it to end this way and this way and this way, and Kevin's like, fine, okay, but we're never letting you break the fourth wall like this again. And she's like, what? No, you can't do this to me. And then she gets sent back. Like, there were some funny jokes in it. I'm not going to say there weren't, but at the same time, no, you have literally just derailed the plot. And in fact, now Jen presumably has the power to some degree to fix any problem in the MCU by just breaking out of it somehow and going to complain.
By complaining to the writers.
Yeah. It's like it's such a bizarre, unestablished ability.
Exactly. The only thing you have to really say that was established was her talking to the camera, but that's not the same thing as basically like what Deadpool does.
Yeah. Legacy says he's breaking the fourth wall is essentially, or her breaking the fourth wall is essentially her yelling for the manager like a true Karen. Oof.
Honest to God, like a mega Karen.
Bring, you know, what Vision back to life. Or when Thanos, Hulk, and Tony did it with the Infinity Stone. Or when Doctor Strange did it at the end of his movie.
And literally,
so let's go through these. Okay.
And that's never happened before either. No Marvel character has ever rewritten reality, except, you know, when Doctor Strange did it.
That is a MacGuffin that ends up becoming used by a main antagonist later. It was established early in the film.
Yeah, exactly.
Its abilities were also talked about in very grave terms, to the point that the first time he touched it, he almost broke reality, and he got such a fucking slap on the wrist for it. Like his hand stopped shaking. All right.
Also, he died several times when he used it.
Yeah, he also died several times in order to use it properly. Like he experienced death millions of times before it actually stopped.
Raymond.
Sorry, it's like, so that's the first
the end
one.
Of his movie with the Time Stone, or when Scarlet Witch did it in WandaVision to bring, you know, Vision back to life.
He wasn't alive. That was just her power making an illusion, wasn't it?
Yeah. The Wanda one? WandaVision's bad, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Like, there's a lot of levels in this that should not be, and
you saved these people.
But after you trapped them, you saved them from yourself. Like,
they'll never know what you sacrificed.
What are my thoughts on She-Hulk and Megan Thee Stallion twerking? I would rather be decapitated by a horse.
So specific.
Like, I would have liked it if it wasn't so gaudy. That's about it.
Yeah. And then
I think that sorry to cut that off just for a sec. For my point. I think like the main issue that a lot of people have with a lot of these female characters in specific is that there is still a small level of sexism that is placed onto these female characters by the majority male writers, specifically in the sense that they don't want to have them be treated like the male characters, in the sense that they're not allowed to be punished for what they do. They're not allowed to struggle in the same way that male characters are. And that makes them feel like they're invincible, like they can do no wrong, like they have greater powers than the male characters. That is what gives them the sense to the audience that they are Mary Sue's, is because you're not allowed to have these characters be human beings and struggle with their characters and their arcs and their
babying
stories.
them.
Yeah, it's discrimination in the opposite direction.
Like, when I can point to fucking Katniss Everdeen in the first Hunger Games as a good character compared to these ones. I mean,
you can even say that Samus is a good character too.
Who?
At least she actually
100%.
earns her powers too.
Who?
Yeah.
Samus Aran, from Metroid.
Oh no, Samus is a fucking awesome character. I love Samus.
That's what I'm saying. She's a better character in that regard.
Well, I was gonna say, like, people do dunk on the Hunger Games these days. Mainly the later ones, but like, I still hold Katniss seems to be a good character. Like, she's like not a Mary Sue. She gets the shit kicked out of her. She gets put on the back foot. People don't understand that we like our heroes to be we like the underdog. We don't like the unstoppable badass. We like the character that gets the shit kicked out of them, put down into the dirt, face rubbed into the mud, and then they stand back up, and then they beat the shit out of everyone in their way, all the while bleeding out and potentially dying. Like, we love that.
We want to see them become the unstoppable badass, not come out of the gate as the unstoppable badass.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
At least in most stories where you're supposed to take the story actively seriously. Also, nice art, Deaderex.
Oh, more Deaderex art?
Oh boy.
Like,
yeah, I put it in the Jack art.
Yeah, that speaks to like fundamentally. Like what I said, the end of my video, or at least a part of my video, about it, mine and Pete's video about it, that it's like the story makes the character perfect, right? And it's clear favoritism. And of course, this is necessarily gender specific, but it is definitely in the West because it's overcorrecting on the fact that female characters weren't necessarily treated well in the past. It's, as I said before, it's woken too close to the sun, air quotes. You're discriminating against this population in an opposite direction in order to try to prop them up instead of making all things
I think we can all agree that like female representation in the past was not the greatest, right? I think we all could agree to that.
Of course.
Sure.
But yeah, I agree it's an overcorrection, but at the same time, it's like there's also this thing where your people are actually afraid to actually have their female characters be hurt too, because sometimes there are people who will be like, oh, you like getting off onto these women getting tortured and such, and it's like, oh, god damn it. It's like,
watch out, manga. That sounds like a Lily take.
Whenever I hear these kinds of arguments, though, I do have to wonder what their reaction to someone just saying yes is. like how it's like, okay, congratulations, you've reached the step of the conversation. Where do you take it from now? Like, what how do you argue back against that? It's like, yes, I do enjoy seeing characters and people in this position. It's like, it
reminds me of the creator of Nier Automata, who basically goes, yeah, I like sexy robot girls.
Yes, I know. Yoko Taro, fucking
Giga
Chad. It's like, why do you design what the robots look like to be sexy women in scantily clad outfits? And he's like, oh well, it's because we don't know what robots are going to look like in the future. So if we don't know, we might as well make them something we like to look at. I like hot women.
Everyone thinks robots in the future are just gonna be like Bender from Futurama, and they steal all our beer.
I do have like that frustration when it comes to the depictions of female characters and the struggle with a lot of criticisms when it comes to female characters, because in a lot of ways there are a lot of problems with how female characters are depicted in media, but there is also a lot of problems with how people go about trying to criticize those depictions, because in a lot of ways it feels like there is no winning, even though that there is a lot of problems. And we can see that with the backlash and the counter backlash in depictions of female characters in fairy tales, for instance, like Disney. Remember, like 8 years ago, there was this big movement back in the day of people saying Disney is so sexist. All of the characters in the fairy tale movies, they're all really bad characters. And now, nowadays, people are saying, hey, actually, that's wrong. These people were just very ignorant about what's going on in these movies because they probably haven't watched them for like 20 years since they were children.
I guess you could say it was
Right.
weird.
Yeah.
Who is that? Who does that? Who is the person that does that? I'm trying to remember now.
Zegler.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
No, Snow White.
God. Yeah.
Right. Oh,
Dude,
God.
It's this exact freaking mentality.
Yes, exactly. That's why I made the joke.
No, I am aggressively agreeing with you, Kamen. Take my aggressive positivity.
Well, I am taking it. I'm just saying that's why I did the joke.
All right, so then we get to the Infinity Gauntlet, which, you know, was built up over the course of 20 fucking films.
And
Yeah,
actually, it blew up after the first use. To wipe out
Yeah,
half
it
the
almost
light.
killed him.
Yeah, and it killed Tony.
Yeah.
Well,
with the
he
Infinity
came
Stone.
back
Oh, and Doctor
as
Strange did
Dr.
it
Doom.
twice in Spider-Man No Way Home.
And that has a lot of fucking problems. It's like the biggest problem with that film is this spell is such a fucking problem, guys. You should not be using this as a positive reference. This goes in the exact same fucking category.
And this is something that a lot of people, or at least some people who have seen the movie, have also criticized. So let's not. Come on.
Yeah. Like they definitely
also
had
the
Dr.
story-
Strange hold the dumbstick here.
And even then, at least in the other movies, the story doesn't unreasonably favor Doctor Strange as a character. So
Yeah.
even if we can regard this as a Mary Sue moment, we can't say that he himself as a whole is a Sue.
Well, no, he's not saying that it's a Sue. He's saying, like, oh, because these other powers exist, that justifies Jen's power. That's what he's trying to do here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like,
It's like
It only justifies it if it's comparable.
Yeah, none of these break out of the fucking story to talk to the fucking writers. She walks into the writer's room.
yes.
She literally pats them on the back and tells them how to do their job. What? How are any of these comparable? This is still within the realms of the story, even if it's poorly written.
Not to mention, there's no risk to her doing this. If anything, if she's trapped in our world, she's actually the only superhero. She'd be on Easy Street.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Oh, and Loki did it repeatedly in Loki, right down to rewriting the entire multiverse.
Yeah, that has fucking problems too. Okay.
I don't know the context of this, but
Loki is a show all about time travel, and it doesn't understand rule 1 about time travel, to the point that I know for a fact that, Twi is always like, oh, Raymond, you're so persnickety about time travel. No, you would agree with me. You would absolutely agree with me. Loki makes no fucking sense. It is a mess of a series.
I have not watched a single superhero TV show, live action from the MCU, the DCEU, whatever. I just got tired of watching them after Endgame because the story was over. I don't need to watch more.
Yeah, no, I get that.
No, that's how I felt. Like I have not seen No Way Home yet. Honest to God, after I see that movie at some point, I'm not watching anything else. There's nothing I'm really looking forward to.
I'm very picky and choosy, and like I'm really checked out of anything mainstream Marvel.
Look,
I might check
Disney
out
Plus.
the Fantastic Four movie. I might check that
Superman's
one
the one I'm
That seems
interested
cool.
You canceled Disney Plus?
Yeah, a long time ago.
Yep.
Yeah. Good.
Or the TVA, for that matter, every time they prune the
Also
universe.
Spider-Verse.
Oh,
Yeah,
and Deadpool and
Spider-Verse is
Wolverine
good.
did it by saving a universe without its anchor being. But no,
Okay, hold on a minute. Can we even use some of these examples? Because I feel that they came like after She-Hulk and Jar's
They did.
video.
A lot of them did come after She-Hulk. So, and also a lot
At
of them
least
aren't
Deadpool and
good.
Wolverine.
Marvel has a really bad habit of handling multiversal fucking functions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like even then, at the very least with like Deadpool and Wolverine and Loki, at least they established the stuff about the multiverse in those shows. That's a consistent part of the plot. That is nowhere near a part of She-Hulk's story.
Yeah.
So her pulling the freaking fourth wall out of her ass at the very fucking end, at the 8th hour, is complete bullshit. By comparison, anyway.
no, She-Hulk She-Hulk argued with the writers to change the plot. That's so much more extreme than rewriting the multiverse itself.
Yes,
it is.
It is. It actually is. It is a whole level of degrees worse.
There's an organization in those shows that look after the multiverse. I'm pretty sure those guys don't know about the fucking writers. Yeah, so I do believe that is probably a lot bigger. And it's about the consistency. That's the problem, Anthony.
No, Great Bar, we've already talked about exactly what that means. Breaking the fourth wall and talking to the audience is we can go back to fucking Greek plays where characters were breaking the fourth wall. It's where the phrase originated from, because you have a character talking to the audience. That doesn't mean the character gets to walk off the stage, slap the writer in the face, and tell them how to rewrite the play. No.
I mean, that would be funny. That would be funny.
In a comedy, in a good comedy, you could probably try and make that work. But, like, no, we're in a movie. Like, it doesn't work the same way as it would in a stage play. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, and there are plenty of, like, different shows and movies and games when there are winks and nods towards the audience with the fourth wall and shit, and it's just a joke, and there's no display in which of them, like, manipulating reality to suit their needs at all.
This isn't the Taming of the Shrew where there's
confusing the audience.
This isn't Taming of the Shrew where there's a framing device about a play within a play. That's not how this is all functioning. It's like all of this is just really bad.
Yeah. Seriously, what's it about She-Hulk that's particularly unique anyway, power-wise? She's really strong, and that's about it. Oh, but you can control her anger. That very thing that fuels the Hulk, that makes him the strongest there is, she can control the anger, and thus not build strength up like the Hulk can.
That's not how that works. That's not how that works.
Man.
The whole thing is like a controlled flame. Like, you're supposed to have control over the power, otherwise it's just going to explode and burn everything to the ground. That's kind of what the Hulk is about.
Yeah, fucking hell.
She doesn't get angry. Take out the anger part. Even if you have control, the fact that she had that much control over her strength in general.
Yeah, I was going to say,
early on in the series,
and she can't. That's also part of it. She can't control her strength, and there's no arc of her learning to actually control it. Like, it's like she just automatically gets the ability to control her strength, except for when the joke permits it. That's it.
Yeah, so
that's
there's
literally
barely all that much struggle.
Otherwise, she's a dumbass. Complete and utter, like, she is abhorrently immoral. Like, in terms of, like, she will cause public property damage in order to stop, to fix a problem well before it's necessary. Like, I mean, the Daredevil fight, she ruined several fucking cars. It's, like, unnecessary.
Oh my God,
he's a guy doing backflips. She's a Hulk. And she just decides to crush cars because he's a dude in a costume.
Yeah.
The opposite of being powerful, but okay, sure, makes him more powerful apparently. Now, I firmly believe that discussing She-Hulk's powers in relation to the She-Hulk series is a reductive conversation, because She-Hulk's powers don't really help her all that much. If anything, they create problems. Jennifer's whole conflict is how she's perceived, either as an object of desire or as someone who is demeaned for trying to advance in the world. Even when seen as...
Okay, but you just showed a scene where her powers actually helped her fucking put down a rampaging supervillain.
Not to mention, she used her powers to get dates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a conscious choice for her.
If she had issues with being desired, you have to acknowledge that a part of that is kind of self-inflicted, which would be an interesting arc for her to go through. You know,
but she doesn't.
If it was an arc, yeah, that never happened. So that's just kind of rendered moot. You're just saying, but the themes though, when it barely actually matters in the actual execution. The problem with the Mary Sue is that there are all of these different elements of them that don't play into the story consistently enough. Like, one scene of a character being sad about being powerful is not good enough, dude.
She has
I'm sorry.
Several notable flaws, and very rarely, if ever, are they acknowledged openly by anyone as flaws.
Does he actually explain what those notable flaws are, or does he just say that? I forget.
He just said it.
He just said it. Like, oh, he puts her in...
Okay, then he can just... Okay, then I'll just ignore that now. If he's not going to actually explain it.
Well, he said... Well, you get to it.
Well, I was just gonna say that, like, a lot of what is going on here seems to be that he's trying to say that just because she has struggles and she has flaws, that automatically doesn't make her a Mary Sue. When we talk about Mary Sue's, it usually is the most extreme examples in order to get people to have an easy understanding of what a Mary Sue is. But there are layers, there are gradients to that, and it can be more subtle. Like, there's a reason why a lot of people still call Bella Swan a Mary Sue, for instance, because even though that her big flaw is that she's clumsy, that doesn't really mean anything for the rest of the story and her characterization, because everything else is so up there in terms of unbelievability, and it just makes for a frustrating read.
Okay, so a good counter to that is actually bring her back in Sailor Moon. Usagi is insanely clumsy, and you know how often that gets in her way? Very frequently. She's also a fucking dumbass, and it's hilarious because she will
a glutton.
And a glutton. And those things regularly get her into trouble. It actually makes trouble for her, both in her personal life and in her fighting life as a superhero. Like, that is the reason, that's the difference, is that, like, it actually plays a role in the story.
It would be like if... Yeah, it would be like if Bakugo's anger problems never caused him any problems in the story. That would be fucking stupid. That would make him a less engaging character to watch.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's actually a great example. This is like, okay, the fight between Deku and Bakugo at the end of season 3. Over All Might losing his powers and Bakugo feeling fucking guilty about it. Imagine that there was no repercussion for Bakugo or Deku as a result of that fight. That would be Mary Sue levels. Instead, they are put on janitor duty for like a solid fucking month to try and make up for it.
Yep.
And it's all very well explained and explored.
And even after that, this puts Bakugo out of commission for the overhaul arc. That arc would go down way differently had Bakugo had been there.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, and so, like, what I was trying to say with that is he's trying to explain how this character isn't a Mary Sue simply because she has these elements to her story. But the thing about whether or not that makes her Mary Sue that we should be looking at is whether or not that clashes with the rest of her character, or with her character if it melds well into the story and all that. Everything surrounding that, because it needs to work well, and it needs to elevate her as a well-rounded, deep, and complex character.
Well, also, was this even Jar's point?
It was only 3 and 4 days.
Okay,
fair enough, but there's still punishment. Yeah, like if there was no punishment at all, it'd be bullshit. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh,
and also people weren't afraid of Bakugo because of it.
But yeah.
Also, there's this art from Deaderex.
More Deaderex art? Deaderex, you're spoiling
Oh, wow.
us.
Yeah.
Pick your future.
Yes! Yes!
Listen.
Why not both?
Respect this robots, okay? Why not both? Yo.
Just have that friggin' El Dorado meme going on there with people in this call.
Yep.
I always go to the little Mexican girl.
Mm-hmm.
Why not both?
El Dorado's more iconic. Anyway.
Yeah.
As a sexually desirable person, like as She-Hulk, her dual identity causes her a problem. People...
No, it solves a problem for her.
Yeah.
Want her for her green transformation, her massive biceps. Not for her as a person, however.
And she leans into it.
For her as Jennifer. For her.
Yeah, and she doesn't grow from it. She doesn't recognize that she has something intrinsically wrong with her as a person for some reason. That there is something with her personality or her appearance or something that is not appealing to other people. And she tries to make up for it by going green. Like
and that could be compelling if they actually leaned into that.
But they don't.
But they never do.
Like, the best you can say is that she bangs Daredevil. It's like, then she finds a blind guy to fuck her.
Yeah.
Like, really? Fucking really? Now, admittedly, Daredevil, I have been informed, is like the Hugh Hefner of the fucking MCU,
very much so, yeah.
Marvel comic books. So it's not unlikely that he wouldn't volunteer, but still.
But to someone as vain as how She-Hulk is represented in this show, it's a bad look.
Yeah.
Her as She-Hulk. And that conflict,
also,
the perceived...
sorry, Pete is in the chat. He says, "Don't mind me. I'm just trapped at the eternal prison that is my workplace, trying to amuse myself as time ticks by." Have we gotten to the part of the video about the Black Widow controversy? What?
Oh God!
Oh no!
Oh no!
I feel bad because I feel like I can sense Twy just out of the loop on a lot of this. It's like a lot of these are like post-Marvel things that I've heard about because like the critics I follow have covered them in detail. But like, oh my God, you must. I hope the Black Widow controversy covers at least some of the stuff that happened before Endgame.
Maybe I
Obama stay. Sorry. There are occasionally good jokes in this show. I'm not gonna say it's a terrible show always, but it usually is. It just, I love that he becomes a guru and it's Obama stay. Sorry.
I'm just so lost. That's all I'll say. I'm so lost with all of this rhetoric about these. Yeah. I left so long ago.
The true self is
it's from Age of Ultron. Oh, the Age of Ultron. Okay, all right, that makes sense.
What the finale of the She-Hulk series is all about. The conflict with Kevin isn't about stopping Intelligentsia, the big bad organization, who themselves don't really matter either. It's about taking life back on her own terms. It's about taking control of a narrative that's spun out of control. And that's very important to be.
That's not what she did, though. Like, she didn't do any of the hard work. She literally walked out of the show and told them, "Hey, can you fix my fucking life? Please and thank you."
Yeah, she doesn't
and then
really
they
learn
did.
Anything. All this does is teach you, if you complain loud enough, you can actually get what you want.
Ugh.
Yeah, basically, that's the lesson. It's like, if you complain loud enough...
It's not like She-Hulk, reasoned with the writers.
If you complain loud enough to the robot man, he might give you a better life. How is that for a message? Huh? Very feminist. Have the robot man dictating your fate and controlling everything and basically saying, yeah, no, don't worry. We'll just undo all of the mistakes that you made for yourself. You don't get to deal with the consequences of your own fucking stupidity. No. I, the big robot man, am going to fix everything for you. And then you can't come crying to me anymore. Except we all know that's bullshit, and they're going to do that gag again at some point. Because they can.
Honestly speaking, I think what I have an issue here is that Anthony's just using an opinion here to basically say your opinion is wrong. Because that's all he's doing. He's giving his own interpretation of She-Hulk here. And you could say, oh, this is the proper, quote-unquote, interpretation of the scene in the ending. But it's like, who gets to determine that?
Refresh my memory. What was it that she was basically trying to solve at the end? Like, her reputation was ruined. Why was it ruined? I'm trying to remember.
Oh, because she had a freak out because someone released a sex tape of her, and she basically destroyed a venue because of that.
Right, yeah. So
I figured that's what was going on.
Yeah, it was actually shown in the video. Yeah.
It's like someone released a sex tape. And you know what typically and she, instead of reacting with someone please shut that off, someone get that off and stop this, I'm gonna start suing people or something like that. Instead of doing the rational and non-violent thing, she freaks the fuck out, destroys an entire venue, and only is it that she's treated as, like, it's like the sex tape gets combined with her having a massive fucking violent freak out.
And here's the thing, too. Well, two things. I think one of her friends who was there was actually saying, like, turn this off. But it's also framed as her being, whole thing just feels like really convoluted because a lot of people actually framed it in the actual show that she was a slut, I believe, as well, which makes no frickin' sense because he's obviously, shocked, and this is her being recorded during a very private moment.
Yeah, it's like, okay, great, someone had sex. That's not really... one sex does not a slut make.
And also, you have to break reality because of that?
Yeah,
That's
you
how
can't
you
just release, like, I can't believe they would release this. This was a private moment shared between me and a
And she's a lawyer. She's a lawyer. She knows that if she can find out who did this, they're going to have their...
Okay, all right. Let us not pretend like any of the writers know a damned thing about the law.
Yeah, of course. Like that one
They
thing with
did
like
something
Tatiana,
that.
like that whole thing with like the She-Hulk name trial was so freaking stupid.
Yeah, it was like they didn't understand the basic tenets of copyright and trademark law.
Like you can make a funny law show. Like look at Suits. That's a very entertaining show.
Oh
You
yeah,
could
I've
have
seen
done
2
something like
seasons
that.
of that.
I
That's
need to watch
great.
Boston Legal. That looks fun.
I will say very quickly, like, I don't think that having sex any amount of times, whether or not that makes a slut, it doesn't matter to a lot of people. They will call a woman a slut for existing in their space and being mildly sexual.
What I mean is like, okay, great, but you don't need the sex tape to do that. They could have just called her that.
No, Raymond. No, Celtic. The point is that it was actually being shown at an award show, and it was trying to denigrate her when she basically took, like, I think it was the Best Female Lawyer award.
Oh, right. Oh, God, don't remind me that you were giving me that.
And it doesn't matter how many times a woman has or has not had sex. The moment that you have an understanding that this woman has a sex life, like it's out in the open, you are automatically labeled a slut.
Yugox said, not like Bakugo's bad temper made him a villain target and gave him direct connection to blame himself over the world's icon figuratively collapsing. Yep.
Facts.
Adaman 678 says, I'm not sure y'all know this, but some people actually accuse Goku of all people to be a Mary Sue.
Yeah,
I've seen that before, and those people can go to hell.
We talked about that last time.
There are circumstances where I could see it, but largely he gets his ass kicked, and then he comes back more powerful after training. Like that's kind of his thing.
Yeah.
Or being in a healing chamber.
Yeah.
Yeah, like there are a lot of issues with Dragon Ball story overall, and I will be the first to belt out as many of them as possible. Goku being a Mary Sue is not one of them. There are issues with his character now he's treated, but not to that degree.
Now go on being a Mary Sue.
Whoa,
I'm kidding.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, that's fired.
I do not actually believe that. I just wanted to see people's reactions.
Okay, I was about to say, what the fuck are you talking?
Look, Celtic, until you can actually beat Yajirobe, I think you should keep your mouth shut on that.
Oh, you son of a bitch! Motherfucker!
Oh, damn. All right. Anyway.
I'm sorry, but I could take Yajirobe any day because my name is Krillin!
He actually took out... Remember, Yajirobe managed to be the one who defeated Vegeta, remember? He cut off his tail.
Yeah.
True, but that was only because he was hungry for it. Sorry, I have lost my delineation between canon Dragon Ball Z and the abridged version of Dragon Ball Z.
We have Celtic being having his ass kicked by Yajirobe as an art piece.
That's it. That's it. I'm putting Dragon Ball Z on the list. However, caveat, we're watching the Ocean dub.
Wait for the fish.
Okay, all right. Qualifier. We get to watch the Ocean dub, but then after that, we watch all of Dragon Ball Z abridged. Take it or leave it.
Bye.
All right, there we go.
Then after that, you gotta watch Dragon Ball GT.
No, I'm okay. I'm okay.
I watch Daima instead. It's honestly better.
We are stopping after the Cell arc. Thank you very much.
Actually, up here in Canada, we didn't actually hate GT as much because we had the Japanese opening to it, so we knew right off the bat what it was going to be about.
That was a really good opening.
Y'all were lucky then.
Yeah.
Dragon. Watch the Dragon Balls. Okay.
Become self-actualized. It's also a meta joke because it's taking control of a narrative that's spun out of control. And that's very important, to become self-actualized.
No, it's not, actually. That's... Self-actualization is an internal process. It has nothing to do with the external factors of your life. You're conflating two completely different things now.
You might as well say she achieved Kim.
I was going to say, the Boo arc was good. Sorry, I meant the Boo arc. I slipped up. My bad.
It's also a meta joke criticizing the MCU.
I will say the Boo arc is bad. I'll take that.
Oh, really?
Bullet.
Okay. I, mean, I thought it was okay, but I don't remember much of it.
I thought that half of it was good, and then half of it got really, really ridiculous.
Yeah, I was gonna say, when they entered the fucking...
I'll take that.
When they entered, like, the spaceship, and it was just, like, going down layers, and, like, it was a tournament battle without tournaments.
No, they were from a tournament, too, and they actually came back to the tournament.
The tournament was good.
Too.
I actually like the tournament.
Formulaic storytelling. Something Deadpool and Wolverine also does in the movie Deadpool and Wolverine. That movie is a celebration of both the value of the outsider, who isn't the hero, while also celebrating years of a cinematic universe. Both movies are about perception,
and I've heard critics that would say the opposite
on the films that came before and the structures therein. I want to elaborate slightly more on the finale of She-Hulk, because the entire finale happens because her public image is damaged by her taking the bait intelligentsia plans for her.
Again, what does this have to do with Jar's point?
Like, yeah, where is Jar in all this? You're making an argument against someone we haven't even heard the argument of.
I mean, did Jar make this argument? You have to show it.
Yeah. I don't, like, depending on the video, he might have actually had a counter to this exact argument. We don't know. And it's so weird. It's really, really weird. It's a huge whataboutism.
Her where she's emotionally vulnerable and her publicly losing her temper. You know, the very thing she said she and other women had to control in that first episode.
Well, here's the thing, Bruce. I'm great at controlling my anger. I do it all the time. Because if I don't, I will get called emotional or difficult or might just literally get murdered.
The bit that everyone complained about.
And then she says that she is infinitely better at controlling her anger than the guy who has had to practice controlling his anger for decades, or else he goes on a massive destruction killing spree. I understand that women can have a really tough time in society being talked down to or what have you. But it's not at all comparable to Bruce Banner, who is literally wanted in several countries for the destruction that he doesn't want to be causing. Like,
much of it because of his mental illness,
And then again,
and trauma.
Anthony, she doesn't learn to control her fucking anger at the end. Like,
yeah, she's rewarded for going on her outburst.
She just leaves the plot and tells them to fix everything. And that's how they solve the plot. She doesn't grow. She just tells people, hey, fucking fix this.
Yeah, and it would have been a really good thing, I think, based off of what I've been hearing about this show, if she maybe had this sort of superiority about her, like, deep down, because she thinks that because she's a woman has had to deal with all of these things, that means that she just knows things better than her cousin because he's a man, and then has to learn humility and to be more humble throughout it.
Yeah. That would have been nice, but that would require actual writing talent.
And that's what's interesting, because from what I know of her in the comics is that she was very, like, you know, she had kind of a similar arc to Bruce in the very beginning of the comic.
Yeah, she's a fan favorite.
Where she, like, you know, kind of struggled a little bit, but then eventually she embraced being She-Hulk. She embraced that nature of herself, and that was one of the more endearing aspects of her character, is that she wasn't at war with herself. She just is a Hulk who was naturally... And I think another interesting aspect is she's technically... Like, I don't even know if she's technically a superhero. Like, she doesn't do superhero... She's just a lawyer, right? I don't know if she does superhero things.
Both.
It's a little bit of both.
She does.
Depends on the continuity and what run you're looking at.
But I would really love it if, like, you had a superpowered character that just didn't want to be involved in the superhero shenanigans. She's like, I have all this power, but I have a life I want to live. I want to be a lawyer and do lawyer things. Like, I don't want to be in the middle of a fucking war zone. I might die.
Here's the thing. It was actually a pretty interesting concept where she became an attorney for actual superheroes. Because I remember her.
Yeah, that's
actually
a great
defending
idea.
Spider-Man.
Yes.
I want to do that. I want to write that.
Yeah,
actually.
literally, whenever the superhero community gets into any trouble, they either go any potential legal trouble. They literally either go to Daredevil or to Jennifer. Yeah.
Yeah. And that includes
They
the
can
DC
kick ass too if they
as
need
well.
to as well.
Even Batman goes to them. He crosses over continuities. It's very impressive, actually. Izanagi says, "Oh dear God, She-Hulk sounds like the worst parts of the MCU writing condensed into a black hole devoid of quality." Dude, that's just like every other MCU project at this point. It's like all of them.
Yeah, that's Phase 4.
They've just gotten so lazy with it, and I am so goddamn nervous for Daredevil Born Again. Because Daredevil seasons 1 through 3 are phenomenal. Although I've not finished 3, I need to finish 3, and it's on our list for me in Twilight. So, but like, dear God, I would take fucking Iron Fist over the shit that we're being shoveled these days, and that should tell you guys something. At least Iron Fist was like trying to be edgy, but was doing it in like an earnest way.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because they were like, oh, I don't get why she would say that. Why would she need to control her anger more? Well, that's why. That's the reason why, because one outburst is enough to ruin a person's entire persona, and, she loses her job, she's treated like a monster,
Well, actually, if you really think about it, Jen, hold on, let me talk first. I'm the one who paused.
God.
Yeah, you two need to calm down.
Yeah, like, here's the thing. If you really think about it, Jen had quite a few freakouts during this whole thing, and it wasn't until, like, the sex tape dropped that she actually had her reputation ruined. Because, remember, at the end of the first episode, she got into a fight with Tatiana.
Although that could be argued that she was saving the courtroom from a rampage.
Yeah, you could, but at the same time, then there's also when she got into another fight with Tatiana later over the She-Hulk name. And
didn't she get a fight with Tatiana in like the wedding?
I think so. I think it's a bit of a blur. I had alcohol at the time.
She got into like there was an interesting concept there in that when she went to the wedding, she went as She-Hulk, and like the bride was jealous because she was attracting all the attention, and it created like social like strain between the two of them, and like it brought out instead of making it like understandable or interesting, they just made it so the bride was kind of a bitch, I think, or was it the guy was kind of I'm trying to remember who it was. Basically, they made
someone's
more of
a bitch somewhere.
Someone made a stereotypical villain or social antagonist out of these characters instead of actually exploring a more interesting, potentially even funnier concept of friends who actually like each other and like upstaging one at their own wedding. Like there's some fun to be had there, I think, but they don't really play with that, and they don't really add that to her character. And then then Tatiana shows up, and I think She-Hulk attacks her unnecessarily. I'm not entirely sure.
My point is that there were times where Jen did things that would have ruined her reputation because she basically did this, but she doesn't get those repercussions until after the sex tape and her freaking out at the law awards,
Yeah.
Like someone keeps telling me in the comments here, like in the chat, like she catfished someone and that's never brought up.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah, because like she was getting people to come date her as She-Hulk, and then the next morning, she like goes back into her Jen form, her regular Jen persona, and the guy walks out of the bedroom fucking confused. Like there is a whole level of question about the nature of consent when it comes down to her.
I mean, you could say the guy was shallow for wanting just She-Hulk, but at the same time, she chose that.
That's his preference.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, like she definitely chose a shallow guy to have sex with, but I don't think he chose Dubcon.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
Although I do think that he was also, to be fair, and I think he was also hired by Intelligentsia to get that footage.
Oh right. Oh fucking. I mean, all the same,
Well, she didn't know that.
She didn't know that. Like, he doesn't. Sure, great. He's an asshole. Doesn't mean that she's not also an asshole. Like, they both catfished each other. They both have grounds.
Both be bad people.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate they don't treat Jen as the bad person, though.
One person does not have to be the good guy for one person to be the bad guy, and both people can be the bad guy. It's almost as if morals are more concerned with the abstract than they are about individual alliances.
I mean, think about it this way. The Hulk had to destroy a city before people started to treat him like a monster after New York. But after one small outburst after being violated publicly...
Side note, why are we on this paper graphic right here with no actual footage of anything?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I have no idea.
It feels like lazy editing right now.
Yeah, that's all I want to say.
Also, I don't think that he had to destroy a city for people to think that he was a bad person. If we're talking about the maybe if we're talking about the Hulk movies, then sure, but I'm pretty sure that people saw him first as the monster destroying a city and not just a person walking around with green skin.
Yeah.
I remember just
this isn't an Alphaba situation.
Yeah, so there's several caveats to this. For one, if you accept the premise that to some degree the original Ang Lee Hulk is canon to the MCU, which is very hotly debated, as if I understand it correctly. The Hulk first appeared on everyone's radar as a giant fucking Goliath running rampage through San Francisco and destroying tanks. He absolutely was first seen as a monster. Then after that, he was on the run. Then you have the Incredible Hulk, where the next time he popped up, it was basically running ramshod through the fucking, was it Argentina? I want to say, wherever they have that Jesus statue. I think it's Argentina, but I couldn't be entirely sure.
Brazil.
Oh, is it Brazil? Maybe I'm trying to remember. It was the favela, but like I'm pretty sure that's just a term for a layout. It was Brazil. Okay. But then after that, he arrives in New York and destroys several buildings, goes undercover again, and like a day later runs rampage fighting the Abomination. Like several times throughout all of this, he has caused massive amounts of destruction and has earned his reputation as a monster. But no one knew Bruce Banner. Meanwhile, Jen can shift back and forth between herself and She-Hulk and has never destroyed a damned thing. So it's like, people would not see her as a monster, especially because by this point, they know Asgardians exist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They know aliens exist. They know half the population disappeared and then reappeared.
Yeah, and then they forgot about that.
Context is important.
Hell yeah.
Destroy a city before people started to treat him like a monster after New York. But after one small outburst after being violated publicly, that's enough for her to be demeaned by the public. That's
because she put people at risk.
Yes. I'm sorry your sex tape got leaked. Please do not put several lives in danger as a result of it.
Yeah, plus you have to remember, you have to remember Hulk's reputation too, because if a Hulk goes insane, there's no guarantee that Jen wouldn't go the same route, you know? And people don't know that.
Crossover says she doesn't catfish anyone. There's a scene where she tells the guy a story where she transforms. Potentially, like, again, this is where it gets into a really gray area. I don't know exactly how to square that circle, because like seeing is believing is that sort of thing. I don't know if telling a story where she transforms is the same as transforming.
Yeah, I thought that was a different guy, right?
Oh yeah, that's also potential. Because there's a whole montage of her dating people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either way, I think that this would be like, yeah, I'm sorry that your sex tape got leaked, but if you're a teenager, you'd basically be like at risk of being a school shooter sort of situation type deal. Like this is kind of the level that we're dealing with almost.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far, but okay, more like a reckless driver. I think that's probably more equivalent.
I'm being a little bit of an exaggeration here.
Yeah, a bit over top vitriolic kind of.
Yeah.
I just imagine you with a big old chitty
Team
head.
Jack podcast.
You are being an exaggeration.
Yeah. I realized halfway through that sentence I was really not speaking the way that I wanted to, but I just kept going.
Whole show, but I think people missed the idea. They missed the forest for the trees here.
I wonder why.
Maybe
it's bad writing.
I know, because what you are seeing, Anthony, is you are looking squarely at just the forest right now with this entire video. And you're not even looking at the right forest. You're looking at, like, the fucking lumberyard.
Yeah.
You're not even looking at, like, the actual forest of trees.
I would say he's more looking at I would say he's looking more at a cactus farm and just seeing all the pricks.
Damn, that's
perfect. Perfect.
Like, yeah, that was perfect. Dude, and also that is factually untrue. Almost every single goddamn review of She-Hulk that I have seen have basically talked about the exact thematic direction or trajectory of Jennifer's development. Word for word, bar for bar, almost like what you said. They understand the point of the story. They disagree that it was done well. Now argue against the reasons why.
Actually, no, he has to argue if this is what Jar said.
Well,
oh my god, this is about Jar.
I was gonna say, like, we have layers here. We have layers of, okay, so first of all, you're attacking this from the perspective of attacking another creators whose statements you're not even showing. But then you're not even tackling any kind of arguments because you've not even supplied us with, like, actual arguments. You've supplied us with very gross mischaracterizations as far as we are aware. And you're not even attacking them. You're just kind of doing whataboutisms. It's like...
Well, not only that, but, like, he had also come in, like, to this... bringing up a situation that really has no business being there, like the Cine Bear situation. He didn't need to do that other than just, like, be relevant to the drama that was going on. Yeah, poisoning the well.
Apparently we got new Diderix art.
Oh,
again?
Oh,
what? Hold on.
How dare you? No, he did as you guys asked.
What? Wait.
Pretty bland. Okay, look, that's the most insulting. At the very least, I would be deliciously spicy. Thank you very much.
This is now canon. I declare it to be canon.
It's a canon.
I would be deliciously spicy. Oh. Okay,
maybe you're not toxic enough.
Crossover. Side note, typing out messages in Super Chat is really frustrating. Just pay more money. Makes it easy. There you go. Problem solved. Izanagi. Oh my god, there's an ogre of pain and misinformation. This is an ogre of pain and information? That's a choice of words.
Well, I mean, you did make the layers.
Great Bar says, I'm still fully under the point that Anthony is only really good at breaking videos down on stream. If a video, it's 50-50. Ryan Carson,
I can kind of see
you
that.
Taste like chicken. I do taste like delicious fried spicy chicken. I don't recommend it though, because I will kill you before you try.
Makes your stomach
look.
go
Yajirobe got a cheap shot in. We can all acknowledge that. All right. Yajirobe plays dirty.
Okay.
And he had an amp. Okay.
They haven't added me to Dragon Ball to the Dragon Ball games. All right. Look, once I'm in there, you'll see. You'll see how this
When
goes.
Krillin 3, the sensu beanie hit you in the head and it fell down the crevice.
That's enough for her to be demeaned by the public. That's kind of the point of the whole show. But I think people missed the idea. They missed the forest for the trees here.
That's right. When she doesn't like the lemons she's been given, she just breaks the fourth wall.
It's almost like every comment that people got mad about was actually tied in thematically with the ideas of the show or something.
So the idea is that if a problem happens and you make it worse by going on an emotional rampage and putting several people in danger, you can just step aside and beg Daddy Big Hat to fucking make everything right and make everything peachy keen and make it so you get your dick wet on a blind superhero.
Actually, here's something else. I think Anthony is also referring to like the comments that were made by the writing staff earlier on, because they said, "Oh, we wrote it this way to get people angry online." It's like, yeah, you made something.
God.
Yeah, you get.
Oh
remember
yeah,
that?
I forgot they said that. Jesus Christ.
The most cucked shit
Oh, man.
imaginable. I'm sorry, man. I do not respect any writer that actually does that. That is so fucking
No,
unnecessary.
you know what?
don't care.
I would respect a writer that did that, but then actually put the time and effort to actually put the make it make sense.
You mean put your money where your mouth is?
Like actually like, oh, we want to piss people off. Like, you know what? Going back, Kamen Rider Black Sun, that ending, it makes fucking sense. It pissed me off, but it makes fucking sense, and I applaud the balls on them. I don't think it's the right course of action or the right moral messaging, but you know what? I can't say it's necessarily wrong in the universe.
Yeah.
Oh, great bar. Oh, actually, on She-Hulk topics, what do you think of that dumb rumor of She-Hulk actor suing Ryan Reynolds, which started because of a Lego show? I have not heard a lick of that.
I have not heard of that.
Heard anything about that.
I know that she did not exactly have some kind words after her show failed. I know that she didn't exactly have kind words for the fandom.
Ooh, well, tough shit, lady.
Yeah, it sucks to suck. I'm sorry. Okay. Of course, people on the internet are going to go fucking crazy with their criticisms a lot of the times, and that's almost never a good thing. But at the end of the day, you're in control of your own actions. Stop feeding into the fucking lolcow feedback loop. You're a fucking professional. Get over it. Please.
Mm-hmm.
Or the core conflict of everything. That would be crazy, right? The entire finale isn't about punching a bad guy. It's about reclaiming her identity and claiming ownership of a narrative that's spun out of her control.
Well, can we not do Todd gets Hulk powers? Like, the powers aren't the villain. He is. And Bruce, woo.
Oh my god, that was so fucking stupid.
Wait a minute. Hold on. The powers aren't the villain. But you spent most of the show basically saying you don't want these powers.
I don't fucking... Again, she is not actually taking responsibility for the fucking situation. She is just running to some guy to fix it for her.
You can actually say that's kind of sexist too, because she can't really do anything on her own. She has to go to a guy to do
that's
this.
That's why I made the joke earlier, is that she's running to Daddy Big Robot. She's running to Kevin Feige to fix it.
She's running to Daddy Disney.
Adam
Give her an allowance.
Says, hey, I gotta ask, do you guys think OG Team Ruby got very close to being Mary Sue's? What do you mean OG Team Ruby?
I think they're referring to like seasons 1 and 3, 1 through 3.
Not really?
No.
Not really, no. The only time that I would maybe argue that they hit like certain levels of Sue,
Volume 8?
like in terms of Volume 8 and maybe parts of 7. That's as bad as it really gets in that. But
yeah, it's this is so just I don't know. It is disgusting. This is, you know what? This is the whole like thing that was the learning thing that Peter had to go through in No Way Home. He tried to solve his power by going to a more powerful person, asking a favor and saying, hey, can you rewrite the world so no one remembers who my secret identity is? And then he ends up fucking it up. It ends up ruining his life, and at the end of the movie, he has to ruin his entire existence in order to solve the problem. He has to make an extreme sacrifice, and he learns his lesson that he maybe should have just lived with the consequences of his actions, because he learns almost immediately, oh yeah, no, if I just sit down and talk with these people, I might be able to get shit back on track. Like, Meanwhile, Jen is out here, and the climax is her literally going to a higher power to solve a problem for her.
This is what I said. This is what I said about the double standards earlier, and about how writers treat female characters differently than male characters, despite the fact that they're put into the same scenarios.
Also
of course, because in... Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, he also technically did that with Mysterio in Far From Home. That's more him running from the responsibility as opposed to him trying to solve a problem, if that makes any sense.
But it's similar. Very similar in like spirit, right?
Yeah.
It's shown as like an actual point of development for him.
Yeah, within the 3 films, there's actually it's the same lesson of strength, power and responsibility, but in different lenses the entire time.
Yeah. So it's consistent. And going back to that, what was it? The double standard you mentioned, Twilight.
Yeah.
Of course, from their perspective, it has to be that way because they're operating under the slippery slope fallacy. That if there's even a 1% chance that the fucking Roe v. Wade can be revoked because we have a female character suffer in our Marvel movie, we must take it as an absolute certainty.
What?
Oh.
What?
I was trying to do a Batfleck joke. Basically, I was saying that the rationale is if they show any kind of weakness in their female characters and the stories that they are writing, they are afraid that will harm their bottom line, and showing weakness is something that is negative regardless of context, when that's just stupid. That doesn't make any sense.
Remember
People
that
want
beloved
conflict.
character, Princess Leia, who, in the first time that we
You
saw
know?
her, got captured and tortured and put on a strong face, but then ultimately caved and gave in to the demands of the Empire, and definitely resulted in the destruction of her planet, which was going to happen anyway, and then almost destroyed the entire rebellion as a result of her having to cave in to save it.
Dude,
I'm sorry, that was a
Sarah
complicated
Connor chick?
situation, and she was a very compelling... Sarah Connor, who basically ruined her fucking life and got committed to a psych ward. Yeah.
Then there were a lot of recent examples, like Vi. We went over Vi from Arcane. We talking about 2B from Nier Automata.
Jinx, whose entire character is being fucking made of glass emotionally.
Oh, you mean the most popular character in that show? Yeah.
I think it is good to show more recent examples than from 40, 50 years ago, because a lot of those characters are getting to be a little bit of an easy target.
Yeah,
sure. As much so. Yeah. And it sort of lends to this idea that there's no such thing as a well-written female character anymore. The only female characters that were good were the 5 that existed in the 80s.
Well, I was going to say,
when that's not really true.
I'll bring out a couple of examples. A lot of the cast from the She-Ra show, I actually quite like a lot of them. They're very complicated characters at times, and they all have very significant flaws that end up driving them in the hot water all the time. Some of them are impulsive, some of them are hard-headed.
All of the female characters in Invincible, especially Debbie and Adam Eve, those characters are great. They go through a whole lot of shit, but it's so understandable and relatable. Well, except for Amber, for obvious reasons. I made a whole video about that, but let's not focus on that. All the other ones except her.
Starbuck from Battlestar Galactica. She was phenomenal. Loved her. Oh God, I could go on about the frickin' DS9 crew. Dax. Both versions of it, though, one was obviously weaker. Kira. Fucking Kira, man. Oh. Alright, so let's see. Great Bar says, also, I'm not sure why I keep saying that She-Hulk is in the wrong for having sex tape made on her without her knowledge and being reasonable. No. It is reasonable to be mad about having a sex tape made of you without your consent. It is fully reasonable to be mad about that and want to take action against it. It is not reasonable, however, to, in a fit of rage, run up to a bank, an entire wall of TVs, rip it out of the wall, and potentially collapse a ceiling on an entire room of people. That's the issue that we have. That was not a moral action. That is not that is not excusable because you're angry someone leaked your sex tape. Like, you can't just do that. I'm sorry. I don't care how upsetting the news is. I don't care if you learned your mother just died. You don't get a right to punch me in the fucking face, all right? Especially if you do it with holding a knife.
Yep.
Yugox, remember, men never struggle with showing weakness. Yeah, no, we never do. Ever. Not.
Oh, yeah, totally never.
Twy, have you ever known me to show weakness? Have you ever known me to struggle with emotions on any level whatsoever and confide in people for help?
No, never. Not a single day.
Dude,
I hope that my severe sarcasm can reach you guys.
He is just a bastion of impenetrable manliness, stoicism incarnate.
Well, I mean, that first part is true. It's masculine. It's masculine to understand your emotions and be vulnerable when it's appropriate. You're allowed to confide in people. Like, that's the thing that we really need to push. Like the positivity of masculinity is, in times of crisis, you step up and you try to help the people around you. That's basically the most masculine thing you can do. And then, in times of peace, you are allowed to confide in the people you care about. That's kind of like, if you want to talk about the dynamic of masculinity, femininity, that's the realm. It's kind of strange. It's like masculinity, men rule in times of crisis, women rule in times of peace. I think that's like, if you really, I would probably have to do more research into that, but I find that to be an interesting concept.
Yeah.
All right, well, back into this.
Swooping down from literal outer space to save the day in my story.
Well, let's take a look at this. There is
True slugma male. What the fuck? Oh. Guys, hello.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
No
I'm
one
just,
laughed
like,
at slugma male, so I just assume maybe I'm just easy to please.
Sorry, I didn't hear you because I think you cut out for like the second
Oh,
half.
okay. Yeah, I said
male.
I was laughing at true slugma male, and I thought that was
that's what
hilarious.
happened.
Slugma male.
Yeah.
There's a character who isn't overpowered by the rules of her universe. Doesn't resolve.
Wait.
Bruce swooping down from literal outer space to save the day in my story.
Well, let's take a look at this. There is a character who isn't overpowered by the rules of her universe. Doesn't resolve all the conflicts with her powers, and in fact, her powers create more problems. And certainly is not liked by everyone, considering how public image is the key conflict that she faces in the show.
She's not powerful by... No! She is! She literally gets the direct line to talk to God!
Not to mention she turns everyone into liking her at the end, remember?
Yes!
And everyone who doesn't like her is actually thrown to jail.
It is... I don't know, Anthony, where you were... This is the weirdest fucking direction you could have taken this.
Cool.
He's about to bring up... Oh, God. All right.
So how is She-Hulk remotely a Mary Sue? And I can apply this same discussion
Basically
to
had to
many
break the
characters
back
who
of the
critics
entire
call
show
Mary
to
Sues.
prove
And
that
I
she
will
wasn't.
right now.
We have Wendy from Peter Pan and Wendy, or just Wendy as I like to call it. But someone
Okay, I am not familiar at all with this film. Anyone here?
Yeah, I have not watched
Nope.
this bullshit.
Nope.
I refuse to watch it.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, so we're blind on this part, so we're just gonna have to figure out where Anthony might be misleading us.
Well, let's actually hear what Jar has to say first, and
Yeah.
then we can actually see that.
Same discussion to many characters who critics call Mary Sues. And I will right now.
We have Wendy from Peter Pan and Wendy,
critics
or
accuse
just
using just
Wendy
a
as I like
robot.
to call it. But someone at the writing department who probably spends more time on fanfiction.net than doing their actual job said to themselves, I can fix her by making her into a badass sword fighter and have her say the line, this power belongs to no boy. She breaks a mirror as she sword fights with her parents ask her about it. Finally,
Is someone jumping?
No.
No, not me.
I was getting skips. 1 minute.
power belongs to no boy! She breaks a mirror as she sword fights with her brothers, then shifts the blame onto them when her parents ask her about it. Finally, I just got done reviewing all of the Witcher Blood Origins. It's the worst thing I have ever reviewed yet. Our main character, the Lark, is a badass woman who will save the Waldo. Her and the other guy get locked up, but she's too cool for the rules and Locke picks her way out.
So wait.
Okay, so we're just seeing like the beginning of those sections of his whatever videos he's talking about. What are his actual arguments?
I'm sorry, I was so wrapped up. Was she trying to lockpick with a fucking tree branch? as someone who actually is dabbled in lockpicking now. No! No! How? No! What? You can't! Not with, especially because you don't have a turner. You need a finagler and a turner. You can't just well. Yugok says, point was this had been an issue in writing men in the past, not expressing vulnerability. Why is it done with women now? Can't we learn from the past? No, exactly. They are now, because they're writing men and applying women over top. They are not writing strong women. And then they basically just take a man and put a veneer of woman over top, and it's just obnoxious. Mark Liu, is there a gray area where a character is close to being a Mary Sue? If so, what characters would you say fit the description and reason they are not a Mary Sue? We talked about it in last stream or 2 streams ago. It's a spectrum. Mary Sue is a spectrum. It's not like a cold hard fact thing.
But it's going to be dependent on. It's going to be dependent on people too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very
also,
on people.
I do love that Jar kind of undermined his own point, and Anthony did actually catch that for the parts that he put in the video, where he calls Wendy a Mary Sue and yet talked about the character flaws that she has, namely that she puts blame on other people.
Right.
I think, though, the point is that Jar was trying to say that she was able to get out of trouble even though she caused it. You can say that is a character flaw, but I can also see where that's coming from.
Yeah.
Again, if it were integrated into the story, like she needed to take responsibility for her own actions, that could be a legitimate character trait that needed to be explored. But
no one here watched the film, so
no one here knows if she ultimately needs to take responsibility.
I have no idea. But given that it's modern Disney, I don't trust that they did it well. If they did, then I'll gladly take it back. Hooray, the one good Disney film. Congratulations.
Ryan Carson asked, are you going to tell us the context behind your lock picking? There's a lot of things that need opening.
That's all you need to know. I do have a question, though.
So,
are we supposed to have supplemental material by watching Anthony's streams now?
Oh, man.
I hope not.
Because he's literally showing he's literally showing a clip from his stream, and Twilight did bring that up here too.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, I fucking hate supplemental material. I don't want to do it for a fucking video.
Yeah, we don't want to do homework for a YouTube video.
I'm sorry, the way you said that, I just remember it's like, I fucking hate Trump.
No!
The Quentin quote. Oh, you can't open a lock by just slapping it. It depends on the lock. Anyway, you were gonna say it's why I didn't mean to keep interrupting you there.
Well, it's the kind of the same thing with the Shad video from last week. Like the stream within a stream within a stream within a video.
Inception?
Yeah, it really got that bad. Like it was all like Shad was responding to Jack Saint's video, responding to his review, and then like Ant and Sai reviewing it on stream, and then him reacting to their
wait,
this sounds like a freaking headache.
Oh my god,
yeah.
It was amazing.
It was.
And the fact that we contributed to it by the end, where people were watching them through us, was one of the most weirdly satisfying things ever.
I'm so glad I skipped last week.
No, you honestly, it was some of the most fun rage I have ever had. like Shad walking himself into a self-defeating argument and seeing it coming a mile away was one of the most like weirdly cathartic things I have ever experienced as a critic.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, 100%.
She gets locked up and lockpicks her way out, which is a thing that just about every single fantasy and protagonist has done.
No, Ant, no. We have an archetype for that kind of character. It's called the rogue or the thief. It is a specific archetype of character. It's not just anyone. If the story didn't support that at the beginning or didn't establish it right then and there as the beginning of the character's existence, you can't just say that.
Wait, weren't we talking about the Wendy part? Why are we talking about this now? I mean, what was the point of having Jar's Wendy point?
I don't know! And she was doing it with a bone! That's not how locks work! I don't really believe in archetypes as a rule. No, archetype is is descriptive. It's not prescriptive. You don't say. There's actually an issue I have with the world of Pathfinder and like the world of D&D, where the classes are actually things that exist in the world. Like, yes, I'm a fighter. Yes, I'm a rogue. Yes, I'm a warlock. It's like, no. You I don't walk up to someone and call myself I'm a rogue. Even though, or I'm a bard, like or a thief or whatever.
I'm an assassin.
Like I don't just call myself that. No, I'm a writer. My profession is my job. That's how I describe myself. But I have other skill sets that would probably fit an archetype of some sort. Like,
bards could probably fit that right there.
Yeah, I was gonna say like I'm closer to a bard, but at the same time, like you can't just say this person is a rogue, and then, of course, they know how to lockpick. Do you know what's actually great? Spoonie has an entire story about I'm not that kind of thief. A character was playing, one of the people at his table was playing a thief. It was an orc. And everyone kept, or I can't remember no matter what the situation was, we need to sneak in here. And they just go, I'm not that kind of thief. We need to unlock this door. And he just goes, I'm not that kind of thief. And like it became a running joke in the campaign. They kept asking the thief to do thiefy things. And he keeps telling them, I'm not that kind of thief. And they never found out what kind of thief he was. Because none of his skills were ever applicable to the traditional thief repertoire.
He's probably a mugger.
Well, no, that was a different one actually. It's like, I'm a Spoonie himself played it. It was a big old fucking like half orc, and it's like, what kind of thief are you? What's your stealth score is nothing. It's like, you got any money on you? Yeah, I club you over the head and I steal your wallet. I am that like, that he proved that point. But I think the joke, ultimately he found out that he was like a tax evader or something like that. But it's like, you can't just say this character is a thief and they have that skill set. No, they need to demonstrate the skill set at cause. And if they've already been a long established character, you can't just say that like they have this power from nowhere. It needs an explanation and it needs a reasoning and like why we didn't know beforehand. Like it can go into a whole bunch of things, but it's like, you can't just say, fantasy characters know how to pick locks. That's not how that works.
We don't know anything about this specific character. I have no idea if the story did, substantiate her being this capable or not.
Yeah. Also, people don't like this show, as I understand it. So, like, it's not even
maybe there's something to it.
I was gonna
say, show is this?
It's like the Witcher TV, like the Witcher spin-off series.
Oh.
So again, I need to ask, why the frick did he put the Wendy in clip if he's not going to address that?
I don't know what you're going for here, Ant.
You know what I find really amazing is that people kept telling me, "Oh, this is such an amazing video. This is such an amazing video." And I'm not trying to be mad at Ant, but it's like at all of these things, it's like, what kind of frickin' video are you watching? Are we watching the same thing?
Lockpicking. That apparently is too extreme for this.
Jill, here's a lockpick. It might be handy if you, the master of unlocking, take it with you.
No.
Anthony.
No.
All right,
No.
so depending which
no.
continuity you go with, Jill was either A, Special Forces in the canon continuity, or in the novels, her father was a fucking cat burglar that trained her in cat burglaring, got arrested, and that's when she decided to turn her life around and go into law enforcement and put those skills to good use.
This is not the same thing, Anthony. You can't do that.
You can't. It is not equivalent. Also, she was using a bone without a fucking tumbler. I as someone who understands even a little bit about lockpicking now, it's infuriating.
It can go on forever.
Oh, check the Discord, Deaderex. All right. What is it now, buddy?
Oh.
Slugma male energy. Oh God, that's beautiful. Oh,
Wonderful.
That's so beautiful. Oh, bask in it, everyone. All right. Don't draw fucking Jill Valentine into this, man. You're not gonna win that fight.
Oh yeah, nope.
I could go
who's a
on
hardcore
forever
Resident Evil
and
fan in
just
here.
go through each.
Oh, are we both hardcore Resident Evil fans here?
Oh yeah, dude, I fucking raged when I saw Nemesis' new design in Resident Evil 3 remake. It's so fucking bad.
Oh no! Oh, we're going to be extremes here because I actually really like the redesign.
Oh, dare you!
Okay,
You like that freaking nose?
I like it because it's like the fucking body horror I come to Resident Evil for.
It's trash bags! It's freaking trash bags over his body!
Have you ever seen medical procedures before when it comes down to bioengineering?
The previous game where they freaking had Mr. X in the suit? Why didn't they keep that up with Nemesis? Who was freaking the point?
There are way bigger fish with the Resident Evil 3 remake to cook than the fucking design, which I think is far more subjective. Honestly, I would be much rather angrier talking about the game design.
Let me ask you this then, and I'll drop it. Is it better than the original?
No, I think they're both different beasts.
Yeah, one's lame and the other one's cool.
Okay, son.
Twilight, look at these nerds.
You're not really, that pettiness, not really slugma male energy, man.
I'm not the slugma. If anything, I'm a fish shark. I'm a cool Pokemon.
Please, you're barely a Sharpedo.
That's a cool Pokemon. It's fucking related to Garchomp.
Sharpedo? No, it isn't.
Yeah. No, there's actually a theory that it was.
Oh, a theory?
Yeah, because there's a shark dragon. You got a shark.
Would you
Pokemon
say it's a game theory?
I swear to God.
Moving on! You walked right into that one. All right.
Wrong. For the most part. They might hit a real Mary Sue once or twice. I think the bigger problem...
Wait.
Yeah, how about we talk about that,
What is a real Mary Sue? You haven't qualified that.
We're 37 minutes into a video, and we have not seen a fucking Mary Sue yet. It's like the freaking Loch Ness Monster. Does it exist or doesn't it?
The bigger issue is the bigger issue is that he spent over half an hour trying to prove that there isn't actually a Mary Sue, and he just says, "Oh, sometimes there's actually a Mary Sue," and it's like, what the frick was the point of the last 30 minutes of my life? Well, that's actually more than 30 minutes, but you know what I mean.
And I do know for a fact that he does think that there are characters out there who can be considered Mary Sues under his criteria, because I mentioned to him both last stream and in the chat that we had afterwards the next day, Isla Crown from Lightlark, he considers her a Mary Sue. So... And I said, why didn't you mention that in the video?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to be a little bit rude here to Guadamanana here. This feels very, very dishonest because if you yourself believe that there are actual Mary Sues out there, and you don't actually dive into that, this makes it come off as extremely biased and makes me not want to take anything you say at face value.
Yeah.
I'm Cobra Commander.
Like, to give a bit of an olive branch, I don't think in the video he's trying to say that there isn't a Mary Sue. What he's trying to do is set up a narrative, right? Like a sort of timeline. This is what the Mary Sue is. This is like how the definition has changed.
I was gonna
These are
say,
examples of
he
characters that
hasn't-
aren't Mary Sues. This is how bad critics can be when talking about the Mary Sue. The problem is he's taking way too long to show what an actual one looks like, so we can use that as a reference for the rest of the video.
Say, like, legitimately, a lot of these problems get solved by just give example of a Mary Sue, describe the characteristics that make them a Mary Sue. Then, throughout the video, if you want to defend some characters as not being Mary Sues, you give examples of them, the contrast. You provide a contrast for people to latch onto. X is not Y because it does not have the extra line coming out of the bottom.
Yeah, like, going back to my own video on the Mary Sues, or, what I was talking about, I brought up Jotaro Kujo. I brought up Jotaro Kujo a long time ago, and a lot of people would consider him a Gary Stu mainly because he doesn't have actual, personality. He's stoic. And I feel like that's kind of a dumb thing to say. And it's like,
yes,
because there's a difference between being a Mary Sue and having stoicism. Not to mention, Jotaro does have his moments, like just look at him laughing in the sun episode,
Yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of attributes to him that at least make him a bit more interesting. You can call him a bland character, or that the plot can favor him a bit too much at times. But overall, he still struggles. He loses, like, gallons of blood every single fight he's in.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I want to say very quickly, I made a mistake. It wasn't Isla Crown that we discussed. It was Violet Sorengale from Fourth Wing. That is who we discussed.
I see.
Okay.
So my apologies on that mistake there.
Okay, you guys carry on. I'm going to
no
back.
misinformation. But like, yeah. And we hell in my Mary Sue video. All right, we're just shilling videos right now.
Yeah,
I mentioned that Jar said that Superman is one of the more, I guess, positive examples of Mary Sue characters, and I literally say he needs to get a software checked before he turns Maverick. In retrospect, I guess he failed that assignment. But in relation to that specific attribute, well, as I said in that video, none of Clark's abilities, or the narrative doesn't unreasonably favor him, and none of Clark's abilities allow him to be like it doesn't completely solve his problems. He still needs to use his head and reason with people, or use his abilities in a intelligent way to solve his issues.
Right.
So even if, necessarily he doesn't necessarily struggle with things externally, there's a lot of internal stuff he has to struggle with. And that's what makes him such a great and interesting superhero, even to this day. And that's why a lot of people are changing their minds about him as a superhero, to the point where fucking the DCEU are, course correcting and bringing that style of Superman back, because that's what's actually fucking good.
And it's such a shame too, that for a lot of people who got into the DCEU and stuff like that, because they're much younger, or they hadn't really gotten into it until the movies and stuff, they wouldn't have been able to see Superman like that until now.
Yeah, exactly. They unlike us, they didn't really grow up with things like, Superman the animated series, or Justice League and Justice League Unlimited. They didn't grow up with
I love Justice League Unlimited.
superheroes. Dude, I'm rewatching that right now. It holds up
Ooh.
so fucking
If
well.
I had one complaint with
Yes.
Justice League Unlimited, it's that they freaking
Sure.
ended Batman Beyond in it.
Mm.
Yeah, that was kind of a weird decision.
That was a dick move.
Yeah. That was a really strange decision for them, but I can kind of understand.
I feel like there's just a lot of unspoken office politics that went into that decision.
Yeah.
Probably.
Batman Beyond was beyond its age, and it sucks that they really, really treated it badly.
Yep.
Yeah.
God, I still love that opening thing.
The show still is great. The show in general still is like a fucking banger. I'm pretty sure you can watch it on YouTube now, right?
Yeah, pretty much like the Spectacular Spider-Man too.
Oh,
Which is why we keep calling
y'all
these
should watch
characters
those
who are, I think,
shows.
very obviously all female, Mary Sue's. Like, why do we keep saying this? It's because we recognize a Mary Sue and we go, oh, there's a Mary Sue. But we see that pattern recognition in our brains, I guess, and just act? Or what's the pattern that we're noticing? Why are we calling all these characters Mary Sue's when so many of them clearly aren't? Based on my scientific observation, I've determined that these are the traits that many online critics seem to conflate with Mary Sueism. Power of any kind
You
that
say
is
many, and you
unearned
mentioned
qualifies as being a Mary Sue trait, apparently. The traits that many online critics seem to conflate with Mary Sueism. Power of any kind that is unearned
I love weasel
qualifies
words.
as being a Mary Sue trait, apparently. But what does unearned mean?
Anyways, because of her play fighting with her brothers, she's able to take up martial arts and become a competent fighter. Lol, I'm just messing with you. She doesn't do any formal training. But those play fights with her siblings somehow give her the skills to take on battle-hardened pirates that are 2 times bigger than her.
Well, I guess they want a shonen training montage with every single character to have them start at level 1 before rising up the ranks, and that works for some characters, certainly. I mean, I don't think Iron Man would make sense if Iron Man just started off with the Iron Man suit. We have to see him build it, have to see him advance technology.
No. Okay, first of all, you can watch Iron Man 2 without having seen Iron Man 1. Like, not usually recommended, but you can, and they establish very quickly everything that happened prior, and it just says all this stuff happened well before this movie starts, and it's not the main focus. We're going to focus on something else.
In fact, we don't even need to use the movies as an example. We can just look at Avengers: Earth's Mightiest Heroes. There was no Iron Man origin story in that show. We established Tony as Iron Man.
Yeah, you establish the character, and then once you have an establishment of the character. So in this example, we establish that Wendy is a child who plays sword fighting with her younger brothers, and so her skills are on par with someone who sword play fights with her younger brothers. And then she's getting into fights untrained against adult men twice her size who have actually gone through life or death battles. I can understand the complaint if that is the situation.
And don't forget, they're pirates too, so they fight underhandedly as well.
Yeah, they fight underhandedly, so it's like not even fair fights.
Yes.
It's not like, formal
it would
fencing.
be one thing if, like, the whole thing is that, but Wendy is, like, childishly clever, and that's what gets her through these encounters with these pirates. So sort of like how the
she
original
needs to pull some Jack
movie
Sparrow
did.
shit.
Actually, you know what would be a good idea? Actually, you know what would be a fun idea to actually make that work? Have her actually, have like a sparring match, like fencing, like show that she has some training, but like she's not allowed to be like actual training. But
that would be great. She's held back
from
being like fully formally trained, and she's like practicing. Although you got to be careful with that, because that also happened in Shang-Chi, where his sister wasn't allowed to train in their secret arts, but she watched from the shadows as he was trained, and then mimicked his training in her own free time somehow without being caught. And then she wound up being infinitely better at it than he is.
Like, you don't even have to do that. You can have like Peter Pan just like teach her like a few tricks too,
Yeah, there's always
that too.
I will say though that there are videos out there that is all about HEMA and sword fighting, or just weapon fighting in general, where they talk about the nuances of these kinds of battles. Battles that you see a lot in film, and how while they are exaggerated for entertainment purposes instead of being realistic, there is still an element of realism to them where size and skill don't necessarily matter at all times when it comes to such things as sword fighting. A smaller or a more inexperienced sword fighter can still hold their own or triumph over a much larger or more skilled opponent for various reasons.
I mean, yeah, totally. But also you have to remember, like in the clips we saw, Wendy was fighting at least 2 guys at the same time.
Yeah, it's like it's the stack. It's the full stack of okay. So, if as far as we've been informed, she is not formally trained. She's fighted. As someone who fought a lot with sword fighting as a kid, I'm not going to go into a full fight like even against Shad. I'm not. I don't think I'd stand up to that. So. Not only are they twice her size, twice her age, it's definitely infinitely more experienced and trained than her, and there's multiple of them fighting her at a given time. I don't care if you fly. You're not.
Like
if you try and get out of range,
fly, jump good.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm saying that there is still a bit of wiggle room there.
But you know, totally. It's my job as the man to discredit your opinion and put you down, as I am told is my role in society by all the feminists. So you know,
like I get what you're saying, Twilight, because I actually have an example from Power Rangers. Because
good.
I know because if you remember Bulk and Skull, basically in the Zeo time, they actually did have to fight. They actually did have to fight, but they weren't actual fighters. But they used their like bumbling nature. They used the environment.
Oh my god!
Yes,
that was a great.
And was an amazing episode.
That was an amazing episode.
And it's like they've actually had to deal with a lot of monsters throughout the years before then, so they know what to deal with. They've actually had to deal with putties too.
Well, that's part of it. Is that like. They win by accident, and that's the joke. Like that's the whole like the whole scenario isn't that they're actually really well trained. It's that they're bumbling idiots, and quite literally they have like an aura of stupidity that follows them.
You can also make the argument that the cogs were also, actually programmed.
You're making the Linkara argument.
I know.
I'm sitting here. I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah, I used to watch Linkara a lot. Okay, I used to.
No, that's fine. I've had that. I find it really hilarious because I know we got to get back to it. Why don't remind me. But like for a different podcast, we've actually been slowly, I emphasize slowly, going through the Power Rangers series, and we watched a lot of the Turbo and Zeo episode. Well, the Zeo episodes that you're talking about, and what I notice is like a lot of similar arguments come out of some of our co-hosts from time to time that are also Linkara, and I'm like, I have not watched those Linkara reviews in years, specifically so that I will not be tainted by his opinions on a given series. I only watch it after we've done the recording.
The Lightbringer.
If it makes you feel better, I actually really freaking disagree with Linkara about the latest Power Ranger series.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I really freaking hated the last season of Power Rangers, especially when they basically talk no jutsu Lord Zed into defeat.
Oh.
What?
What? I need to refresh myself on that, but I don't doubt you. He's had some interesting takes and some bad takes before, so it's like he's been all over the place.
Yeah,
he actually likes those suits from that series, from that season.
Oh, is that the finale season, the very last one? Okay.
Yep.
All right, I know nothing about that. Did he release a history of Power Rangers on that already?
Yeah, he did. He did it last year.
What? How did I miss that?
I don't know, man.
I need to watch him.
Yeah, I mean, I occasionally check in on him. I guess I gotta double check that. Maybe he got taken down or something. I don't know. Let's see.
Probably. That's usually what happens to his videos anyway with Power Rangers.
But yeah, no.
Also, Robbie is right. It has been like a year since the last time that we did a podcast on it. We have.
What, are you having a stroke over there or something?
He's trying to show me.
I'm channeling the slugma energy. I'm just going to use that from now on as my excuse for everything.
So for context, MangaKamen, I have another podcast with Robbie Hughes in the chat there, and we have had Raymond on as a guest as we go through Power Rangers, and I watch Power Rangers with Raymond. And Raymond has gone on very long hiatuses when he's made videos, and we have been, trying to accommodate him on that, but then he kind of forgets. And, it can be up to 6 months to a year, because every time that he finishes a project, he makes 2 more projects, and then we have to wait longer, and I always poke him occasionally, like, hey, we have to go back to Power Rangers, we have to do the other podcast.
Listen, Twilight, it's part of the slugma male grind
exactly.
set, okay?
Kaiser gets it. Kaiser and I, slugma bros.
Slugma man.
So we have some super chats.
Dude,
here.
I wish I had that on my soundboard. Fuck.
Yugok says, yes, the many critics of One Jar. Okay, Ant. Yes.
Yeah, for real.
Ed Stavinsky says, I think the early 2000s Peter Pan movie is the best version. I think Hook is the best Peter Pan movie.
Hook, I was about to say, Hook is
the
great.
best. The 2000s Peter Pan movie is like a close second. Like I still remember having some issues with it, but I still remember liking it. I haven't watched it since it first came out, though.
Sky Slasher
I
says,
have not watched the most recent one, though.
Sorry. I'm just trying to get through these. Sky Slasher, a montage would be nice and short. Yeah. Okay, well, Sora Heart's next. Power Rangers Mystic Force has the best intro. Just, no! Unless you are talking about the Ron Wasserman version, in which case that's a bop.
But I'd say both are pretty good, but like it's far from the best. Nowhere near.
Sky Slasher Samurai is Good's show. That is all. Okay, now you're just fucking with us.
I do love Samurai.
Well,
I do like it. I wouldn't say
it's the closest to a Sentai because they just basically translated the story poorly.
Oh, I see.
Okay, I don't hold a Sentai as automatically good. All right. Well, anyway.
Spider-Man, though, he's just given power. He gets bitten by a spider. He goes from like a weakling to a really strong, one of the strongest heroes right there. That's not really earned, that's given. The mutants, they're all born with their powers. That's given to them. Not really.
Okay.
Yeah, and they get fucking racially discriminated against.
Spider-Man gets, Spider-Man misuses his power. As a result of that, his uncle ends up dying, and he learns a valuable lesson about great power means great responsibility. Like that, you need that. Like,
yes,
that is him earning his power. Like the entire idea of unearned power, unchecked, leads to immoral action. Yes, that's the whole point of Spider-Man's. He could literally kill half his rogues gallery with a flick of his hand if he wanted to. He chooses not to.
Yes.
Like
yeah, and like all of his personal problems that happen as a result of him being a freaking superhero, it's not a one and done thing. They haunt him and affect him for the rest of his life, to the point where it's a freaking gag at this point in Marvel Comics that people are fucking tired of them constantly making him miserable. These are not comparable.
All the while making almost all the other heroes in Marvel actually get through good life.
Yeah.
I like how some people in the chat are having a childhood argument. No. Yes, times infinity.
Earned. Controlling and honing their powers, yes, that is earned. But they don't have to train to get power.
Wait, no, you just said controlling and honing their powers and learning to use them responsibly is earned. So yes, Spider-Man qualifies. Anthony!
I mean, not to mention, Spider-Man had to make his own web shooters, too. He actually had to work for those.
Yeah, he built those. He had to learn how to make that function.
And don't forget about the symbiote. He actually had to do trial and error with that thing before he found out sound could hurt it.
Quick, nobody mentioned Paul. You're going to give... Look, if Zero to Hero were here, you'd be giving him an aneurysm.
Oh my god.
powerful. And Rey uses
Don't
Force
talk
abilities because she's
about Paul.
born Force sensitive. She's born as a dyad in the Force. Her powers are granted to her by the essence of the universe.
So,
Okay, oh god, where to begin?
Sky Slasher just says Paul.
With fuck off.
You see, what I like is I like to imagine you're talking about the biblical Paul, and I find it even more hilarious.
I'm thinking of the Pokemon Paul, actually. You know.
You know what? Keep it that way, guys. You
Yeah.
don't know. But with
It's like he was the
Rey-
worst. Paul was the worst. He actually like released one of his Pokemon. Fuck him.
I love how the likes are just
Paul.
basically.
No,
like,
Ryan.
I love how Sky Slasher's like likes on that comment are going up and down and freaking out.
So it's hard to really say she's worked for her powers any more than Anakin did when he was born with the Force. Well, okay, but there is one
he
example.
had to train. He had to train.
He had to train.
He was too old to become a Jedi, and he actually got in.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
they had to force him into the system. Like we went over this, but the passive nature of like, all right, he has heightened reflexes, which is the only thing it's ever get used for, and maybe like some weird sensations. Like even that was called Mary Sue-ish at the time. But
Yes.
even giving that, it is nowhere near along the lines of using the Jedi mind trick on your first fucking go without even knowing what the fuck it is. She just
Yeah, it
knows how to
contradicts-
use what is potentially like mind control. She just knows how to do it. What the fuck?
Yeah, it contradicts established rules without establishing why it broke them in the first place.
Well, then
The dyad bullshit came in the second movie.
Third movie.
You know what would have been a better like idea for actually an argument for Anakin though? Now this is pod racing.
I mean,
And then he just
Raymond,
goes into
of course she
space
knows
and
how to
magically
do that. She
destroys it.
downloaded it from Kylo. I feel so bad for the authors of those fucking books. That's apparently the canon explanation from the novels.
Well,
Yeah.
let's not go too heavily into just Star Wars ranting
right.
and moving again.
Well, to be fair, it's not giving us much to work with, Twi.
I know, but like we say the same thing every single time she's brought up.
I'm trying not to.
The Jedi mind control trick, where she tells a guard to loosen her binds without any training to know how to do that. She's basing it probably off of legends she heard,
Probably.
stories she's heard. Okay, that's unearned.
Wait a minute.
She probably knew. No, this is the same chick who doesn't even know what a freaking doesn't even remember who Luke Skywalker looks like.
Hold on, Anthony, that's a friggin' headcanon. You can't do that. She heard rumors. She heard rumors this happened.
Like,
that's a freaking headcanon.
There is interpretation, and then there is just straight up inventing shit. And look,
yeah,
we're in the middle of Arcane right now. We'll get back to it eventually. But like that's one of the big problems of season 2 is like a lot of shit goes by and you have to presume a lot happened in between. That's a problem with season 2, and it's unfortunate, but it's still a critical flaw and it needs to be addressed.
Yeah,
it's fucking bullshit. She might have known. Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh.
I'll grant you that. It's also one scene.
Wait.
To know how to do that. She's basing it probably off of legends she heard or stories she's heard. Okay, that's unearned. I'll grant you that.
Okay.
It's also one scene. The scene in question also doesn't
one
end
scene that's
or
important.
Yeah, she escapes captivity. What? How is it? Oh, just one scene. It only sets her free to participate in the rest of the story in the way that she did. Like, I'm sorry. It has now led to a cause and effect that has affected the entire rest of the movie. Anthony?
I'd also argue it's not just one scene because there's also the scene where she, takes the lightsaber in midair and grabs it.
Yeah. Sora Hart. Twilight, you have better chance of stopping the sun to raise than stopping them and talking about Star Wars. Lol.
I can try. And believe you me. No, I can mute him. I have that power.
Oh my god.
Oh, I mean, I hate to say it. Sure, you can mute me, but I'm controlling the stream.
I can also just like.
I'm just like, what? This is not the win you think it is.
No, I can also.
Starting to think she just doesn't like Star Wars.
Well, at this
No,
point,
I'm just tired. I am sick and goddamn tired of people talking about goddamn Star Wars and talking about the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over ad nauseum. You guys are broken records. I am also talking about Anthony. Stop talking about Star
Anthony,
Wars.
can we please get to Wanda so she's not complaining about us in Star Wars anymore, please?
Okay, should we? Okay. For the sake of Twilight's sanity, do we just let the Star Wars thing just go? Because I think we made our point.
Yeah, it'll probably shave off a couple of minutes for us.
Yeah.
Resolve any conflicts. It just allows the plot to move forward. It's a plot device, nothing more.
Yes!
There are way more egregious cases where characters have very unearned power that allows them to resolve conflicts that are key to the plot. A great example of this, Harry Potter.
No!
Oh,
buddy.
Sky's just says when Ruby Rose is unironically a better protagonist than Rey. Yeah.
Is this even worse than Star Wars? Tell me,
Oh,
Twilight
God.
is worse than Star Wars.
This is fucking ridiculous. Because
take that as a
Harry
yes.
has. Yeah, it just is.
Crossover says all Star Wars is boring except for the TOR era. Okay.
Tools Harry uses to beat Voldemort in each of the books is handed to him. He beats Voldemort as a kid and multiple times afterwards because of things outside his influence. His parents died to save him, so he's protected by a magic field that repels Voldemort. The magic.
That's the establishment of the story. Like that's the give of the story is that he is the boy that lived. That's the crux. We give that. Like that is the coincidence that kicks off the entire series of events. It's okay to permit that one and then let everything else flow from there. All right? I think that's that's not necessarily needs to be addressed on that.
Yeah, if Rey had that same leeway, if like The Force Awakens was the very first Star Wars movie ever made and she managed to do the things that she did, we would not have an issue.
Of love and all that. Now that's something that doesn't work with any other character whose parents died or whose loved ones died protecting them. It's just unique to Harry, apparently. Later on...
It's not... Like, technically, Harry is the only one who has that power because his mother used the magic on him, but it's not that Harry is the only one who could have that spell on him. That is just considered old magic that nobody uses anymore, but anyone could do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, he got the stone because he didn't want the stone at the end of that film, for the record. Like, that's...
Yeah.
Like, that was the whole point, is like he had no interest in the stone, so the stone chose him to go to.
Exactly.
And Voldemort resurrects himself.
Oh, hey, Celtic, are you going to watch the Harry Potter TV show they're making? Maybe. We'll see.
Maybe. Yeah.
Wait, they're making... Oh, right.
They're making a full TV... Which, you know what? I'd be intrigued to see how that goes, but considering people's relationships with J.K. Rowling these days... I have very little hope for it, but also more hope for it. I don't know how I feel.
I don't give a shit.
Using Harry's blood, meaning that barrier over love is gone.
I can touch you.
Oh, don't touch the child. Don't touch the child.
I would really not be screaming that at the top of your lungs.
Yes! Okay, perfect use of smiling friends there. Anthony made sure get a point. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh no, now it turns out that Voldemort and Harry had the same magic core in their wands, a phoenix feather, and they just happen to be the only two people who have this exact same feather because Dumbledore's phoenix is the
It's occurring to me in real time just how ridiculous this consent is, and how any other work of fiction. No. Harry is a Horcrux. He has a part of Voldemort inside of him and has since he was attacked. Then basically it was already acknowledged in the first fucking book that, oh, you have the same wand as you know who. And it's like, oh, that's a bit of mystery and a bit of like, oh, they're tied together. There's like this weird kind of destiny feel. And the more you know about Harry's circumstances, the more it makes sense. What about
Raymond,
how did you lose all this?
It's literally what they wanted to do with Ray, but objectively better, because all of this is slowly being established within the freaking story instead of just plastered on post hoc in a pre-existing one.
So I'd engage more, but I am trying to keep in mind.
I barely know about Harry Potter, and I understand this. What the fuck?
Well, I'm probably the most knowledgeable about Harry Potter out of all of us, to be honest.
Yeah, you absolutely are.
Look, my experience with Harry Potter was watching the movies a long time ago and reading them for book reports back in grade school. That's all I got there.
Voldemort and Harry had the same magic core in their wands, a phoenix feather, and they just happen to be the only two people who have this exact same feather because Dumbledore's phoenix is the donor of the wand's cores, apparently. Okay, whatever. So whenever Harry and Voldemort
who cares?
Their wands just counter each other out.
What does it matter?
Voldemort and Harry can't fight each other straight up. Now it turns out that Harry has to die by Voldemort's hands in order to actually kill Voldemort for reals, because Harry is the 8th Horcrux and Voldemort has acquired the Elder Wand from Dumbledore's corpse. Okay. And when this happens, Voldemort uses a killing curse for a second time against Harry, and he's fine. He's the only person in the recorded history, apparently, to survive the killing curse twice, and he's just okay. He gets better, And when the book ends,
he doesn't just get
okay, but
better.
Is there a reason for that?
Yes, there is a reason for that. The fact that Harry was willing to die is the reason why he didn't die. Because Voldemort didn't know that he was actually killing the part of himself that was inside Harry. The Horcrux inside Harry that Voldemort didn't know was there, that was created the night that he tried to kill Harry.
Yeah, it was
Harry.
He didn't know.
Yeah,
Voldemort
did
not realize he had made an 8th Horcrux. That was actually the trump card that ended up basically destroying Voldemort.
Why fucking Trump?
Crossover says there are so many better ways to criticize Harry Potter, so many other problems you could pick at, namely world building. Yes, you could.
Yeah, people in retrospect have been shitting all over Harry Potter anyways, even if they're not calling them. In fact, I even seen some people online, mostly Reddit posts.
The fucking Reddit posts that I found are trash. Like, there are people... No, seriously, there are people out there who are trying to go after Harry Potter and its world building, and on Reddit, like going over these long, complicated things about why Harry Potter just isn't a very good world because of this, and this reason. One of them is like the religion, by saying like, oh, the wizards shouldn't be Christian because they're separated from the Muggle world. It's like, guys, Christianity has been a thing in Europe for 2,000 years. The wizarding world separated from the Muggle world in the 1300s. Shut up.
Yeah. Like, did they ever...
Also, they can travel between the two worlds anyway, so who gives a fuck?
Yeah, it's like you can pick up ideas anywhere. And there's nothing strictly in Christianity. Like, I don't know. Did they believe that Jesus was a wizard or something? Was that ever established?
Probably, yeah. I don't know for sure.
Because like that's.
I know that Jesus is a Joestar.
Oh my God, Jesus Christ! because his name is Joe. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, and his Stan is the Holy Spirit. Oh,
like. There is I just want to say this, sorry. There is something that you can probably criticize about Harry Potter. However, going to these ridiculous lengths by saying really stupid stuff is not the way to criticize the book. By trying to criticize a book for 9-year-olds on how it's not as complicated and as intricate as fucking Game of Thrones, a book for adults, is not the way to do it, okay? Like, that is all I want to say.
There are things in world building that can be criticized where it's like a thread of yarn and you pull it and the entire scarf comes undone. Like, that's fine, but then sometimes things are just so knitted together and there's a lot of loose threads, but they don't, everything's such a knit together.
It doesn't hurt.
It doesn't hurt it.
Anything, yeah.
This is also kind of hypocritical, too, because he did get on people like JR for criticizing, Wendy, a show that was made for, younger audiences.
I did not criticize him for that, because I don't know anything of the show.
What, Anthony?
Oh, no, that's something that Ant actually said. Like, he did say...
yeah.
Because, if that's the case, then it's kind of hypocritical for doing the same thing to Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Right. True. Yeah. I am of the opinion that a lot of the reasons why people are going after Harry Potter so much isn't necessarily because they actually have a problem with Harry Potter, but it has more to do with external politics of the author. And I think that that's kind of really skeevy.
Yep.
Because it's bringing in a lot of things that don't need to be in the discussion into the discussion.
I mean, you can criticize the work, you can criticize the author, but it should be actually, warranted and also be, relevant.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I will say that there are people online, at least a couple that I have seen, because sometimes I just play random rant videos in the background while I'm doing shit, that actually, I don't know, from what I can tell, have done that to the best of their ability, and they don't mention any of the meta stuff, which keeps things consistent.
Yeah.
So,
I can criticize a time turner as much as possible.
There, but...
I need to refresh myself on the mechanics of the time turner, but weirdly enough, I'm actually, I think, one of the few people that thinks the time turner was reasonably well handled.
Interesting.
Which, considering that I am very critical of time travel aspects, I am pretty certain that it's a very, very strong bootstrap paradox. That's all it is.
It's a closed loop where you can't actually change things that have already happened.
Yes, exactly.
Also like what Kingdom Hearts did.
You can't say that. Zero might be watching.
Harry wins because of wand technicalities. It's legalese, but for wands, where apparently Voldemort didn't really own his wand that he stole from Dumbledore, but really Harry owned it, and the wand can't hurt Harry because of very
you need a lawyer to justify the hero winning.
You need the lawyer to actually read the story or watch the movie that established these rules. That actually
let the Phoenix write.
You know what, and your argument might hold water if we had established this only in the final book, but that is not true. That has been established for many books prior to the final
book. I want to say is where they start introducing like the idea of dueling and taking wands.
Well, yeah, because the whole reason why Ron had problems with his wand was because it was a hand-me-down from one of his brothers. So his wand wouldn't work really well for him, specifically because of that. It was just a kind of background detail. Also, things and objects that are magical have a sort of sentience to them, including wands. That is why they work the way that they do. You are effectively criticizing a pseudo-living being for having a personality.
Isa, we don't talk about the cursed child.
Oh, yeah.
No one likes the cursed child. Everyone agrees it was a mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Paul. They're both mistakes.
The most positive thing that I have ever heard anyone say about the cursed child was that the effects of the actual stage play were nice. That is literally it.
Yugok said, I thought the one house canonically filled with actual bad/evil people and not having anything done about that is a valid criticism of the writing. Oh, you mean the Slytherins?
The Slytherins.
Yeah. As a Slytherin, I take the slander to heart.
As a terrorist, I'm joking. Okay, I'm done.
Well, actually, I think in the epilogue, it is established that Draco did marry a Slytherin that was actually considered to be a good person. So,
yay!
Oh,
He pseudo-reformed.
yeah, well, enough to be a member of society and not locked up in a prison.
Wands, where apparently Voldemort didn't really own his wand that he stole from Dumbledore, but really Harry owned it, and the wand can't hurt Harry because of very complicated circumstances. It's a whole thing. So at no point
it's almost as if
any of Harry's direct confrontations with Voldemort does he ever actually employ any of the skills he actually learned. It's
No, he employed the knowledge that he learned the entire time. He knew that he was the Horcrux, and having himself killed by Voldemort would make him vulnerable to being killed himself. It would mean that at his own sacrifice, the villain could die. He knew about the wands because throughout the entire book series and the entire movie series, he had encountered wands changing hands that way multiple times and understood that there was a larger plan at play where different characters were doing different things to set up a situation where they could win. Oh my god! Wait, because the technicality, wasn't it that the Elder Wand belonged to Dumbledore, Dumbledore was bested by Snape, and then Snape sacrificed himself to, like, he got injured, mortally wounded, and let Harry beat... I can't remember. How does that end? How does that chain end?
It was Harry was the one that disarmed Snape in a miniature duel, and Snape allowed him to do that so that he all of the wands that he owned were transferred over to Harry.
Right.
Because wands work in the sense of, like, they prefer the strongest wizard.
Right.
So if you lose to a duel, then your wands don't like you anymore, sort of thing.
Draco owned the wand because of Draco. No. Draco never did anything to Dumbledore.
So
yeah, no, because Draco didn't want to kill Dumbledore, but he was tasked to do it. And Narcissa, Draco's mother, was the one that made a pact with Snape that if Draco failed in his mission, that Snape would fulfill it for him. And that's what happened. That is why Voldemort's mistake was that he thought that he thought that it was still Snape that had done it, but that wasn't true.
But, like, I love how he's treating this like, oh, these are powers, like, oh, you have the new legalese. Like, it's almost as if Harry Potter at its heart is more of a mystery story about unraveling the nature of the world than it is about some, like, superhero quest about, like, being the stronger power.
It's a mystery story wrapped up in the veil of a fantasy story. That's how it always has been. That is why a lot of children were really intrigued by the story, because it was a mystery. We wanted to figure out the mystery, and we felt really smart if we were able to figure out the mystery of what was going on.
Yes, Kaiser,
it's
your
almost
wand
like
can cuck you.
Yeah, I was about to say, so in Harry Potter, you can get cucked from your wand. I just want to make that very clear, right? That's what I just learned. I didn't know any of this stuff. But, like, yeah, it's almost like in a fictional setting, you have to establish rules in your setting and then have the characters use those rules to their advantage.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what's the problem?
Yeah, I need to reread the books because it's been, like, 15 years at least since I've read the books. And I can still remember all this shit. What's wrong with y'all?
Where is my cursor?
Man.
There it is. All right.
It's always been some outer plot device. And that's not even counting all the times Dumbledore swoops in to save Harry. All of this is entirely unearned. Despite the whole book focusing on training,
We've already said this.
None of the skills Harry uses to win derive from that training. And that's way more
We've seen
egregious.
Harry train a lot in the books.
It's almost as if he has 7 years of schooling.
6 years, arguably, but because the final
right.
The final books they didn't get to go to school, but he spent months training in the 4th book in order to learn how to do some really high level spells in order to compete with the older kids in the tournament.
Magician of D.
that was about
important question. Why go through all this trouble with the Horcruxes when they could have just simply sent Voldemort to the Pooh dimension? Well, because in the Pooh dimension, he could just kill himself and resurrect through one of the other Horcruxes. You need to destroy the Horcruxes, guys. It's a Lich's phylactery. You gotta get rid of them or they're just gonna come back. Izanagi, I feel my brain slowly rotting away. I'm glad it's going slowly for you. Mine is like a slip and slide right now.
Anything Rey does in the trilogy of Star Wars sequels, yet no one calls Harry Potter a Mary Sue, but they call...
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Have.
Rey gets 3 movies of build-up, and it's very, very, very poorly explained every single movie, versus an entire 8 movie series of films that explains every important element leading up to the final climax.
Not only that, but Harry is shit on all the time in both the books and the movies. He is constantly being slandered by the media or by other characters in the book because of his status as a celebrity, as the boy who lived. And even his friends get on his ass all the time for things. Even there is a scene in the 4th movie where Harry jokes about being the chosen one, and then Hermione slaps him on the head with a book.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that like a thing in the latter points of the Harry Potter books where Harry actively gets kind of angry and fucks up his relationships a little bit?
And the thing is, he has to live with those consequences instead of going to a big old god in the sky and telling them, hey, fix everything for me. Isn't that strange, Ant? And yet he is actually still called the Gary Stu, people are pointing out, and he's not.
Yeah. Yeah, people do actually call him a Gary Stu, and that doesn't seem to be true as far as I'm aware. So, I don't know, man.
I honestly think that this video should have been served as a means of showing people how they misuse the term Mary Sue, rather than just trying to go after individual characters and be like, well, this character people call a Mary Sue, but they're not a Mary Sue because of this and this and this reasons. You should show people how Mary Sue is mishandled and misused in discourse so that people have an understanding of why Mary Sue is used and when it should or should not be applied, instead of having to go after each and every single individual character. You don't have to do that if you give people a good foundation for what a Mary Sue is and what a Mary Sue is not.
And don't just use one YouTuber as an example of how that discourse can be bad.
And when you do and if you do end up using the one YouTuber, maybe actually show more of him making his points, so we understand where you're coming from.
Or at the very least, refute the point too, because we still haven't gotten back to that Wendy example.
Fuck me, dude. I don't want to go back.
Apparently, there's a Wanda example coming up, so.
Apparently,
there's still a Black Widow example.
Curious how that works out.
Too.
And despite the power being unearned, it does not dilute the tension of the plot, because the odds are always that much greater. Is unearned power even important as a metric of what qualifies good writing? I'd say no. It all depends on what the story is. It'd be a bad D&D campaign if you start off at level 20 and didn't level up and build your character up. Sure.
No,
people do level 20 games all the fucking time. What are you talking about?
Okay, so we did a module called Rappin' Athuk, which is known as one of the most deadly fucking dungeons ever devised for a tabletop RPG. It's up there. with the what's the Gary Gygax one?
But
the Tomb of Annihilation, yeah, it's up there. And it's legendary for like weird parts where you can just go down a well to try and enter this dungeon, and you'll wind up in a room with like 100 golems who are all level 50, all CR 15, and they're all immune to magic. And it's like, okay, you're not going to be able to.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, it's insane. We did that, and we decided to do it. Okay, we're all going to be level 13. We're going to do this Gestalt. So we all basically had 2 classes at level 13 fully. And it was a fucking blast. We got to fight the shit slime because that was a wizard had been basically in an outhouse, you know, taking care of the business, and he dropped a magic wand down, and it accidentally created the shit slime, and it just lives in this fucking hellish state. And we actually did it. Like, high-level campaigning is a thing people do for short bursts, mind you. They don't do full campaigns, although some can. It depends on how creative you get with it as a GM and as your players. Like, you can have entire campaigns fighting the fucking gods. I've done that. We've done that in our campaigns. I threw the Madrid at the Vatican. All right? My team and I did that. It's fun.
We fought the Dream God here on Team Jacked.
Yeah. I mean, I was level 5.
Yeah, we were like, I forgot what level we were.
Level
I think
5.
we were around like almost level 10.
We
yeah,
were
level 5. Not my bad.
Just skipping.
I went to the D&D party fight Obelisk the Tormentor.
Nice.
Oh, so you fought Jello Apocalypse. Yes. But yeah, no, Anthony, no, you're just wrong.
What if we're not playing D&D? You know,
no, it's what. Sorry, I just need to emphasize. It's about the nature of the challenge and the characters themselves and how easily they get out of it. Like that's if you have level 20 characters, you got to put up against a level 20 threat. That's what you got to do.
Also, you're saying this as if like people are saying, "Oh, just this one trait makes somebody a Mary Sue or a Gary Stu." No, it's a combination or varying degrees of several traits, mainly 3, just like you pointed out in the beginning of this freaking video. And now you're accusing other people of not understanding that scale when you have not demonstrated that.
You know, writing isn't like a video game where you can just level up characters. It's not like a lit RPGs, sure, that makes sense. Okay, you know what? Again, I'm getting off track here. The other Marys,
cut that out. You should have just cut that entire section out, Anthony. It was just awful.
I really have to ask: does Anthony script his videos?
Yes.
I think loosely.
Yeah, loosely.
It feels like he's more like. Okay, it feels like he's got more like bullet points and then just goes off from there.
Also, Ant,
Probably.
there are several anime that would like to contend you with the nature of like, oh, you're not going to turn video games, or you're not going to turn a tabletop into a story. I'm sorry, go watch Shangri-La Frontier. It does actually a really good job of doing
that's
a
good one.
Story in a video game.
Go watch Goblin Slayer.
Isn't any modern isekai just let's go into a video
game? A lot of them just have a straight up like video game or tabletop RPG mechanics where like characters have stats and shit.
Honestly,
most of them suck and most people don't like them.
Yeah.
But Konosuba, like good one right there. Shangri-La Frontier, good one.
In fact, that one doesn't even have like a video game system in it. They had to use cards to level up, quote unquote.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, kinda.
And also there's Like Horizon. Pointing out is that women experience things that women experience in fiction, and this is where things get really strange.
Well, like that statement.
Yeah.
Like women experience things that women experience in fiction. Yes.
Men never experience things that men. Men never experience things in men fiction.
The floor is made out of floor.
This hot soup is hot.
I just started Shangri-La Frontier and finished season 1, barely starting season 2. I hope you enjoy it. Season 2 gets fucking wild.
Yeah, season 2 gets great.
And like this.
What is he trying to say there?
Oh, let's see. I don't know. Women have unique experiences in fiction, I guess. Maybe. I don't know. Keep
pointing out is that women experience things that women experience in fiction. And this is where things get really strange.
It's literally a numbing statement.
Yeah, he accidentally, that whole sentence.
Isa says, "Oh God, that felt like Archer class is made of archers" level line.
No, it's like people die when they are killed. It's on that.
No. I defend that fucking line. That line makes sense in context. That line is literally him being like, hey, a lot of people aren't dying when they're killed. I don't mind if I end up dying because that should be what happens. Like, people die when they are killed. Yeah, that's natural. This hasn't been natural this whole time. I am okay with dying right now. Like,
Okay,
it's him
can I
being
ask
self-sacrificial.
Okay, I'm out of the loop. What's context is that? I need to know.
That's Fate Stay Night,
It's
the
Fate.
original.
Yeah.
Literally, like, near the end of the series, the main character, they're about to go into basically like one of the final confrontations, and like they're like commenting on like several people that have not ended up dying when they should have, or like there's like an immortal character or something like that. And like as a kind of tongue-in-cheek moment, the main character is like, yeah, people die when they are killed. That's naturally how things should happen. So if I die, that's what should happen. It's like, I don't want any bullshit to try and resurrect me. Dungeon Meshi is a hardcore D&D live stream. I love Dungeon Meshi.
Dungeon Meshi is great.
We have evil men like this Sith. We have female characters from the cartoons like Green Woman, Teen Femdalorian, and more. Girls shooting, doing cool things with lightsabers, and of course Ahsoka saying,
Anakin never got to finish my training. I walked away from him.
no.
The idea of the girl boss.
Okay.
It's a bit of a...
Okay. What's the context to that?
Yeah, what give us all the okay, Jar did a terrible job explaining the context. Are you going to elaborate on the context of any of that, Ant? I'm watching.
Like, why did Jar even say that in the first place? I mean, what was the point of that?
Yeah, what was the context of him even saying that? Like, it's an archetype that Mary Sues have become prevalent? What was the name of that video? Mary Sues are getting even worse. So he's basically using this as a bunch of Mary Sues, and they're all awful. I guess.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Criticism.
Yes.
Maybe. Sure. I mean, the girl boss is a very easy shorthand way for studios and writers to incorporate feminism in their narratives. Sure. I get that. The girl boss, it's a stereotype.
Okay.
Usually a little superficial. Girl bosses don't often engage in the ideas of systemic oppression or anything like that. Usually, the girl boss is there to be cool because they're the boss and a girl. And it's like, we're doing things the guys can't do because we're girls and we're cool. Yeah, that could be a little stereotypical. It could be a little cringy at times, depending on how it's done. Yeah, of course it can. Especially when it oversimplifies systemic problems. The problem here is that any instance of this discussion, any instance where a girl expresses dissatisfaction with the system as it is now deemed as the message, as they keep insisting it is.
This dark new fusion between two of media's
Okay.
Oh wow, a different critic.
Yeah, a different character. Also, can you please? I do kind of like this credit thing that you have at the bottom. Just a white stroke around the text, please. Just a white stroke at all around that text would help it pop against everything. It is so hard to read on dark backgrounds. Ugok says, trying to explain fate, Crising Gigux attempt. Yeah.
That's why I do not ask people to bother, because I will never want to know.
Just don't get me started on Prisma Ilya. And I mean, don't get me started on Prisma Ilya, because it'll end with people getting fucking locked up.
Deadliest diseases, the Mary Sue, and social justice. Social justice is like a zombie plague. It makes everything worse. It's kind of like we were battling Nazis, and now thanks to social justice, we're battling Nazi zombies. Or we made some friends with some cool people, but the social justice virus turned them into evil, soulless monsters that feed off happiness. Or you finally met that beautiful woman of your dreams, and now social justice has changed her into a hideous abomination that feeds on the blood of men. And now it's infected the Mary Sue, which isn't just bad, it's a nightmare scenario.
And this message that they keep saying is
okay,
just...
hold on.
Okay, that's... what.
So,
he's not even...
So in that video...
You go.
I'm sorry. I imagine, judging from the title of the video, the whole point of that video from Literature Devil is to discuss the Mary Sue from a meta perspective, looking at how like the media has been pushing it far more, and how that is supposed to represent, like, I don't know, modern politics, progressive politics,
I
whatever,
think
right?
the way to interpret that is he's talking about how modern politics has infected an already bad writing trope in order to push the politics further.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's my problem. Ant is trying to say that, okay, people are looking at like any instance of a character, saying that the system needs to be fixed, or, people being marginalized is interpreted as a part of is propaganda, essentially, right? But he uses an example from a video that is specifically about that topic, broadly speaking. He's not looking at a video where where he could pick any fucking Geeks and Gamers video or something like that, or Coring video, where he just sees a black guy in an established property and just cries woke. But he picks a video specifically talking about these topics from a broad perspective. What sense does that make?
I got a good example that would have worked here. He could have brought up like that whole thing where people are having issues with the sequel of Ghost of Yote, where they were having like a female protagonist, and people were going, "Oh, the series has gone woke now."
Yeah,
like, okay, you know what? No, I actually, this is a good choice. You take this video, you present this video, not Jar, this video where he's making actual arguments towards a specific point, and what you want to do is contest those arguments, make counter arguments, and to make your own point and synthesize at the end. That's what should be going on here to try and basically make any sense of this. But you're jumping between either attacking Jar for this very, like, narrow lens point versus now Literature Devil, who's going in the exact opposite direction on the massive broad scale. Like, I don't even know where you are in this topic. I am all over the place with you.
Also, from what I understand, it seems like what Literature Devil wasn't even making a point. He was just setting up for his actual arguments.
Yeah, he usually does that all the time in the beginning of his videos. So the rest of the video, he explains specifically what he's talking about. I may not always agree with him, right? Mm-hmm. Especially since, me and him probably view things differently politically, especially. But it's called setup. You know what that is, Anthony? The thing that you spent literally fucking 10 goddamn minutes to do?
It's a thesis statement of what it is.
Yes! What the fuck is going on?
Girls want to have equal rights. And it's... What? When you say it like that...
Affected to Mary Sue, which isn't just bad. It's a nightmare scenario.
And this message that they keep saying is just girls want to have equal rights.
Okay,
yes.
so
the good old sexism card.
Yeah, okay. I hate to pull this out, Anthony, but what rights do women not have that men have? Like you need to like it's not about equal rights, typically speaking. Now, if you want to talk about social paradigms, there's arguments to be made. But everyone, at least in the first world, to my knowledge, gender is on an equal playing ground when it comes down to rights. I'm maybe outside of like very specific local jurisdictions, there might be some remnants of other ones that probably don't coincide. But like on the broad whole, federally, everyone is supposed to be treated equally. Whether or not that's applied, that's a case-by-case basis that has to be handled in the courts. But like, on paper, everyone should be having the same rights. If you're talking socially, everyone being treated the same, that's a completely different conversation. Don't go misusing that word.
I do think that he means social rights rather than legal rights. I think that has always been the argument when it came to media.
I don't have time to get into the Roe v. Wade thing. Let's not, all right? Because one, that's hot topic. That's hot topic, and two, it's very complicated the way you have to logic about that.
Yeah, that's why I'm drawing a Pokemon. That's why I'm drawing a monster right here instead of actually talking about that stuff. That's
Behold, I present to you Woommon. It's the womb Pokemon.
Okay.
I mean, if you guys want, I can
print.
show you what I'm working on. I can show you
Yeah,
what
go ahead.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, I'll put it in the chat. Just give me a sec.
I'm playing Legend of Zelda Picross at the moment, so.
Oh.
I'll just put in like art.
Chat.
Yeah, you can put it in our
All right,
chat.
well, there you go. That's what I've been working on during this podcast.
Cringe things that chat.
Oh, that's one of your for
Cryptids.
your game that you're working on.
Can I
Yeah,
put it on
cryptid.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Don't mind.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of, because I never followed up with you on like the reason why I kind of quit my fake Pokemon game. I remembered that was because the game that I was thinking of making required a lot of finagling and a lot of changing of the Pokemon game on a wider, like a broader spectrum. So I would need to learn a lot of coding in order to do that.
No, I get it. That's understandable. I mean, that's why I'm starting off with like making my game into like basically a ROM hack of sorts, but changing it up as I go on. But yeah, in case you're wondering, the small one is called Charadillo, and the big one's called Bombadillo.
Ah,
I like them. You know,
yeah, they're very cute.
I'll have to introduce you. I've one of the sketchies, and actually one of the co-creators of Sentinels, Net Lady. She does a lot of work on that type of stuff. So maybe you and her would get along talking about that kind of stuff.
Oh, sure.
Because I think she's also working on a Fakemon game or like a derivative of Pokemon of some sort.
Yeah, I should show you Shinobi.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, no. Let's continue the video.
I will say very quickly though before we move on,
right.
like what I think is meant to be discussed here, not getting into the law or politics of it, is essentially like a girl's ability to see herself as a fictional character in the same way that men see themselves as fictional characters. Like that is ultimately what is being discussed here. Not maybe rights is the wrong term colloquially or not. Regardless, that is what he said, and he did mean it in a colloquial sense. So like there was no need to really bring up politics in that.
Well, yeah, no, I wanted to be very clear on the language because like people
Honestly,
can slip up on that.
Honestly, I have a bigger issue with what he's saying right here because, for one thing, he's putting little words into Literature Devil's mouth right here and misinterpreting what he's saying, because I'm pretty sure Literature Devil does not want women to have less rights than men.
Yes, that is also true.
We don't even know. That's like it's even if he did say that, he didn't demonstrate that. He's just talking about how allegedly progressive politics are infecting media in a bad way. That's the thesis. Now the rest of the video presumably is gonna be about that very topic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is that a problem?
It's I think that it's not a very good thing to presume somebody's thought processes when it comes to this sort of stuff, unless if there is very blatant demonstrations that this is their thought process. Like Lily is a person who is someone who you can see is someone who goes after people that she doesn't like, who criticizes them. And before she even outright said on a live stream that she goes after people, like you could demonstrate that. Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm rambling now. I'm gonna let us move on.
Anyway, have a palette cleanser in the art tab if you want. I threw in some of my favorite cryptids.
Ooh.
Oh. I'll put it on the screen in just a minute. I'm gonna use the restroom. You guys
go ahead.
The video if you want.
Okay, cool.
I do love these bees. They are good bees.
Got the bees.
People told me Shinobi was
other bees we talked about.
People told me that Shinobi was a bit of a on the nose pun right there, but I love it.
Hey, Pokemon can be like that too, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like actually, some of the English names are a lot more clever than the Japanese ones.
Oh yeah, like seal and.
Well, you have like sleep and sleeper for drowsy and hypno.
And don't forget about Blackie for Umbreon.
Yeah, yeah, Blackie.
Also, I'm looking at the stream, and there's just a black screen behind us.
Okay. That's because I accidentally put up Discord. That's why it's blocking everything. Because like whenever I have I have it full screened, anything full screened over top of what I'm streaming, it'll black it out for some reason.
I got you.
Okay, so now I can actually put these on screen for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
But I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure the Japanese name for seal is like one.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
But then there's things like Krabby.
Yeah.
Like, don't harsh my boy Krabby.
Pretty good.
Yeah, he's great.
I've actually been redesigning them. I know this is off topic, but I've been redesigning my decks as it was, just trying to get ready for when I get to pixel arting them.
Nice.
And it's when you say it like that, it sounds way less threatening than the message they want to communicate. Yeah, girls want to do things guys do. That's it. It's not much to it. Whenever that's on screen, you know.
Okay, now I know why I need the palette cleanser.
I'm trying to pause this. This is why I wanted to be very clear on rights. He's saying girls want to do what guys do. How do you mean that, Anthony? Like, I'm trying to think of a single thing that a guy can do that a woman can't. Like,
we're talking.
What?
I mean, we can do that. It's just going to be messier. That's all.
Yeah, no. But were you saying manga?
No, it's a terrible joke.
Right, but I'm just like, but yeah, it's just like Anthony, I don't know if you're like in the right.
He's talking specifically about media. He's saying, girls just want to see girls wield swords and shit like guys do. Like it's not that big of a deal.
Okay.
Girls just want to have fun.
Out of a
Yeah,
tiny molehill, especially
we really
when it's like
do.
a showing for girls.
And that's
like
sometimes
young
that fun
girls,
is stabbing people.
Like under the age of
Yeah.
10. Like say Peter Pan and Wendy.
I can fix her by making her into a badass sword fighter and have her say the line, "This power belongs to no boy." She puts herself in comical, dangerous situations she doesn't have the training to handle.
It looks so
and
drab.
is never saved once.
does.
In fact, she's the one to save.
You guys remember back when every video game was brown?
Yes. The mid-thousands was a dark
Lord.
time. Or should I say it was a brown time?
Yeah, pretty much.
It was a brown. I was about to say.
And it was all done for the sake. It was all done for the sake of realism.
Yes.
Realism.
And now you look back on those games and you're like, that's fucking ugly, man.
Here's a war
Like-
pretty good though.
There was a video that I watched just yesterday or this morning or something. I can't remember. I wake up so freaking early these days at like 3:00 in the morning sometimes. But anyway, like there was a video complaining about that, but for film, because a lot of films these days don't show a whole lot of color, and that is because there is some sort of idea that drab is somehow realistic, and it's like, we have color in real life, guys.
Oh, no, dude, that was
for real.
wasn't that freaking Your Movie Sucks' biggest point about why the how bad the freaking Lion King live action quote unquote film looked?
Oh
it was like it's all so drabbed and washed out. And he looked at the behind the scenes, like we wanted to be more realistic than the original. I was like, oh yeah, because Africa doesn't have colors, guys. He showed, like, you do know that they went to Africa and took reference photos for the original film, don't you? These paintings were based on real images, guys.
Oh yeah, we want to make everything realistic.
Listen,
That's why we had the
okay,
lions
why?
doing- Yeah, we want it to be realistic. That's why the Lions are doing musical numbers.
Yeah, listen. Color got stolen away along with the people when the white people showed up. Okay.
Look, we're not living in the Giver, guys. We're allowed to have color.
This is going to be completely off topic, but there has been a theory that as you get older, color's starting to get a lot more dull and such, and that's why people are often making that correlation.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
Fire all
Yep.
the old geezers. Get the young ones in there.
Now, as a young now as an old geezer myself, I happen to tell you that's kind of bullshit. Depends on basically your eyesight and such. Depends on how you live.
Also,
Yeah,
I
go
completely forgot that Mufasa came out. It got wrecked by Sonic.
Well, apparently not now because Disney's claiming they made more money than Sonic. Even
I
after
don't
they
believe
gimped
Disney.
Sonic. Yeah, I don't either.
Me neither.
I will trust Universal and Sonic.
Look, after that whole thing with the Tombstone and Spider-Man, I am not going to believe Disney on anything.
Yep.
Nowhere near.
Peter Pan somehow give her the skills to take on battle-hardened pirates that are 2 times...
Battle-hardened pirates, they fight kids. Captain Hook's big enemy is a child. Captain Hook
I wonder what she
regularly
is.
Also, I have to wonder, do you know for a fact they don't go beyond Neverland? I actually don't know if they fight if there are like other adults worth fighting in the Neverland world. I don't know much about beyond the island. Isn't there an entire tribe of Indians?
Also, don't these kids fly?
Yes.
Yeah, these kids fly. The only adults that come from outside of Neverland are the pirates, and they have lived there for who knows how long. And the only other adults on the island are the native people that live there.
It's like
the Indians.
Yeah, so actually, they have a rather diverse range of foes and opponents. They have to fight off mermaids and crocodiles. They're actually I would bet they're pretty well prepared for fucking children.
I mean, they got cannons. No child's gonna live after that.
we need that Smiling Friends clip. Hey, maybe don't say that out loud.
Yeah, maybe don't say that. Do we as a soundbite?
No, we don't. We do not need that as a soundbite.
He was subdued by a bunch of kids. We're not talking about like master swordsman here. We're talking about a guy who regularly loses to a boy.
They can train against themselves. And also, that's kind of the point of Peter Pan. He's a tricksy motherfucker. Like,
who flies.
Who doesn't beat them in one-on-one combat. He beats them by being crafty with his flying and his other, mischievousness. Like, we're not talking someone who can stand up in one-on-one combat like that. And when he does, it's not exactly like he has to use every trick in his book to stay on top.
Like
if Wendy did anywhere near that amount of stuff, that would be fine. We wouldn't have an issue with it. Although, if she does do that in this movie, then that would be also fine. But you need to demonstrate that.
And also, if you watch Once Upon a Time, it's actually the father of Frumple. What?
Huh?
Once Upon a Time confounds me. Always.
Also, if you remember Hook, didn't Peter lose to Hook in Hook and stuff like that?
Well, that's because he forgot literally everything about Neverland when he grew up. That's sort of the thing, is that as long as you're within Neverland, you are effectively immortal, but you're also stuck in time. But you will also forget everything outside of Neverland.
Well, you're not really normal. You're not really immortal, because I remember that one replacement kid whose name I forget does actually get killed by Captain Hook in that movie.
No. Immortal versus invulnerable, completely different distinction.
Yeah, there are basically 2 types of immortality. There's effective, true immortality where nothing can kill you and you will never die of natural causes. But then there is immortality in the sense of, as long as nothing kills you, you will not die of natural causes.
Well, my point was more to that Hook did actually beat a kid one-on-one in a fight in that movie, remember?
And Rufio was actually was the biggest kid, I want to say. He was the oldest, he was a young teenager.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Yeah.
He was also Zuko.
Yes.
But the thing with that is
wait, did Hook win the Agni Kai?
Oh shit.
Neverland is a place that is kind of set up for children, kind of because the book was meant for children. But in that way, you can kind of say that Neverland is a place that was created for Peter, in that it is meant to be so that he can have a playground to exist in for all of eternity.
The Wendy 2020 movie did something interesting. Kids get to stay immortal when they have happy thoughts, but if the kids have sad thoughts, they start to age.
Oh.
Oh, you see, that's interesting. That's an interesting concept worth exploring. They don't have the same continuity, but we're comparing different iterations of the same story, effectively.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, because none of us have seen this movie, so that it's basically the only
we
thing
have
we
to
can
draw
work
from
off
what
of.
we
And
know when we're not being provided the information we need.
Yeah.
For all we know, like, Anthony could be right, and it's very reasonable for Wendy to be able to fight off the pirates.
However, he is not presenting the information we need in order to make it reasonable. All he's saying is that, like, the pirates would not be this good, and it's like, I don't know. Story seems to think that they are.
Axel asks if we would ever want to live in Neverland, and I would say probably not, because you will, like, Neverland means that you will forget. Like, Tinkerbell dies in the books, and then Peter forgets about her existence.
I don't want to live. There's no computers there. I don't have internet.
Too many kids with no parents.
Yeah. Well, hey, no oversight. You can just punt the child off your lawn if you need.
Well, here's the thing, though. Like, those little munchkins, they're all like...
they can fly.
Yeah,
wait,
exactly.
Wait. Does that mean you can punt them even farther, though? Can you make a game out of it? Child punting.
Dude, you can slingshot them, bitch.
Professional child punting. The new hit sport.
You may not want to say that You may not want to say that out loud.
Raymond already has a reputation for hating children. It's fine.
I was gonna say it's a running gag.
Listen, if you see enough Gundam shows, you end up, being
call it kick the baby. No, kick the baby is like the T-ball equivalent of punt the child.
Anyway, we got like about
10 minutes. Yeah.
Help that we rarely see this same complaint with Gary Stews. You don't see these same critics pointing out how men who assert that dominance as men are bad. They just do it when women do it.
But is every SJW hero Mary Sue? Probably not. Some, I assume, are good characters. However, while the normal Mary Sue plays out power fantasies, like being smart and beautiful, the SJW Sue's fantasy is fulfilling all the author's social justice bias. All good men are gay or submissive. Straight white men are evil. Your chosen minority is the wisest, smartest, most misunderstood, and most productive people despite being savagely oppressed. America is portrayed as treating women and minorities like Jews in Nazi Germany. Anyone who holds opinions you don't agree with is a literal Nazi, and the universe of an SJW story bends to justify anything their character does.
The same critics who often will say a wisest girl doing his girl boss message moment seem to have very strong contempt towards women. And
that's not at all what you showed. He was very specific with narrowing that
down. It feels like it's more like against like over progressivism and feminism than actual women.
Yeah.
Which is literally what you said a few minutes ago, Anthony. Just because we've been rambling doesn't mean I forgot about that, dude. Also, I really gotta make this fucking clear. That has nothing to do with what you just said. Like, before you showed that point about fucking literature devil. Like, there are people, I would say, that use, this language as a bludgeon to shit on women. That is not what you're demonstrating here. This isn't a guy randomly bringing up politics when they're supposed to be talking about a show or a movie or whatever. That's the kind of conversation that I would be all like, okay, maybe that person has a weird bias going on that you should get checked out. Lily. That is not what's going on. The video is about...
It's weird because I just realized he's deflecting. This is Literature Devil talking about a specific subset of Mary Sue. He's not talking about Mary Sue's in the wider abstract. It's like, okay, no, we're getting off topic here. Like, you're supposed to be talking about the main Mary Sue, not the splinter Mary Sue that, because people point out, it's like, is that not just the Mary Sue? No, he's describing a Mary Sue that is politically slanted in one way or the other. Like, that's basically what he's describing. It's like one that very much is pushing a specific message, as opposed to the typical Mary Sue, which is sort of an apolitical entity.
Yeah. And one last thing, freaking the Gary Stu also gets talked about. Again, where were you when everyone and their mother has been shitting on Kirito?
Yeah. I mean, admittedly, I don't think you frequent anime circles as much, but my God, the isekai circuit is like filled with fucking dude, where were you when we covered goddamn Otherworld Assassin?
Yeah.
That entire show is so much trash, and it all focuses around the main character being such a Gary fucking Stu.
Yeah, and no one likes those shows. Nobody.
Yeah. Oh, you want me to go down more of a list? Okay, we can talk about Shiro from Fate Stay Night. How does that sound? Oh, we could talk about him.
Fuck me, dude. Oh my God, he's even more of one than Unlimited Blade Works. That guy is fucking terrible.
I'm trying to think of some more terrible anime, because I've actually purged quite a few of them from my fucking brain.
Yeah, same here. Oh, Kira Yamato, textbook example there, especially in the second half of Seed and Seed Destiny onwards. He's a fucking Gary Stu.
Definitely. Very much a messiah figure at times.
Yes, he is literally called Jesus, Kira Jesus Yamato by a subsection of the fandom.
Okay, let me try and think. I had one on the tip of my tongue and I lost it. Is the MC from Solo Leveling a Gary Stu? I don't know. Here's the thing, though.
In a lot of ways, he kind of is, but the story is, I would say the story is simple enough that it doesn't really harm it too much.
I was going to say, like, there are actually examples of, like, non-harmful ones. Like, there's plenty of for Gary and Mary Sues in anime that are from isekai stories, but it doesn't really affect things because the entire premise is just supposed to be kind of a laid-back story. It's not trying to be super serious. There's not really high stakes, and it's just like sort of I'm there to enjoy it type feel. I don't know how to describe it other than it's relaxed. It's not trying to be serious and meaningful. It's just, let's have a fun little adventure where there's not really anything super deep going on.
The problem are the ones where they want you to take it seriously.
Yeah.
Like, I've actually seen someone say that new Red Ranger anime features a Gary Stu as the main protagonist. And I can see somewhat for that, but at the same time, having read the manga, it gets, he kind of breaks that tendency really quick.
Every Yu-Gi-Oh! MC is a Gary Stu? No, they get
underdog. No, absolutely not.
No. The most you could probably say is probably Yusei, but that's really hard maybe right there.
Guardians on motorcycles!
And even then, that's like way later in the series, anyways. For most of the series,
if you want to talk about, if you really want to talk about win-loss rate, the only character who actually did lose, that Yusei did lose, would actually be in a flashback, because even when he was like, quote unquote, defeated by Kiryu in the Earthbound duel, it was because of malfunction of his motorcycle, not actually the duel itself.
But
he would have lost then.
Yeah, he would have lost. Yeah, it's the card games on motorcycles.
Guardians on
motorcycles!
All right, enough of this silliness.
Talk about women in ways that is extremely demeaning, insulting their appearance, insulting their want.
These are fictional people, though, he's talking about.
Yeah.
I still think that it's a little bit valid in case of, like, what does insulting this character's appearance really do for your criticism ultimately? Because, like, if you're criticizing the story or the characterization of the character, the appearance more often than not is not going to have anything to do about it, and it is more just a petty pot shot of, oh, this character doesn't turn me on, therefore they're bad.
I think that all depends on what you're talking about, because and I'm going to bring up an example that came up like a few years ago. My name is Starfire.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! Oh you fuck! Oh god! Why would you remind me that exists?
You're welcome.
Oh,
I think
or you could have always brought up the young whatever the internet gas one, whatever that is.
Oh my god, the new warriors, the
that's
new warriors.
Snowflake and Safe Zone.
Yeah, Snowflake, Safe Zone, and Trailblazer.
Safe space.
No, it's Safe Space.
Oh,
It's
Safe Space. Sorry.
I don't like to remember crap all that much.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Well, to be fair, it never fucking released because it got so much backlash.
Okay, now back to my point. I do agree that sometimes, like, depending on the context, going into like design elements of a character, especially if you're being really insulting, is rather unneeded because you can still critique designs. Like I don't really care for Steven Universe's design. I think it's kind of like a little too lazy, but that's just me. But I wouldn't like. It really all depends on what we're talking about here because Literature Devil didn't really insult a character design in that little snippet of his, did he?
I don't think he did.
He compared them to whales. But like he didn't.
Well, no. He didn't compare it to whales. He was making a joke about like that whole thing because there was like a whole British like ad campaign that was being made like that. It was like an activist thing.
But I wouldn't put it past him to insult appearances. I'm not gonna say he's not above that. Or he is above that.
Think what. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past Literature Devil. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. I think what Anthony is doing is he's kind of broad scoping this again by kind of doing what he did in the last video that we covered, by just blanket statementing that to all critics that he doesn't agree with.
It's also like dismissive.
That's really smart.
It's like, because said mean thing means I don't have to listen to your criticism. I don't have to actually contend with it. And that's just a very poor.
Let me ask you a question then. Let's me bring up an example. Like since we were on Yu-Gi-Oh, let's bring up Crow Hogan. I think his freaking hair is like, I think his hair looks like a damn dirty paintbrush. Does that mean my criticism of him going forward are null and void?
Yes.
It depends. Like, it depends on how
you don't have a right to say anything.
I don't remember.
I made an entire video criticizing Crow. Does that mean my video on him is now null and void because I made it?
Did you use the phrase, why is my name spelled with a Q?
Wrong
if
Crow.
Not,
Wrong
then no.
Crow.
No, you don't get
Wrong Crow. Wrong Crow.
Wrong Crow. Also,
although I hate that Crow too. I hate that Crow too. He's got a good design, okay? Why don't I insult his design?
I do think I understand what Ant's criticism here is. I think that he should have done a better job explaining, and finding specific examples of these creators criticizing a woman for her appearance. Because I have watched a lot of YouTubers who are in the media criticism space or just in the reaction space where they have been very volatile toward female characters that aren't traditionally feminine, specifically for their appearance.
Wait. Hold on a sec. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I apologize, but is he just making this because of all that stuff like with Starfield and all those like, ugly women characters in video games? Is that why he's bringing this up?
Maybe. Although you would
maybe
talk about that because there was that whole discussion about how ugly the characters are in Dragon Age 4. Which they are, for the record. They all look like they were like paintbrushed into being like plastic mannequins. It's all weird. But it's not because they're not like designed or intended to be beautiful. It's like it's just weirdly modeled. It's just ugh.
Yeah, it's not appealing to look at.
And I think that if Ant really wanted to talk about these things, he should have found the specific examples in order to put in his video and not just this, not just give an example of someone saying something about Mary Sue's and then piggybacking this point off of that unrelated point, because people are going to be confused, and we certainly have been confused about it. I mostly know about this because of the people that I have watched that really frustrate me at some points, let me tell you. But like, I understand that people do these toxic things.
I think I can name a couple
Yeah,
off the top of my head who might fall into that category. Does Endymion fall into that name category?
Oh, I heard of
Ooh.
that guy. Yeah, I think that the issue is what I think I've seen a couple videos from that dude.
I think I have too, and yeah, that might be
I
one
have
of them.
not.
Well, he's the guy who started that
Okay.
whole thing about Ghost of Yotei, you know, with the whole female character and such. He's the one who-
I am not in.
Right.
I don't care about Ghost of Tsushima, so I'm outside of that circle.
Right, but like, fact of the matter is that there's nothing wrong making like a joke or two about a character's appearance, you know, or something like that. Like that's fine. But if you're, it's not even just what you say; it's the way you say it. Like if
Yeah.
it sounds like you're putting so much venom when you say, "Man, look at this fat, ugly bitch, piece of shit," and you reference that several goddamn times throughout the video, then it's a problem.
I've encountered
Yeah.
like I'm pretty like chill when it comes down to characters being or designs being insulting. Like I'm pretty relaxed with that, but there comes a point where it's like, okay, if you've not squeezed a joke out of this in some time, you're just kind of leaning on this for like a laugh track, but it's not working anymore. You got to move on from the joke.
Yeah, really.
You got to
Yeah.
be spare. It's all about timing. You know, trust nostalgia critic on that one, Casper. Sora Hart says the title character, Mashal, Magic, and Muscles can be Gary Stu, but the show is not really that
fight me.
serious, so it works.
Like me. I love that show.
Oh no, like look, we gotta. It's not always the worst thing in the world. It's okay.
I know. It really all depends on how it's used, like we said.
Magic
Mashal is a-
and
yeah.
muscles.
Yeah, Harry Squatter.
Harry
The boy who
Squad.
lived.
The boy donkey. Well, let's continue on.
Wants and needs and their desires and treating them like objects. And it's really, I'm just going to play a few clips because I don't think what I can say could do it justice. It's better if you
All right,
just
go
see
for it.
what I mean.
Black Widow, aka Natasha Romanoff, while I wouldn't consider her a Mary Sue character, yet has much less of a character than she could have, because social justice warriors won't allow her any weaknesses. The famous outrage brought on by the Age of Ultron movie that caused Joss Whedon to evacuate Twitter was sparked because Black Widow finally got a moment of vulnerability. Oh sure, we've seen her brood over her dark past before, but that was cool, edgy superhero stuff. Plus, all that mention of red she had in her ledger probably appealed to the cat lady crowd. Natasha revealed that she was made infertile to make her a better spy/assassin, since having a child would understandably compromise her willingness to kill. This is kind of like the female equivalent of castrating a man so he can concentrate on his job without the pesky lust kicking in, Unsullied style. They'd taken away a core element of her womanhood so she could be a tool for murder. And in her eyes, this made her a monster. And in response, feminists were like, hey, she should be out getting abortions and killing men, not having pesky humanity. I mean, we're doing just fine without it.
How did you misinterpret what people else?
Okay, 1 minute. First of all,
Yeah.
First of all, okay, shame on Literature Devil for not providing sources. He should have when it comes down to the lashback against that. I actually don't find that disagreeable, necessarily, in terms of like the character having an a fundamental thing taken from her that she actually cared about. And even in retrospect, it's like, oh man, I retroactively would have liked to have had kids. I would have liked to have had a family. Like that is a tragic element of her character. Now, I will say Age of Ultron did not deliver it very well, and it didn't really expound upon it very functionally.
Right.
But I think that if people were critical of it because it was a woman that saw herself as lesser for not being able to produce children, I mean, that's a real thing a lot of women go through who are infertile. But
like the point that a lot of people were making when it came to backlash against this point in general was there are a lot of women who are born infertile or have become infertile due to uterine cancer or something else of the sort. That doesn't make them monsters. So having characters where their main motivation is, or like the main hang up that they have is that they feel like they're a monster because they can't do something that most women can do, can come off as a little bit insensitive to women who have had to have this very traumatic thing experience.
Yeah, and I think honestly the criticism would probably be more so it needed to be followed through on more so as a character arc, where it's like, no, you accept that you have worth. You're not a monster because
how would you actually follow through on that?
Oh, how would you follow through on that? Well, obviously,
I'm asking.
Oh, what? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was just asking.
That's a good question. I have to remember all the things that happened in Age of Ultron. Age of Ultron was stuffed to the fucking gills, and it really didn't.
It was. It had way too much content. And not enough room to flesh
honestly,
out the characters. But even then,
it's
in the Black Widow point. At the very least, I think the idea that scene is fine, and even that scene where she talks about it makes sense because it's not even the greater context and chances of how that happens is important.
The feminists
she was
trying
just
to silence
a woman who decided hey, she doesn't want to. Yeah, she doesn't want to Oh wait, am I good?
You're just cutting in and out a little bit.
Hello. Oh, okay.
Oh wow!
If she was a number one who decided to wait, is it still happening?
You have a 2 or 3 second delay on when we say something and you hear it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm actually looking up that Joss Whedon thing, especially with the feminist stuff right there. Looking back, since this was about 10 years ago, apparently Joss Whedon claimed that he wasn't actually run off Twitter. He's actually says, he says, believe me, I have been attacked by militant feminists since I got on Twitter. That's something I'm used to. Every breed of feminism, blah, 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 blah. It's like every other breed, every subject, blah, 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 blah. I just thought, wait a minute, if I'm going to start running again, I have to go to a quiet place. And it's like taking the bar exam at Coachella.
Honestly, that's reasonable. I also need quiet places in order to write.
Yeah.
I will say, though, I think that Literature Devil here is being very disingenuous with his criticism of the people who are criticizing Black Widow. And honestly, kind of good on Ant for kind of taking our criticism for showing context, because now we actually understand what Literature Devil is saying.
I just sucks that it took 48 minutes into the video for this to come to a...
Although one thing I will say about the article I found, Whedon does acknowledge that he has gotten actual death threats and harassment on Twitter.
Right.
But he's saying but he was also saying something like nothing to the level of degree of someone like Anita Sarkeesian and bringing up Gamergate in this, and it's like, okay.
Yeah, well, that's expected. But but no, yeah, I think basically Literature Devil either he's being disingenuous or he missed a core facet of it. I can agree on that.
Sure.
'Cause I don't think his overall point, from his perspective, if he believes what he's saying on the actual lashback against her, I understand where he's coming from. But the fact is, if he did understand the actual nuance of the point, basically, I think it's just a bunch of cavalcade of misunderstanding here.
He should show receipts. I agree that he should show receipts because, according to Joss Whedon, that's not why he left. If you're going to make a claim like that, you'd need to have at least show some people actually getting pissed off at Whedon for that whole thing,
Especially when you yourself show the article during
Does getting pissed off at him for feet fetish, does that count?
I don't know. Was it Black Widow's feet?
Maybe.
Dude, he's a toe gobbler like Dan Schneider.
Yeah. Yeah. Although I don't know if he's ever done anything as bad as Schneider. I'm not sure. I know he got canceled and he's not back yet. Anyway,
we should probably listen to what Anthony's actually going to say before you continue on.
Yeah.
Upset about with that scene so badly. It has nothing to do with the fact that she had that removed. It had to do with how it was discussed. The big issue at play was not that it happened. The problem was that the way Joss Whedon wrote it was that she called herself a monster for having the procedure done. That because she had that surgery done to her, she was less human. That was the controversy.
Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said.
Okay.
But yeah, the caveat there, and again, it should have been explored. A person can feel that way about themselves. A character can express that. If a man got castrated and said, I am less of a person as a result of this, that is that person's mindset. And it is on the narrative then to maybe follow through on a story about them getting out of that mindset and learning to value themselves as something more, or not seeing themselves as a monster as a result of that. Now that's a failure, I think, on Age of Ultron for not doing that. I don't agree with anyone here.
Yeah, it especially makes sense within the context. What?
I was gonna say. So
what's up?
I was gonna say, since Ant's not really, going after the sources right here, is he actually saying that there was a controversy that this did lead to Whedon getting off Twitter?
Well, no, he's not saying that. What he is saying is that Literature Devil is leaving out context to make it seem like the people that were angry at Joss Whedon for writing Black Widow that way.
That's not what I'm asking, though. That's not what I'm asking, though. That's not what I'm asking.
I don't think he is vindicating that Joss Whedon was run off of Twitter. I think he's simply vindicating that there was a controversy over this specific line about Black Widow.
Effectively, what he's saying is that Literature Devil is misunderstanding or conflating a what the actual issue was, because Literature Devil was basically saying feminists are mad because Black Widow doesn't kill men like we want her to, when that wasn't the issue. And I think that is something that you should criticize Literature Devil for, because that is...
He does that in the film several times. The opening fucking fight is awesome.
Yeah, everybody was killing people. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but like even...
The point...
Even... Go on.
The point here is that he's criticizing Literature Devil for something that he said that is definitely wrong, and he showed us the context for that, which is what we're discussing.
Yeah. With that being the case, though, because it's been a while since I've seen the movie, I can understand, like, potentially how why that scene would actually be decent for Black Widow as a character. Because it's not even just the fact that, like, I would imagine anyways, it's not even just the fact that, she had her womb taken away, she can't have children, whatever. It's more so the fact that she is, had done that forcibly done to her, and she's being used as a tool to kill other people.
If I understand it correctly,
life,
I think there's actually anything and making things better. Scene was cut down severely as well. I remember hearing that.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I think part of it was also like a part of the re-edit that may have lost nuance in the scene. So, like, there's even more on there that, like, could be... Which, it's still a fault of the director, for the record. That's still on his shoulders. It's an explanation, but it's not an excuse.
And I can understand that context could have been misattributed to it. Whereas she was saying that she felt like a monster not because she lost her ability to have children and be what is considered a normal woman, but the fact that she had this procedure in order to be used as a tool, therefore she doesn't feel like she's human anymore. She feels like a monster because she had her body modified to be made into a tool.
I mean,
I'd love to rewatch that scene.
Like, I feel like a monster because I want to have a family and I can't. Although, I mean, I always found that wording weird. It's like, I don't know a single person that would describe themselves at, like, it is. I feel like there's so much more there. Like, why would you describe yourself as a monster for?
That's what I'm saying. It might have been like just a combination of the greater context.
I would honestly, like, my criticism is just like, Whedon, what? Can you please elaborate on this? Like, I wouldn't get angry at him. I'd just be like, what the fuck were you trying to say here? I'm a little confused, buddy. Like, like I can tangle myself into an answer, but like I have to kind of work a little bit there. It's strange.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with, like, the idea that she was scarred for life and it was traumatizing. It had to do with the fact that she was calling herself inhuman and that no one corrected her in the story.
There we go.
Bruce Banner just hears it and goes, I guess you're right. I guess you are inhuman.
Fair.
That's the vibe it gets. That's why people had an issue with it. You missed the mark so far.
I don't know if because like Banner's dealing with his own shit when it comes to being a monster. So I got to remember what he said in response in that scene.
I don't know. I don't think that it matters, honestly, because we're specifically talking about
hold
that.
on,
Yeah, right.
hold
We're
on.
not even at the Mary Sue.
Guys. So I've been quiet for a little bit, mainly because I was actually looking up the scene in question just to refresh my memory.
Yep.
And the whole thing wasn't because I'm a monster because I can't have babies. It's like it makes it easier to kill. And she's referring to that it's easier to kill.
There you fucking go.
That's what I said.
So
I just wanted to.
So wait.
Yeah, no. Thank you for confirming that for me.
So now, wait. Does that mean Ant's the dishonest one now?
They're both dishonest. in
Okay,
my mind.
fair enough.
Oh
All
my
right.
God.
I am trying to keep track right now. This back and forth is annoying.
Look, I'm not saying that the whole thing wasn't possible because, it's possible to take it that way, but from what I just saw, the line goes, it makes it easier to kill. You're not the only monster. And I think she was referring to that right there instead of like, I can't have kids, therefore I'm a monster, which is not what she said.
So they're both wrong. This is exactly what I freaking suspected about this.
I love the.
Are you kidding me?
You're flustered there, and just seeing your hand fly up with the little energy bobule in it. It was.
Oh my fucking! Thank you so much, Kamen. I had a sneaking suspicion. It's like, did that scene really play out that way? It's been years since I saw the movie. But I felt like it was different.
All right.
I can link you to the clip right now if you want.
Well, I don't want to drag us any. I want to get through this
we don't
video.
have to watch it right now. I trust you, but I would definitely love to look at it later.
It's like the last 15 seconds of that clip anyway.
All right. Well, let's continue.
Far in getting as to why people were pissed off about it, that I have trouble believing you have any understanding of how to interpret media. The way you're
that's not fair.
Example of a woman you've had is,
I mean, especially since we just looked at the scene and confirmed.
He's not. This is an example of what he considers an extreme feminist, which you may say is still sexist, but like, be clear, if this is not him characterizing all women. Don't be dishonest on that, Anthony.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if Literature Devil was someone who only used pictures like this of women who looked like this as his examples, then maybe you could say that. But this is one sample size.
It kind of reminds me of like that whole big red thing, that one red-haired woman that people use in their thumbnails all the time to show like triggered.
Oh yeah.
Right. Big red. Yeah, Big Red. That's what people call her.
Fat, piercings, has glasses, and has dark hair as opposed to blonde hair. That tells me you're trying to demean them because you're using these as a way social justice.
Yeah, it is
women,
a stretch.
Quote unquote. So your framing of this is fat shaming.
Also, for the record, you're using it as a comparison to the example he gave of positive women earlier. With you're describing the blonde-haired woman that he gave earlier. So, at the very minimum, the best you could say, maybe he has a type. Maybe, I don't know. I just he gave an example. Now you're characterizing. He says that all women are this. That's not fair, and that's not fair at all.
People look at tattoos and piercings are inherently bad, and you're saying that people
on the live stream and not him actually talking about it
are somehow not good enough for you. It's almost like you can't actually argue your way out of a paper bag and have to rely on these straw men to prop you up.
And
because your audience are also fatphobic, hate piercings, hate glasses, and dyed hair apparently. And finally, one of the
we're watching a Pokemon match. We're watching Straw Man versus Straw Man right now.
Yeah, we're seeing two Mavericks fighting right now, dog. All over again.
Really, it seems like two pair of Magikarps using Splash at each other.
Another professional. We need an Ant versus Devil stream debate. Just see whose brain would melt first. I'll say this: between what I've seen of Ant's videos and what I've seen of Literature Devil's videos, I put my money on Devil, but we'll see. Because I mean, but to be fair, I have a larger sample size, so.
I couldn't stand Literature Devil's videos either. Like, I tried, but I gave up on him many years ago.
Copycat Sue, which is the most unimportant. I'm going to skip past you real quick, but basically a character who's basically just a copy of an established character. So I think the type your name in the DeviantArt plus the Hedgehog, those kinds of characters. I'm sure that these Copycat Sue critics would love Shadow the Hedgehog, but I digress. Now, of the list...
Because Shadow is an actual independent character. Oh my god. No, and in fact, they highlight his similarity to Sonic in the very first scene they interact because people mistake Sonic for Shadow. It's the central plot point. He's not a Mary Sue. He's Edgy the Hedgy because he has a tragic backstory that Sonic doesn't.
What next? You're going to say Silver the Hedgehog is a Mary Sue next, Anthony?
I actually know nothing about Silver, so...
Time Traveler has the ability of psychic abilities in a very broken game.
Yes.
Yeah. That's a long and short of it, yeah.
Of traits that online critics often cite as traditionally Mary Sue traits, you might notice one missing. One that dates back to the original Mary Sue itself. Extreme beauty.
It's time the world knew. What's your bra size, Mary Sue? You know what? At this point, I'm not even surprised.
Mary Sues have always been extremely beautiful. Objects of desire, even established characters' desires. But no, these folks don't have a problem.
No. There is now been a shift in the Sudom where you have the plain Jane girl who is now desired by all of the boys. Her plane brings all the boys to the yard.
Was it? Oh, no, Rachel Castiglione is supposed to be freaking beautiful, but what is it? Not Blood Green Knights. My Immortal. Isn't she supposed to be a plain Jane? But she's always described so extravagantly.
I would say probably more Jenna from My Inner Life. I think she was more of the plain Jane one. And that fanfic goes back to 1998, so...
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, these kinds of Sues have always been there. It's
also,
just...
yeah, these...
You only showed an image from that OSP. Maybe show us the full clip where she's discussing that, because I get the feeling she didn't qualify that all Mary Sues are strikingly beautiful.
She most certainly didn't.
No.
Also, are you implying then that Ray isn't beautiful? Because Ray is a very pretty girl. Not gonna lie.
And even then, that's like a subsection of Mary Sue anyways.
Well,
that's
actually,
definitely
here's something
not part of the core traits, right?
Here's something we have to consider. It's not the fact that we, as the audience, find them attractive. It's in the context of the story. If
that's
they're
also
attractive.
true. Yes.
Yes.
Because it doesn't matter what we think if the Mary Sue looks good or not. It's what the characters inside the story think. It doesn't matter what we think.
I can confirm she did not. I watched that series of videos a lot. Thank you, Shade of the Night. Excellent. So, Anthony...
Also, yeah. I do want to say, like, Anthony, the original Mary Sue, it's not a holotype like in dinosaurs where you have the holotype fossil that you look at in order to determine whether these are the same species. You can have a broad variety of different Mary Sues that still follow under, like, the periphery of this Mary Sue. And that can include characters that...
Oh, Helix fossil.
Yeah.
Lord Helix!
I'm like that one guy in the debate who goes into the audience and heckles everyone.
When you say Helix, I get reminded of the joke he just played of the fucking infinite bra size.
You can have characters that are still considered Mary Sues that aren't necessarily considered beautiful, because I do remember that there were, I think I mentioned this the last time that we covered this. There were a time that people tried to hide make their characters not Mary Sue's by just making them not beautiful and therefore not Mary Sue's, but they still had every other trait of what made a Mary Sue an annoying character archetype. So therefore, like, it's still technically a Mary Sue. You just tried to very lazily make them not a Sue. Because instead of learning to be a better writer, you just made shit just continue to be a bad writer.
I'm a plain Jane, but I have like 5 guys chasing me down, trying to bang me.
Don't forget about adding the traits that are considered to be ugly but are made conventionally attractive. Like, oh no, I have scars that make me look like they're tears coming down from my eyes.
Yeah.
I wear glasses. That's it. That's it. Apparently, the glasses. Hollywood says glasses make you ugly.
Mm-hmm.
Basically.
And unless you're in Japan, in which case they make you hot.
With that, they often argue that Mary Sues today are ugly and unattractive, and they'll imply that these are reflections of the creators of these Mary Sues, who they also say are ugly and unattractive.
You see this a lot in fan fiction, probably because the natural habitat of the Mary Sue is fan fiction. This likely stems from an author wanting to place themselves in the world of their favorite series, but not their real selves, with all the nasty human elements. Their ideal selves, the one with the great hair, the perfect looks, and the existent social skills.
But I think this is because they want beautiful characters like that. The desired beautiful Mary Sue, dainty and wanted. These critics want more of that. They even use AI to generate perfect versions of their female characters.
Oh no! Ooh, ooh, Shad. Ooh. I don't even know where this is going now, if I'm being completely honest.
Why are we suddenly talking about AI now, especially for things that aren't actually Mary Sue's? But
they want beautiful women, but they don't. No, it's God damn.
Hang on. Can we go back, because I think he's conflating what the fanfiction author wants with what he's saying that these people seem to want.
He's misinterpreting, because like they're interpreting what other people want, and he's interpreting what the
extremely beautiful objects of desire, even established characters' desires. But no, these folks don't have a problem with that. They often argue that Mary Sues today are ugly and unattractive, and they'll imply that these are reflections of the creators of these Mary Sues, who they also say are ugly and unattractive.
You see this a lot in fan fiction, probably because the natural habitat of the Mary Sue is fan fiction. This likely stems from an author wanting to place themselves in the world of their favorite series, but not their real selves, with all the nasty human elements. Their ideal selves, the one with the great hair, the perfect looks, and the existent social skills.
Wait, no, but you're saying that they don't consider Mary Sue's pretty, but they're saying that Mary Sue's can be pretty. Anthony, I am confused, and also Literature Devil, you're confused. You're conflating self-insert with Mary Sue. Although this is, I would say, the merger of the two. To some degree, but at the same time, probably should separate those two.
I mean, for all we know, he probably did, because this is from a random part in his video. There's no timestamp or anything like that.
Yeah, he said in the beginning of that sentence, we see this a lot in fan fiction, implying he was discussing a version of this point before this.
Yeah. And it's like, so Anthony, he's saying that they will beautify themselves in fan fiction.
And they do. And like that can be annoying, but that doesn't necessarily make for a Mary Sue. That is an annoying self-insert, and I find it very creepy when I'm reading self-insert fanfic, because it feels like I'm reading your goddamn diary.
I was gonna say, like, I have an easier time, like, okay, so if you're like reading smut, it's way more comfortable than if you're reading a serious piece of work and then two characters start getting it on and you're like, oh, I know you two. You're like my friends. Like, I actually really like, I should probably like close the door and just walk away. Like, I shouldn't be watching this. I feel like I'm intruding. Like, you can get that kind of effect.
Pizza time.
Pizza time.
I'm not paying for those.
But yeah, Ant, you were kind of defeating your purpose here?
Her point, yeah. He is defeating the point
I think
because...
this is because they...
Samira Sony making the lead protagonist look masculine as hell. Unlike average women like the Ellie just saying, my 2 cents, pick from the game on the left, made fan made. Well, okay. I always get annoyed by this one. It's like, just use the image of her from the first game if you're trying to make that point, because she looked fine in the first game compared to...
you gotta use the Lego version. That's better.
Oh, yeah, use the Lego version that no one's gonna buy. But it's like, if you're gonna compare that, and like, I don't know the context. Maybe in the second game she plumps up because resources are more prevalent. I don't know. Like,
well, no, this is literally just she is not smiling in the first one, and like she has makeup in the second one and she's smiling. Your face will change like that if you're smiling.
What I'm saying is like it's
the power of Colgate.
What I'm saying is like this is her from the sequel, and she does look different than she did in the sequel. And I don't know why people don't like people drawing comparison to like this AI garbage or this airbrushed garbage, as opposed to show her how she looked in the original, show her now, and if they haven't explained like, oh, time has passed and she's kind of let herself go or something like that, or maybe just, I don't know, other natural reasons why your face would change shape. If they haven't explained that to some extent, yeah, it's kind of a weird choice to do.
Honestly, this post feels like it's more like trolling, because like if you look like, unlike the average woman, cough cough TL2's Ellie, it's like the issue wasn't with Ellie, it was with Abby.
That's a good point too.
Abby,
like that, I wasn't even focusing on that.
Yeah, because this thing is like, it honestly feels like it's actually trying to bait people into things, and there's always that with randos on Twitter. Like,
especially
like I gotta speak how. Oh yeah, this was actually made for an engagement farm on Twitter, because especially considering, like, I'm guessing this happened like maybe last year or something, because there's not really a date on there.
I think I saw this.
It happened a few years ago. Yeah,
this was back when the sequel was announced. I'm pretty sure.
Maybe.
Right.
But my point is, like, people will do things even if they're hate just to get engagement, because, like, even if you don't get a lot of likes, which, 4.4K is still pretty good likes, but comparison to, like, 21K retweets and quotes, I'm guessing.
Yeah, this guy got blasted.
Yeah. And it's like, it's obviously not, I mean, also this is probably during the time when AI art was really, really coming out and people were like all against it.
I don't think it was. I think this is an airbrush. I don't think this is AI. I'm pretty sure this came out before AI became big.
Yeah, this this came out before AI really started taking off. My whole point with this was just like, I don't really see the difference between these two pictures other than the girl on the left has no makeup on and she's frowning, and the girl on the right has makeup on and she's smiling. They're the same person.
Actually, let me go look that up.
She looks a little bit like me when I was like 9 years old and not happy that we're going somewhere.
Actually, I'm gonna go look up this tweet right now, right? So give me a sec, okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
She looks like somebody just took her candy bar.
It's like, what the fuck, dude?
No, it's like you got in front of her in fucking Starbucks.
I was gonna say people I think make maybe a stronger point with MJ from the PS Spider-Man games. Although I also complain about Peter from the PlayStation Spider-Man games. I really liked his first look
or whatever
in the original the first Spider-Man, 2018, is that what it was? And then they changed it for the remaster and he looked like he was 12 years old. It's like, what the fuck?
Oh.
What? Yeah, he actually looked like kind of a grizzled college student in the let me look at
oh no, now they're both gone onto Twitter.
Oh no.
Well, what makes you feel better, I can't find this specific tweet. I think the guy might have deleted it.
More than likely, given how blown out he got right here.
So
although that leaves a very important question: how the fuck did Ant find it? I guess way back.
Here's the comparison: left is the original, right is the updated version.
I mean, I did find one about the Lego version.
Oh.
Nice.
All right. Well, let us continue on with Ant's video.
Want beautiful characters like that. The desired beautiful Mary Sue, dainty and wanted. These critics want more of that. They even use AI to generate perfect versions of their female characters. Despite some obvious flaws, they don't care because it's the skin-deep beauty that they're seeking. You know, come to think of it, they actually hate when their heroes lose, almost as if they want every...
I have to ask,
Okay.
which critics are actually doing this?
That was Shad.
Well, Shad is, obviously, but...
Well, I mean, Shad is Shad. He's an AI simp.
Yeah.
I wouldn't really consider him a critic of online
Yeah, again,
stuff.
this is just Ant going from one example to a whole breadth of people.
Yeah, and
Not to
he's
mention,
using one specific person. Yeah, he's using one specific person in order to go, like, just criticize everybody. And it's really frustrating and annoying because it's like, you can't know for a fact that Literature Devil thinks the same way as Shad does. Yeah. Like, Shad obviously definitely only wants to see feminine women who are constantly damsels in distress. Maybe they might have a shred of personality if the director or the creator deems them worthy of it, or they're in a particularly good mood that day. But for the most part, Shad is just very fine with the traditional woman on the train tracks type of character, and he doesn't want any other type of woman. We don't know that about Literature Devil. We don't know that about any other type of critic like this. It's a case-by-case basis.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Conflict easily solved by their male heroes. Look at the reaction the Superman trailer got for presenting Superman initially.
Oh, right.
As
Yeah, I forgot.
Shadiversity had a whole video ranting about this. They want their male characters to be respected, desired. You know, they want everyone, no matter what the male characters say, to respect them, much like the traditional Mary Sue.
And Shad's character is a Gary's too.
Yes, Ugox, I hate this nonsense about Alloy. She's not ugly, and why the hell would a tribal post-apocalyptic world woman have makeup on? Yeah, no, I found the, like, while I don't necessarily find the Alloy on the left the most attractive, the one on the right is uncanny. I immediately, all the alarms go off of, oh, that's a skinwalker. I should run away from that.
Honestly, that's kind of why I felt like it was like AI at the time, you know?
Yeah, no, it triggers that sense. I get it.
Yeah. The thing mostly when it comes to characters and whether or not they have makeup on or not is because Hollywood puts makeup on everybody regardless. Having makeup on a character or having makeup on an actor kind of becomes the default face of a person in media. Yeah. So it becomes very weird and off-putting to people when media starts to have characters without makeup on because we're just so used to seeing it.
Yeah, I mean, like, people don't understand it, but I put on makeup every time I need to stream. People think this is a PNG tuber, but no, there's actually a face cam. Kaiser too. It's also a face cam.
I do actually look like a Digimon protagonist in real life.
The Digimon though is superimposed with CGI, unfortunately.
Listen, I'm just a manga character that just came out of life and stuff like that, so I'm just getting used to color, and everything here is just way too colorful for me at the moment.
God damn it, Twilight, was this your demon circle again? You already had enough trouble with the one.
Be hilarious if I just, like, get off stream and just pull off my beak and just unravel, like, my fucking skin. It's just the actual me underneath, Kelpie. Gotta be horrifying.
Insert that one scene from the Batman where Joker's getting out of plastic surgery and going, "Show me the mirror! Give me the mirror!"
Wanted and still be respected. They want Mary Sue's, but on their terms. So all of their complaints seem trivial, maybe even hypocritical, because we know if the genders were reversed, they would be...
You have not mentioned this video at all, and we are 4 minutes away from being done. Anthony.
Also, this is like, this is basically, you know, making assumptions about what people actually want and what they think and such.
Well, I mean, if you actually dove into the Literature Devil's argument about why Rey is a Mary Sue and Luke isn't, maybe then we can talk about this. But you haven't touched upon it. We're 4 minutes from the end. You've made a bold-faced assumption based upon Shad. Like, Shad and Literature Devil, I don't know if this surprised you, they're not the same person. and they don't argue the same things. In fact, quite literally, I don't know if Shad has ever talked to Literature Devil. He's a Mormon. I don't know if he would want to talk to Literature Devil. I feel like there might be some sacrilegious nature thing going on. So I don't know. Man. You're grasping at straws here, it feels.
Salivating over this.
Ugh,
The
don't
impact
say that
of all
again.
this is much
Don't say
worse.
salivating. It's disgusting when you say it like that.
Salivating. Absolutely salivating.
Ugh, don't say that either.
We've got to have money.
We've got to have money.
We've got to have money.
All right, Twy, now you do it.
I like that movie. Hot take.
I only remember the meme. I don't know I can't remember what movie it is.
It's Tom and Jerry.
Isn't it the Tom and Jerry?
Yeah, it's the Tom and Jerry
The
movie.
one where they start talking.
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I like having money.
Realize, because it's not really about the critics anymore. It's not about the small online conversations we have. It's about how this discourse affects writers, especially young writers. I'm going to tell you something that every teenager who wanted to be a writer did in the mid-2000s. They'd come up with a brand new character. They'd be great, maybe too great. And they'd look up one of those old online quizzes and ask, does my character have too many Mary Sue traits? Is my character maybe a Mary Sue? Quizzes would ask,
Why didn't you give us these
does your character have any
quizzes?
unique birthmarks, special abilities, differently colored hair, something that makes them stand out? Do people love them? Do they have friends? And inevitably, each of these questions would be answered, and each of these quizzes would confirm the writer's fears for them. That yes, they had crafted a Mary Sue, the worst sin an author can possibly...
You are conflating. Oh my God, Anthony. Why is this like? I know you're trying to be like, oh, it's going to discourage creativity, but yeah, but
No.
creativity can also go completely off the fucking bounds. People can be.
By your admission.
Like there used to be like the big Mary Sue quiz back in the day. I fucking loved that thing. I used to like spend hours just thinking up of different types of characters and then like putting them in to see like what the scale would be to figure out like what I could do to make a Mary Sue and what wouldn't. And that actually helped with my ability to critique, because I would think about like scenarios about whether a character had this, but like what situation would make that not a Sue. And even in those quizzes, they did say that it was just a blanket thing, and depending on context, your character may or may not be a Sue, even with a lot of these traits. But that it is something for you to take note of when you're going about with your character. Not that just because you have these traits, necessarily those things automatically make your character a Sue.
Honestly, this comes off as a lot like, won't someone please think of the young teenage writers?
Yeah.
Children!
Yeah.
I mean...
Because, look, as someone who's making his own cast of characters...
Punt the Child?
Hey, Punt the Crow.
I'll
but
warn you
maybe
guys,
not
I'm a
right now.
pro.
What were you saying, Kamen?
Well, the thing is, like, when it comes to these sorts of quizzes, it's like, they don't discourage you. They're just there to basically, you know, some of them are for fun, some of them are actually there to help you out, and others are just, like, you know, for goofs and gaffs. It's like, this kind of thing doesn't really matter. And as someone who actually grew up in that time frame and, you know, kind of fits that demographic, most people didn't give a shit about these things. Most people just made the characters they want. I come from the age of where people would take Sonic characters, like stuff from Sonic X, and just like trace over it to make their OCs. I come from that generation, and people did not give a rat's ass about these kinds of quizzes.
Yep.
So
now
to conflate that sort of thing is just like, it really just comes off as real moral grandstanding.
I was of the group that did care about them, but I was, even as a teenager, I was more critical. But, like, even then, like, there were nuances, and the only people who really didn't understand that were the very, very, very young teenagers. Like, the preteens, mostly.
Yeah, but
and like
what kind of
they're like
make you do this.
Oh man,
like,
let Kaiser speak. He's been trying to.
No, never. I will never make him speak.
Just try. Okay, Kamen, you have committed the crime of silencing a black man. Anyways, but friggin', what was it? There was this video that's in my playlist that talks about how this sort of phenomena has happened in the internet space. You know, people getting a little bit too critical or too harsh in criticisms towards people who make fan fiction about their Mary Sues, even if they are just like for dumb fun or whatever. Like that sort of thing does indeed happen. However, we are not talking about just people writing bullshit on the internet. We're talking about fucking millionaires, billionaires making $1 and $1 billion movies professionally in the grand scheme.
We are paying for a product. We expect a level of quality.
Yes. Yeah, we are paying for these people to do this type of shit. So I'm sorry if things are going to be a little bit more harsh, but that's the game you're playing here. And I do agree that there are people like Shad that can be unreasonable, but you have yet to demonstrate that to a large degree like you profess you've done here.
Aiden Hughes says, Celtic, you're going to hate me, but the God Emperor of Mankind is a Mary Sue. What? Why do you think that I would give a shit about Warhammer 40k anything? Warhammer 40k is one of the most ludicrous settings, and it's one of the reasons I never like stepping inside of there. It's just so stupid, the level of everything that goes on in that shit.
Also, can I say that MangaKamen said, it's a won't you think of the teenage girls and whatever, the teenage writers. Nobody gives a shit about the teenage writers until it is relevant to use them as like a prop in arguing with somebody else online. I have been accused of being someone who won't allow teenage girls to just like what they like, and I was a teenage girl. Because, like, how dare you say that Twilight wasn't a good book? Just let the teenage girls have their fun. I was a teenage girl! I didn't like it as a teenager!
Well, and let the girls have their pumpkin spice lattes.
And then there's the turnaround of, like, okay, then show me, what's some of your favorite fan fiction? Oh, I don't read it. I don't think it's any good. Okay!
Wow!
I like this. I know that I don't know if Ant would be the kind of person to do this, but very much I get the sensation that like.
Ow!
What?
Girlfriend is attacking me for making the pumpkin spice latte joke. Ow! Zipper! Ow! It's a zipper! Oh, for the love of... Get out!
His girlfriend's playing Hunt the Child.
You see, gentlemen, this is proof. Do not chase women. Chase the grind. Become a slug, my man.
You go, Manga's girlfriend.
But no,
she left the room already.
Yeah,
she can't hear you.
I was gonna say the yeah. So it's like, okay, well, first of all, I don't. This is a very much a you care about them until you fucking don't kind of situation. I get that feeling. I don't have any proof, but I got a gut feeling. So it's not textual. It's probably not fair, but you know what? We'll see in the future how you handle that.
It's like the Mary Sue. You know when you see it.
Yeah, but then on the flip side of that, also, so what you're proposing then is like they then get splashed with the cold hard reality of suffering the comments when they write a shitty story. Because like what you're asking is either not to provide any kind of criticism out into the aether that can help them better write their own stories and develop their craft, versus them writing a shitty story and then running headfirst into a fucking wall without a goddamned warning. That's what you're basically asking them for, which honestly I'm fine with, okay, but like I don't mind them seeking out better resources to improve their work.
Yep.
Honestly speaking, these kind of quizzes are better because I remember like a few years ago when the whole deviant cringe thing was a whole thing on YouTube and such. where people would like take stories and character arts and just lay into them for content.
Oh yeah, who would do something like that? I mean,
I'm talking
let's
like
move
people
on.
like Deviant. I was talking about people like Deviant Cringe and Solar Sands back in the day.
Oh, Solar Sands, yeah. Too. I mean, I did that as a teenager. Like I said, I was a very critical child on the internet because I actually wanted to get better and like critique and all of that kind of stuff. And then when kids would like whine about criticism and all that kind of stuff, like we would have like arguments about whether or not critique was actually valid or good or something that you should do as a teenager or to teenagers while being teenagers, and it was just like a whole thing.
I mean, if you ask some people, some adults are still teenagers with criticism.
I know.
I mean, for real, we talked about how immature these directors can be earlier.
Hi, welcome to the Ruby fandom.
Yeah, exactly, bro.
Silence woman, a feminist is speaking.
Yeah, we got cookies and death threats.
Okay, well let's we have 3 minutes left, guys. We're so close.
Yeah, we could do it.
There'll be another release.
Right? I think the fear of creating a Mary Sue trapped a lot of young writers. They were so scared of doing something bad that they ended up doing nothing at all. Because not writing anything at all was preferable to accidentally creating a Mary Sue.
Are you describing yourself? Are you self-reporting right now?
Confessions of a Teenage Gramuglia.
Like, maybe some kids might have gotten a hang up over it and didn't, but if the Mary Sue concept didn't exist, they would have gotten hung up over something else. They would have gotten hung up over some sort of other criticism that was out there. You don't know.
Yeah.
They
would got hung up over the bad reviews, or maybe none reviews they got because their work was bad. And they would have been like, oh, well, that was a shit thing to do. I guess I'll go do something else instead of ever writing again.
Yeah. One of the things...
Hold on. I want to make one thing clear, and I'm sorry for interrupting you. The way this is coming off, it's not so much that, it's more like I feel like he's saying that because critics are making these kinds of videos, that they are inadvertently making people not want to actually get into the creative sphere because they will be criticized like this.
Which is ridiculous, because
that's not
every
true.
single time in my own videos...
I know it's not true, but I feel like that's what Ant is trying to get at.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah.
It does feel like that.
Yeah. And, like... That is what I was kind of saying, though, because like there are going to be people who will make those kinds of excuses no matter what. Like one of the reasons why I don't like going on to AO3, aside from the fact that I don't like how messy the tagging system is, I think that it's way too broad. But one of the reasons is you can make your comment section into an echo chamber, because most people don't like seeing negative criticism or critique about their work. Like there is a difference between what we back in the day called flames, which was just like hate comments, and actual critique. But people think that anything that isn't kissing the ass of the author is a flame. So therefore, they have the right to just get rid of that.
Yeah,
I think that stifles creativity more than anything. It means you won't grow as an artist.
Whenever I see like someone with their comments like, oh, this author has the right to regulate their comments. I mean, every author does, but a lot of them have it set to like you have to approve comments. Whenever I see that, I'm just like, really? You really needed to turn that on? Are you that? Maybe if you got like spam at some point, which can happen on any site, it's like that. Right. Otherwise, like, come on, guys.
Or don't forget about all the time when we see like movie trailers and video games with their comment sections turned off.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I hate that. But like freaking what was
Hi Shad, how's it going?
Dude, that is insane. But like the what was it? The most important reason not to kiss the asses of people who make these fan fiction is well, those people are probably underage, so probably don't do that anytime soon.
Well, actually, we actually do have a real life example of somebody who was in the fanfiction space who really didn't like criticism, and then she went off to become a very popular professional writer. She used to be really big in the Harry Potter space, and now I think she did. Was it the Mortal Instrument series? I think that it was the Mortal Instrument series. She used to do Harry Potter fan fiction back in the day.
Wait, as in the ones with the giant like cities that drive around?
No, no, that was. Well, 50 Shades of Grey is also a example of that. Yeah, Cassandra Clare. Thank you, Robbie.
Do not mention the incest book.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Oh yeah, it used to be Harry Potter incest fanfic, and then it got made into a book.
Wait, incest between who in the Harry Potter fandom? Like,
Ron and Ginny, I think, or Ginny and one of her other brothers.
Kinky.
Right.
I am desensitized. I love how you guys are like so. I'm just like, you're like, I am desensitized. You need to do some real serious shit to fuck me up these days.
Oh, it was Draco and Ginny. Okay, sorry.
Oh, wait. So why are you calling it incest? What?
No, there was another one that was like really incesty that went on to become like an actual author, and it was a Harry Potter fanfic artist or fanfic author. But anyway,
don't tell Lily CD Cal about that. Celtic is now canceled. Anyway, look, just because I am just jaded to my trauma of being on the internet so long.
Yeah, anyway. I mean, either way, the Mortal Instrument series does feature the main couple of that as like half siblings. So,
the classic workaround.
Yeah.
Oh, stepbrother, I've fallen into this dryer. No, sorry, I need to correct myself. Stepbrother, I've fallen down and gotten stuck in the Mortal Instruments. All right, let's try and finish this.
Yeah.
Really depressing to me, actually. And what's even more depressing to me now is that we have this. The standard for being a Mary Sue is much lower than it was when I was a kid, you know? And we have all these young writers who are bombarded with messages now. It's not like how when I was a kid where I could just turn off the internet and start writing. No, now we have it on our phones. We have it blasted all around us. You can have it in your ears as you put your phone and walk around everywhere.
Turn off the internet.
Escape the critical.
Yeah, you can literally just walk.
Skill issue.
You can literally still just walk away from the internet and work on your own endeavors.
Yeah, you could do your own thing.
Or, just put on some music.
Who the fuck has you on your phone? Telling you that your character is a Mary Sue. Block that motherfucker.
We got. I was about to make an equivalent to fanfic writers going their own way, but I realized what the acronym would be for that, and I'm not saying that. I'm not risking that.
Honestly speaking, this feels like Anthony's writing his own fan fiction at the moment, not gonna lie.
A little bit.
This sounds very personal. This sounds very much like this is how I see the world because this is what I experience. And Para
Mañana, the ultimate Mary Sue will save the internet from all bad internet criticism.
At the end of the day, Anthony, we cannot account for who is going to be negatively affected by literally anything. It is literally a butterfly effect, okay? So
people get inspired by criticism all the time. I have a short story I want to write that's inspired by an episode of The Mandalorian, and I would have only thought of it because I watched people criticizing that episode and give me you could have done this and this and this. I'm like, those are good ideas. Let me jot some of those down. And so I started building a story around those suggestions because they were critical of what was being done wrong.
I'm only writing Fractured Fairy Tales because I think Ruby is garbage and I wanted to do something similar to it myself.
And I'm making stories about yokai and robots fighting, and that's always awesome.
Nice. Yeah, and granted, I'm making something based on the stuff that I like, but even aside from that, we're talking
sorry,
about
that was my uncle.
professionals. Oh,
I think they're watching hockey.
Crossover 4
Oh,
says,
got
shameless
it.
plug of my own fanfic series. Please read Ultima. Seriously, me and my partner wrote a novel and no one cares. It's frustrating. Well, maybe it's because you named it after a popular classic video game franchise and it's really hard to find.
Maybe.
Probably.
What were you saying, Monka?
I was gonna say it sounded like I heard ultimate like Wacky Inflatable 2 flailing arm men in the background.
Yeah, no, my uncle and my grandfather are just being stereotypical Canadians, just in the living room.
Don't you know about that, eh?
yeah.
E.
But even then, we're talking about professional writers as well. We're not just talking about random people making fucking fan fiction.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like, are you serious?
You've pivoted.
We're not even talking about people who are trying to get into the scene either. Most of the examples were just based on pre-existing characters who have like histories and have like millions of dollars in professional things going on here. We're not talking about people who are just getting into it. Maybe if we were talking about the indie scene and you had examples of people being overly harsh with like Mary Sue criticisms, that might have made a point.
Someone brought up a good point. Scott Cawthorne, the creator of FNAF, only created that series because everyone bitched about his kids game looking too scary. So he's like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm almost on my last legs here. I'll lean into that and make a horror game. And then he basically made a bajillion dollars.
Yeah.
I hear the hockey in the background again.
All right, we're almost there, guys. we can't let hockey keep us away. Cawthorne, not. Oh, Coffin, not Cawthorne.
Anyway.
Where'd you get the R? Shut up.
Arthorn.
Landscape, and thus you can't escape being told that Mary Sue's are bad, that if you do the things that we've discussed previously in this video in your writing, that's bad. And I think it's going to discourage a lot of people from trying new things, from experimenting. And it's also going to be an easy dismissal.
Or it can motivate them out of spite.
On the outside. It's no secret that a lot of the people who were writing Mary Sue's, they were trying to touch upon something that they were...
Anthony, what's the point of criticism?
What?
Anthony, what is the point of criticism? Tell me, because you're like basically decrying all of criticism at this point.
Including your own video.
Yeah.
And not only that, why does this not apply to any other negative trope ever?
Yeah. Oh,
like,
I'm sorry. Like, oh, you know, you can't tell someone you can't have big, boobily breasted women in onsens. Definitely, totally, totally consenting each other back and forth. You can't do that. You can't tell someone you can't do that because you're just stymieing their creativity. Oh, I'm sorry. It's offensive to you? No, I'm sorry. You don't get to do that. You're stifling their creativity.
I mean, by that logic, you can't make that same point against that one post of Alloy from, that Horizon Zero Dawn. You can't make that point right
You
there.
You can't criticize Shad for his book. You can't say that he's a Mary Sue main character. I'm sorry.
Stifling creativity.
Again, like, this is something I really hate about, like, these kinds of videos because it always decries a certain kind of criticism, but at the same time is being extremely hypocritical by doing the exact same kind of criticism.
Yep.
It makes it so, okay, I just won't listen to you anymore. Goodbye. Dislike.
Dederex, when do you not draw the big boobie?
That's it. I'm drawing the big boobies. That's a very good point. He always does draw the big boobie.
Yeah.
Let's not talk about the Salem drawing.
Let's not talk about what things you can find in the Tundra Discord server in the not safe for work section where Dederex lurks.
Yeah.
You can gain access to if you're curious, you can gain access to the Tundra for $1 or more to my Patreon. Basically, you get to hang out with us for Bad Fanfiction Night as well. That's always fun. You get to hang out with a bunch of us in the server. So yeah, and you get to check out what he's doing there. All right, we're almost here.
We're struggling with on the inside, want that power fantasy so they can feel strong. You know, I see a lot of people who work out in gyms and stuff talk about how much they love stuff like Dragon Ball Z. A lot of athletes love shonen anime, I've noticed. Yep. It is a power fantasy. It's the idea that if you train hard and you work hard, you keep working harder and harder and harder, you'll eventually become the thing you want to be the most in the world. And that's a great thing. Power fantasies can motivate you to be better than what you are.
That's
fantastic.
Too.
I have no issue with that. The problem is that when we have power fantasies outside of that very specific niche, we demean it. We look down on it, and it sucks because what we do.
No. I know for a fact that a lot of people have a lot of criticisms against Dragon Ball and all its incarnations. I mean, it's like it gets demeaned on its own. Shonen is not above being demeaned. In fact, it's often considered like to be,
if anything.
I mean, just look at like everyone making criticism about the female characters in like shonen. Is that now no longer applicable now? Are we not allowed to say like My Hero Academia has like sexist writing or has a terrible character that's named Mineta?
Plus, what do you say about One Punch Man, who is a character that was already powerful at the start of the story?
Yugok says Koibana Onsen for the win. Yes.
Yeah, but like, what do you say to that character? And people love them as well, as much as, if not arguably more, than characters who worked hard for their powers.
Oh yeah, Archetypes has a really good point. People were really shitting on Bleach back in the day.
Oh,
they did. Arguably, some of them still do.
Yeah.
Hell, they shit on a lot of sequels to shonen series like Boruto.
Well, Boruto sucks, so there's that. That's justified.
Very justified, but still.
But yeah, it's I don't know, man. You've just defeated your entire fucking video. What's the point of criticism?
Oh, congratulations.
I'm sorry, you're stifling someone's creativity. You can't be critical of this anymore.
Yep.
Didn't Shad do this last week?
Yeah.
Completely defeated his own fucking argument. Like, you guys, honestly, you two are made for each other.
Oh my gosh, that is so mean.
Okay, you're made for each other when it comes down to how you guys argue.
Like, I get what, like, here's my thought right here. I get what Guananyala here is trying to say. I really do, because sometimes, like, criticism can be a bit too harsh, but with how he's actually demonstrated throughout this video, it doesn't really work at all. It doesn't work with what he's trying to get at here, and it's really just kind of hypocritical because he's doing the exact same thing that he's decrying right here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm sorry to be on my soapbox, but I like being tall.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
No, it's fine.
It's just we got to clarify. You're not on a soapbox. You're on a green rat.
Yeah.
We don't really have a soapbox here. We just have a green rat that sits around with us.
A very strong green rat.
Very, incredibly strong back muscles.
I was wondering why it smelled like cheddar in here.
We're reducing it and saying it can't be this bigger thing that it is, and you can't write certain stories. And, listen, when it comes down to it, sometimes these bad writing things that you see, it's younger writers who are, throwing out their ideas and trying to.
I didn't realize She-Hulk was written by young writers.
Yeah, I thought it was an entire. Bro. Yeah, I thought it was a room of 10 full-grown adults that were sitting around and agreeing with each other.
The robotic cat and Feige.
Yeah, inheriting a large fucking franchise filled with characters and films and things that people pay money to care about and to watch with their family.
Also, you know what I just realized? If it wasn't for criticism, we'd still have that really ugly Sonic model in the movies.
Yes!
Yep.
Yeah, think about that.
For the record, like,
really?
The Sonic films, unironically, maybe one of my favorite film franchises. Like, it's like my favorite, not even guilty, well, that's a little guilty pleasure. It's not like, I don't consider it high art, but it's fun.
Amazing in those. It's not guilty pleasure, it's a good pleasure.
Yeah, it's a schlocky, like, kind of lower brain effort kind of fun. It's good. It's good. I don't watch it for the serious, well, actually, it has good emotional beats. That's why.
The problem.
Yourself.
I know. Look, I'm because like they're not well written. They're not really like stable films. But you know what? They're fun.
The problem with this argumentation, though, Ant, is that these children will grow up and they won't get better because no one will have criticized their work, and they'll have really thin skin as adults. And a lot of them will go into the film industry or into the book world and become authors or any other kind of writing or art space. And they will be bad. And because they didn't have the criticism and critique from when they were children and to have learned that at a young age, they will be worse off in their professional careers.
Yep.
This criticism isn't even directed at
that's
them.
literally what I said last week.
I was going to say, though,
Yeah.
what we see
this
now is
criticism
people
is
fail up in the writing industry in Hollywood, so I don't know how that fucking works.
Also, most of this criticism that he's displaying isn't actively being directed at these people. They're directed at full-length films and big productions and such. Why would people be discouraged by that?
Yeah.
Well, like he has
brought it up.
shifted.
Yeah,
he has shifted to children now.
Yeah, Lit Devil brought it up, but he was basically making the point, this is where Mary Sues make their home in fan fiction, which he considers lesser quality writing, which, on the whole, it should be that way. But what we are seeing more and more is that big companies are contending with better written fan fiction. Speaking from experience here a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because there's no quality control. If you're in an environment where no one is gonna tell you no, you know, what's the obvious conclusion? They're gonna do whatever the fuck they want.
Everyone wants to jump off this cliff. Yeah, let's all do that. Let's all jump off a cliff. Sounds like a fun time.
Well, I can
All right.
wall jump, so.
Oh, and I can fly.
All right, let's finish up. Let's finish off Helen Lovejoy here.
Yeah.
You can't grow unless you screw up first. You know, you can't become a better writer.
How do you know
until
when you
you've
screw
written a
up?
few not so great things, because what happens is you learn from it. You go, okay, this didn't work, this didn't work, this didn't work, and if you're
Yeah, man, you can't grow unless you screw up first. That's why the first time I got in a car, I immediately crashed into a wall. And that's how I learned to drive.
Also, how are they supposed to know they screwed up if no one tells them?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This
Or
is
they
self-defeating.
dig their head in the sand like Rooster Teeth.
Oh God.
or maybe too young to get that criticism, okay. But as you get older, you look back on it, you go, oh, well, this didn't work, and I should have done this instead, and this character didn't quite fit the right tone and what I was trying to get. And you grow from it. You write better stuff. And it's important to have those mistakes. If you don't try, you'll never get better. And the problem is, even with back when I was a kid, the Mary Sue discourse would make writers not want to try. Now, personally, I didn't give a crap. I just did it anyway. And it worked out pretty well. So
same.
I made my
Yeah, you know what?
early on, I went, okay.
And who went on to actually be a writer now? You, motherfucker. Guess you had the skin for it. Writing is not a... Publishing your work online is a fucking privilege. And you're going to...
I would argue that his writing hasn't actually improved since the last time I saw one of his videos.
No. Well, no, I'm not. I'm just saying that he has the skin for it. I'm not saying he's a quality writer.
Yeah. Like the thing is, Anthony, is that like not everybody is going to be able to have the skin for it, and that is fine, because if you are going to put your work out there, out in public, you no longer have control over what people say about that work. It doesn't matter your age. If you are an 8-year-old who has lied about their age in order to get on fanfiction.net or AO3 or whatever, that 8-year-old is still effectively saying that they give people permission to have thoughts and opinions about their work, whether positive or negative. And trying to argue with people about their opinions about their work, or getting mad and having a temper tantrum because somebody left them a mean comment or a critical comment or saying, oh, your work wasn't all that good, that is them not allowing people to have their opinions, and that is them refusing to grow as artists and actively stifling their creativity. And arguments about Mary Sue's can only hurt rather than help, because saying that a character is a Mary Sue you should evaluate whether or not that is true, and if it is true, then that is a valid criticism that you should look into your work and correct it. If it is not valid, you can say, well, it's a self-insert. Self-insert is still a problem. Maybe I will course correct it in the future.
And that is the whole point of videos like the ones that you and I make, Anthony. Job is to give people, you know, the power and the knowledge to actually, and whatever happens from there. I'm sorry, dude. What's the greatest time for people to fuck up? Before they are given millions and millions and millions of dollars and they waste people's fucking time
and money.
Yep. Yeah.
Most importantly, the money, but definitely their time.
Yeah. Somebody mentioned critique groups in order to be a good designer, like a good character designer or just a designer. Yeah. If you go into if you go to classes in order to learn to be a professional, you're going to get raked over the coals, and you have to be silent about it. You're not allowed to argue back.
Yep. That was the most beneficial thing in college, was getting feedback instantaneously from my creative writing classes. Like, for all the things I critique college for, on being a waste of money and time for a lot of people, for me, I went in knowing what I wanted, and like that was the biggest benefit, was getting instant feedback and being able to talk people out with these kinds of things and trying to figure out how to work things forward. Like, that's always important. And like, the fact is, we're getting more and more insulated. People are no longer actually interacting with the critics. People are running away and using excuses. They're not actually engaging with the criticism, and so they can't further grow and actually develop from it. What you need is a two-way street of conversation. People being like, I think you did this wrong here. Author being like, did I do wrong here? Or did I do something correct here you didn't understand? And then you go back and forth until you have an understanding of, hey, could I improve here? Or were you wrong?
Yeah.
That's how that should go.
In today's world, self-reflection's the enemy.
It's a lot better, in my opinion, for teenagers and young adults who have been through and were forged in fire through the harsh criticism of the internet on fanfiction.net and on AO3, and to go into the professional world than to have insulated themselves because they didn't want to accept criticism, and then go into professional spaces and get raked over the coals without that backbone.
With that being said, though, there are certain ways in which that can be put out that should be socially discouraged, and we can outline those out. The problem is, Anthony, that you have done very little to prove that most of the people you've been talking about demonstrate that they A, do those very same things, and B, represent the majority. They absolutely fucking
Jar
don't.
apparently should be an easy target, so...
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, well, we are 45 seconds away.
Here's what I can learn from this, and I can get better as a result. And my advice to any young writer who is discouraged and worried about making a Mary Sue, just write it. What you'll write will probably be bad. It'll probably suck. But
what qualifies as bad?
In the way that's good for you. Because if you get out your bad writing now, the next thing will be better. And you'll learn.
That's not how that works.
You'll build upon your mistakes, and you'll become
not
stronger.
really.
That's true.
Well, no, because like the way he phrased it, it's like, oh, bad. You have a bad reservoir inside you. You write it out, and you'll get better. No. Then you get it critiqued, and you get feedback, and then you grow as a writer.
Right.
And he's not including that very vital, important step.
Yeah, you have to be aware that what you did was wrong.
Yeah, it's like those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, we're watching an ant video again.
There are a lot of artists and writers out there who have written almost every day or drawn every day for decades, and they have not improved at all because they won't accept criticism.
Learning from your as long as you're open to criticism, that's important too. But
that is the most important thing.
Develop. You'll write something stronger.
Let's just put this at the very end of the video where most people are just checked out right now.
Yeah,
and you can dismiss the parts that don't work, but you'll be better writers as a result. So that's important. Anyway, that's my thoughts. I don't have many organized thoughts about this. Just a feeling.
Evidently.
And it fucking shows.
Okay. This is not much better than your last video we watched. This was, at the very least, it had one consistent topic, but oh my god, was it all
better formatting. Better formatting. Not better.
Arguably.
Not better argumentation.
Yeah.
Yeah, not better argumentation. Examples are incredibly shoddy. Not enough examples that prove what you're talking about, especially lacking in tweets. And the ultimate thesis is just insanely friggin' backwards.
Yep. It started okay, but went downhill. I don't know if you can even argue that.
I'm not even sure. I'm not sure.
I've forgotten the start of this video, and I don't remember him making a very... No, he did. He actually, I think, did make a clear thesis, and then he completely abandoned it.
Well, like the start of the video was him going into the history of Mary Sue's, trying to kind of dismiss the idea of a Sue, kind of, and then he, like, the main thing that we had a criticism on with that was the fact that he was using improper examples of how people use or don't use Mary Sue, when we were able to very easily find proper definitions that are more applicable to how people use it in the day-to-day.
Yeah. Oh. Well, I'm tired. I'm ready to call it. We've gone 5.5 hours.
Holy shit.
Does anyone here have anything they want to talk about, announce, anything?
Honestly, I'm just glad I managed to get like two things done tonight while doing this.
Nice. I've gotten nothing else done.
I got those critters done in the. I got those critters and I put them in the art chat if you want to show them off.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, we can show off the Derex art too.
Is there another Derex art?
No. Raymond's been showing the art as they've been posted.
Right, I forgot. My bad. Yeah.
Here we go. Yeah, they finished them off. They look great.
Yeah, you should see what they originally looked like. I can throw that in there quickly.
Sure.
Let me see if I. Let's see. Just Yeah, too many folders right here. But yeah, let's see.
I am trying not to keep yawning.
No, it's fine. All right, here's what they initially looked like, and I think there's quite a bit of improvement right there.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, can you believe that's just a year difference?
Damn. Oh.
Yeah, I can see it.
Oh, I'm not much. Yeah, I can kind of see it. But it's still really good. It really shows.
I like the fluffy mane though on Chardillo though. I can take or leave it though. It's good. Like it is significant improvement overall though.
They got defleft.
Well, the thing is, like, yeah, I wanted to have like a collar right there, but it's like it's a little too much, especially for like an armadillo character, you know.
That's fair. Okay. Well,
this was fun.
Thank you for joining us. I'm glad we finally got through the thing that we brought you on here for. Hopefully, we'll find more pleasant topics or more fun videos to cover with you in the future, because it'd be great to have you back on at some point.
Oh yeah, no problem.
I know James said that he wanted to talk JoJo with you at some point.
Oh really?
Well, I'd be interested in talking Resident Evil with you.
Sure, we can do that sometime. Hell, I've actually got a JoJo video coming out this weekend.
Ooh, exciting!
I love to talk Kamen Rider with you actually sometime.
And I'm just getting popular tonight, I guess.
You are literally the largest YouTuber here on the podcast, so I'm not surprised.
Well, also, we started off all of us, I think, pretty much started off as kind of your fans, so yeah.
I was in passing. I didn't know too much about you, and I've been learning about you, and it's like, oh, you're a really interesting guy. So yeah.
I didn't watch all of your videos, but I still liked what I had watched.
I would imagine that most of it's just from the Ruby content.
I'm the biggest fan.
More Star Wars talks, no Deaderex. I think we're a little tapped out on that for now.
Yeah, we're good.
I think I stopped watching the videos more on the Yu-Gi-Oh, but that was more because I had stopped watching Yu-Gi-Oh, so I wouldn't really know what it was on about.
Oh no, that's fine. That's fine. Like, that's why I went back to, like, Pegasus, because that's a real classic topic to talk about, you know?
Oh yeah. In fact, one of my friends, Lone Crit, I guess co-host of a different podcast I'm in, said he saw your Pegasus video and he liked it.
Well, that's cool.
Alex Tatakai says, "Hope everyone is going. Everyone night is going well throughout this stream. It was pretty good. I'm just a little sleepy now. I'm gonna...
we're down, finally.
Hi, HJ Fies. Do you guys even have any episodes out yet for the podcast?
No, we were waiting for the Power
Rangers
I
know.
See, you walked into that. You can't.
No. I knew I was walking into that one. That one, it was like I was trying to be mindful of it, but it's not exactly. It's a landmine you had to step on. It's in the path.
When we do get it out, it will be called the Megaplex Rejects podcast.
Yeah. Oh, you mean a Slugma stream? Yeah, we're on the Slugma stream now from now on. Yes. All right. Kaiser,
everyone just becomes a Pokemon. Next time we all meet, we just all become Pokemon.
But yeah, Kaiser, you got anything coming out?
I'm still working on the highlights video. Got one half of it kind of sort of done. Hopefully I should be able to get the rest of it done pretty soon by the end of the month. But other than that, not much.
Awesome. Twi, anything you want to announce?
Well, I was going to stream last week, but I had internet issues, so I'm going to stream tomorrow in the morning. I'm gonna probably do Kingdom Hearts because I don't feel like setting up my Switch. And I'm gonna react to that
from your Switch. You don't hear it say.
I'm also gonna react to that that new Digimon game that has been announced. I am very excited because we have had nothing for many, many years. Ever since Survive came out, we have heard nothing about this new Digimon story game. We actually were wondering if it was canceled, and then all of a sudden it's been announced. So we're very excited.
You got to, any of you heard of Wakfu? It's on Netflix. It's on mine Twi's list.
Yes.
Yeah, it's on my list too. I have never seen it though.
I have not.
I've heard of it and I've seen it. It's decent.
Yeah, I've watched a couple of episodes with an in real life friend who's really into it, but we actually more know Dofu. So Dofu is a really good movie. A little bit raunchy, but in a sort of way that is like, it's still kid friendly. It's like, oh, haha, underwear sort of thing. But
also, it's like Ow from Hana no Uta.
Also,
yeah.
Yu-Gi-Oh has just released its latest archetype, and I'm posting it in the art thing right here.
Oh god.
Ooh.
It is. They're called Yummy.
Oh.
All right. So whoever designed this archetype, they definitely were watching Kamen Rider recently.
Oh,
I
yeah.
love them.
Totally.
They're cute.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, Candy Space Cats.
All right. I'm not gonna flash those on screen. You guys can Google them.
Yeah.
I finished cutting down the audio for My Hero Academia's video, which it's going to be about 2 hours and 10 to 20 minutes, something about that. So look forward to that, and then sometime in the future. Obviously, opened up auditions for Fixing Ruby Volume 7. So if you're artists of any form, music, drawing, what have you, you can audition. Casting Call Club, it's the most recent video on my channel. What else do I got going on? I think that's really it. Bad Fanfiction Night, Friday nights, 10 p.m. JYCT podcast every Wednesday at 6 p.m. I think that's really it.
Bad Fanfiction Night.
Did I not just say that?
He just said that. Yeah, he just said it.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you're more out of it than I am.
Apparently.
But yeah. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and hope to see you in the next one. We'll catch you all on the flip side.